I will request our guests to kindly come on dais. We will start the program shortly. So, Nurul Haq sir, please go to Khana sir, and our special guest, Parth Kankar sir, kindly come on dais. So we have the nameplates here. So. So all of you already know that Policy Times is a daily-based media cum strategic think tank. My background, my name is Akram Haq. I am fortunately the founder editor of the Policy Times. The objective of starting Policy Times was I worked with leading business associations of the country, CII and FICCI, where I did many international programs, conferences, and all the policies that India used to make, we were part of the policy making and policy advocacy. I also had the opportunity to work with Planning Commission when I was working as a journalist in a leading business media group. So what I realized that coming to media is very important, and media means a large portion of media is into politics. So we thought that political journalism does not or is not part of development, growth, or journey of a nation. So we thought, let us be a media which will promote development or constructive journalism. So we thought, what is the roadmap of development? We realized it is policy. Policy is the foundation of development. So nations which make good policies and which implement them better way, even better than the policy itself, they become the better nations. Constitution, Indian Constitution is one of the best constitutions and comprehensive constitutions of the world. But if it is not properly implemented, then the job is not done. So what we thought that we will be a facilitation or facilitating arm of the policymakers, help them make better policy and implement them for the nation. I also want to welcome Mr. Arshad Mukhtar Saab, one of the leading educators of India, based in Maharashtra. And sir, thank you so much for joining. You could have sat here, sir. That's so nice of you. So he's a leading personality of India, serving the people of Maharashtra and many different states of the country. So we thought we will promote policy journalism. That is how our journey started. It's been 4.5 years, and Policy Times has done tremendous work in terms of its reach to the policymakers. So with this, I will start the program. The theme that we have taken of India Education Conference is making our learners globally competent, skilled, and future ready. So there are 3 words or 4 words we have used. One is globally. Globally means globally as well as locally. What happens today in this age of internet, we have to be extremely cautious that how we make our learners globally as well as locally competent, because they have to solve local problems using global best practices, global technologies, or global better things. So that is one. I also want to welcome Professor Naik to this conference, who has been also guiding us and helping us organizing this program. Competent, being competent is extremely important. And we all know the meaning of being competent. Then skilled, because education has 2-3 dimensions. One is behavioral, moral character that we build in our children, because if they are morally not honest, then the purpose of education is not fulfilled. The second is skilled. They have to be skilled. If we have a graduate or postgraduate, but they can't run or operate a simple laptop or computer, that means the skill that is necessary, the basic skills that is needed to be given is somewhere missing. And third is future ready. Future ready is very important because this is the era of disruption. Because any technological intervention can change the entire pattern of education. So for example, we had coronavirus, which disrupted the whole ecosystem miserably. But the coronavirus is just 1% of the disruption that is going to come. The biggest disruption that we are going to see is going to be by the artificial intelligence. We do not know. Tomorrow, I may not be standing here, but my body and my physical appearance will be here, and I will be speaking in 20 different places at the same time. So that kind of technology which is going to come. Artificial intelligence has unlimited capacity of altering the world system. For example, Elon Musk, if you know him, Elon Musk is coming up with a chip. That chip will be fit in our brain. The chip will have the capacity of the whole world's brain. That means we don't need any computer to remember someone's phone number. The world's phone number will be fit in our brain. The world's GPS will be fit in our brain. So we don't need any GPS help of a mobile phone. So that kind of disruption is going to come. Are we ready to face that disruption? Are we ready to prepare our learners or children to face those disruptions? The world is going to fast. For example, the leading companies of India, TCS and all, they are doing research in some work which we do not know. People will be living in other parts of the world or galaxy. So these all are the things that are going to come. The purpose of this program is actually to understand these technologies, these changes, this disruption, and recognize each other and network each other. So I will first request our Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Alia University, one of the finest universities of Bengal and the country. Honorable VC sir has given us tremendous support. And I also want to welcome our Honorable Governor. Sir is also joining us. It's an honor to have you, sir. I will first request Mohammed Ali sir, Professor Ali sir, to kindly give your welcome remarks. Then we will invite Honorable Governor to share his remarks. Ali sir, over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sri Bhagat Singh Koshyari, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Maharashtra, the chief guest of this seminar, Professor Partho Karmakar, West Bengal Education Education Service, Joint Director of Public Instruction, Education Directorate, Higher Education Department, and also advisor, GD Study Circle, GD Charitable Society, Mr. Sheikh Nurul Haq, IAS, retired, former chairman of Public Service Commission, Government of West Bengal, Professor Debaru Sridhar Patnaik, registered, OP Jindal University, and other distinguished speakers and dear students, faculty members, and other participants. Very good morning to all of you. It is good to see that the Policy Times jointly with Alia University is organizing a hybrid conference on India Education Conference 2022, making learners locally competent, skilled, and future ready. The Policy Times is a media production company with Akram Haq as the founder editor. The Policy Times aims to unfold social, economic, business policy, and political issues that matter to India and the world, especially the youth and the women who would require to develop practical understanding about long-term development issues. The Policy Time is a platform which helps to understand, educate, brainstorm, and interact with experts on public policy and practice issues. On the contrary, Alia University is a state university which came into existence through West Bengal Act 27 of 2007, also known as the Alia University Act 2007, passed by the West Bengal Legislative Assembly. Alia University was upgraded from the Calcutta Madrasa College, erstwhile Madrasa Alia. Madrasa Alia was set up by the Governor General Warren Hastings in the year 1780 as a Mohammedan College of Calcutta, the first educational institution established by the British Raj in India. On behalf of the Policy Time and Alia University, I am warmly welcoming you all to this one-day seminar on India Education Conference 2022, making learners locally competent, skilled, and future ready. The theme India Education Conference 2022, making learners locally competent, skilled, and future ready, is a very pertinent topic in today's change scenario. There is a paradigm shift in pre and post-March 2020 education scenario. For the last 2 years, online classes were not household word. Today, homes have been converted to virtual schools, colleges, universities, and offices. We have coined a new terminology, webinar, which has become the most commonly used word in the last 2 years in academia. Virtual, it has become the new reality. In the background of such condition of adjusting to the new normal, we had the announcement of National Education Policy 2020. In the words of Dr. K. Busturarangan, chairperson of the committee drafting National Education Policy, India's education structure needs no fine tuning, but a definite change in totality. NEP 2020 sees a reflection of the chairman's interview in the June 2019. Think globally, but act locally, as coined by Ako Morita, founder of Sony Corporation, is in the race in the corporate sector. It marks a shift from the one strategy fits all or globalization. The winds of change have hit the education sector too, with reforms in the education policy after 34 years in the shape of new education policy 2020. India is gearing up to create local students of higher educational institutes employable with 21st century skill. It is the time to come out of a sense of the knowledge paraclelism, having a feeling of superiority for one's knowledge system. The craze for going abroad for a degree is on the downward slide. The importance of emotional quotient, human skills, arts, and humanities have never been felt so strongly before. Global students are expected to have respect for people, diverse cultural knowledge systems, and the environment. Global education explores local and global connections in order to maximize global consciousness. It emphasizes interconnectivity among places, experiences, realities, and subjects. Along with knowledge, students must be empowered to analyze independently and decide what is likely to bring a peaceful and sustainable future. The pandemic, despite all its negativity, has come as a boon to the education sector and made it a part of the global village. Global left up with the opportunity of learning from the best of academic institutes worldwide and got themselves multi-skilled, the need of the hour for employability. Yet they were rooted to their very own Indian values and ethics and learning from the age of old Vedas and Upanishads. E-courses like MOOCs, available on Swam and ePathshala have played a revolutionary role in popularizing digital learning. Digital library has made resources available at the click of mouse. The digital revolution has ushered in globalization in the new normal. India faces challenges in research, infrastructural facilities, financial constraints, number and quality of faculty members, as well as governance. India has huge young human resource. The challenge is to convert it to human capital. Collaborations between higher educational institutions and top international institutes, multidisciplinary approach to gain knowledge in various disciplines, which will increase employability and entrepreneurship. Education plays a vital role in poverty alleviation, and encouraging entrepreneurial abilities, which can lead to economic development. It should provide equal opportunity for all and fulfill the fourth Sustainable Development Goal, or SDG 2030, laid down by the United Nations, which wants to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Higher educational institutes must stress upon imparting entrepreneurship skills, creativity, curiosity, innovativeness, leaderness, and technology share. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, former President of India, rightly emphasized that higher education institutes must stress upon curiosity, design, thinking, and entrepreneurship, use of technology, and inspiring leadership. Current issues facing the research. A higher educational institution include quality, relevance, ownership, funding, international networking, etc. And ever-growing number of nations have now given priority to developing their knowledge base through higher education, research and innovation, and commit necessary resources to this goal. Niti Aayog 2018 has now articulated a strategy for New India, which suggests the reformation of education system where the quality of university education has to play an important role. During 2018 and 19, the number of universities has increased more than 3 times from 266 to 993, and the number of colleges from 11,146 to 39,931. These trends indicate a positive transformation in the growth and development of higher education in India. According to the recent report by the ST Government of India, if we look into the comparison among three countries, India has 225 researchers per 1 million inhabitants against 1,200 in China and 4,300 in US. The report also shows that in terms of research outcome, India has an exponential increase in the number of scientific publications over the last 10 years and is in the third position globally after China and US. The National Science Foundation database shows that India's growth rate of scientific publication is 15.8% against 27.6% in China and 36.2% in US, and the world average of 4.9%. The other important key finding of the report is that India spent only 0.7% of its GDP on research and development, while the same among other two countries are China 2.1% and US 2.8%, which is 3 to 4 times higher than India. A high density of researchers has a direct correlation with the quality of education in country and how it benefits industries and thus the economy. China's increased expenditure on research and policy reforms has resulted in a manifold increase in researchers in the country. The US has seen a steady rise in its research capacity. The other key factor behind poor research performance of Indian higher educational institution, as per the report, has been the lack of rewards of researchers. The exact incentives Indian researchers get is not clear. Bill Gates had said, I believe in innovation, and that's the way you get innovation is you fund research and you learn the basic facts. Research is an important component in the fabric of university research teaching. However, paucity of fund and funding at the university are often a big challenge. According to NIMJIC, researchers are expected to become knowledge producers, innovators, leaders, and contributors to prosperity and sustainable development. Hence, university should gear up and impart quality research studies. Global collaboration shall help in establishing the research environment in the university. Attempts may also be done to have industry, academia research collaborations which can lead to commercially viable products that will have an impact on the economy of the country. To conclude, Einstein had correctly said, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Change is the only constant in life, and adaptability to change is the solution to new challenges. The transition from indigenous to globalization has gone through the travels of time. Universities still have a long way to create globally competent, skilled, and future-ready citizens of India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vice Chancellor. It's really an honor to hear you, and thank you so much for the welcome remarks. Uh, Alia University is one of the finest, I think, contributions of the Bengal community to the state, for the people of the state, and especially for the children. And Policy Times will be always grateful to work with you, sir, in terms of industry integration and lot other areas that we can to make it one of the finest platforms to produce world-class leaders coming from this university. Without taking any more time, now may I request, and in fact, may I invite and welcome Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Shri Bhagat Singh Koshyari ji. Sir, uh, आज हम बता नहीं सकते कितने खुश हैं आपको पाकर, और आपने इतने बिजी समय बिजी शेड्यूल से समय निकाल के आज हमें हमें दिया। ये हमारे लिए बहुत सौभाग्य है सर। और सर की तारीफ थोड़ा सा मैं बताऊं सर, महाराष्ट्र के गवर्नर पद लिए हैं 2019 को सितंबर में। सर आते हैं एक वास्ट पब्लिक सर्विस के एक्सपीरियंस लेके, एक उत्तराखंड और उत्तर प्रदेश के एक जननायक जनता का लीडर हैं। इससे पर सेकंड चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे हैं उत्तराखंड के 2001-2 में। इससे पहले सर कॉलेज के लेक्चरर रहे हैं। एक बहुत अच्छे सर का मीडिया से बहुत अच्छा ताल्लुक है, और खुद भी एक फाउंडर और मैनेजिंग एडिटर रहे हैं पर्वत पीयूष नाम के एक वीकली पब्लिशिंग प्लेटफॉर्म के। सर जब भी जिस भी जहाँ पे भी रहें, चाहे वो मेंबर ऑफ लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली हो या एनर्जी मिनिस्टर के तौर पे उत्तराखंड में हो, जहाँ पे उन्होंने काफ़ी सारे तहरी डैम के कोलैप्स में काफ़ी रिहेबिलिटेशन में सर काम किए। हमेशा सर का लगाव ग्रास रूट से रहा है, खास करके उत्तराखंड के जनता के लिए हैं। सर इससे पहले गोवा में कुछ क्षण के लिए हमारे ऑनरेबल गवर्नर रहे। Since coming from Maharashtra, sir has brought a lot of dynamism in the institution of governor's office in Maharashtra and transformed Raj Bhavan into a Lok Bhavan. As Chancellor of 22 public universities of Maharashtra, sir has personally visited many of the universities and interacted with teachers, students, and addressed their convocations. At his instance, the university took several initiatives for helping the society during the critical COVID crisis. Governor has visited nearly 30 out of 35 districts, and by now I think sir has visited almost all districts of Maharashtra. So sir, आपसे गुजारिश है काइंडली हमारे इस प्रोग्राम की इनॉग्रल एड्रेस डिलीवर करें और हमारे ऑडियंस को एड्रेस करें।
पॉलिसी टाइम्स की ओर से आज के इस सेमिनार में मेकिंग लर्नर्स ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटेंट, स्किल्ड एंड फ्यूचर इस विषय पर आयोजित सेमिनार में सेमिनार के चेयरमैन, सेमिनार के प्रतिभागी, मूल रूप से सेमिनार के हमारे जो फाउंडर हैं श्रीमान अकरम हक जी, इस सेमिनार में भाग लेने वाले सभी प्रोमिनेंट वाइस चांसलर, प्रिंसिपल, टीचर्स और मित्रों, अच्छा है कि हमारे इंडिया एजुकेशन पॉलिसी टाइम्स ने एक नया वर्ड, एक yes coined a new word, that is globally. So local plus global, that is globally. और इस अच्छे शब्द के लिए भी मैं आपको बधाई देता हूँ। वस्तुतः अभी हम लोग 21वीं सदी में चल रहे हैं। 21st century is very important for this world, maybe for the universe, because our reach has become from this earth to moon and to Mars and other stars. और ऐसे में आज हम भारत में कहाँ हैं, क्या है, वो डाटा अभी आपके पढ़ रहे थे, और भी ऐसे डाटा आप लोग प्रस्तुत करेंगे। यू हैव गॉट इनफ डाटा। लेकिन जो मेरा एक आग्रह रहता है, इफ यू आर नॉट लोकली कॉम्पिटेंट, यू कैन बिकम ग्लोबल। और रीचिंग द पीक, यू हैव टू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम डाउन। तो हमको एकदम नीचे से शुरू करना होगा, तब हम पीक पर पहुंचेंगे। और एक प्रकार से ये जो प्रयास है, दिस एफर्ट by Mr. Akram Haq and his friends, his associates, is really appreciable. अच्छा है, क्योंकि देश के अंदर मैं देख रहा हूँ कि जो लेटेस्ट टेक्निक्स है उसके प्रति हमारे युवाओं में, यंगस्टर में एक उत्सुकता जागी है। उसके प्रति उनका एक प्रकार से सीखने का भाव जगा है। और इसलिए भले ही 100% स्टूडेंट तक ऑनलाइन हम नहीं पहुंच पाए होंगे, मे बी 50% भी नहीं पहुंचे होंगे, लेकिन when there was urgency, एक प्रकार की मजबूरी थी, कंपल्सन था, तो देश के अंदर हमारे सरकारी तंत्र के साथ साथ हमारे जो बहुत से प्राइवेट बिजनेस प्लेयर्स हैं, इस फील्ड के टेक्नीशियंस हैं, साइंटिस्ट हैं, अच्छे इनोवेटर्स हैं, उन सब लोगों ने कोशिश की कि वे हमारे एक प्रकार से ऑनलाइन जो एजुकेशन कहलाती है उसमें अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दें। और उस एक प्रकार के जो डार्कनेस थी, अंधेरा था, उस अंधेरे में भी कोरोना काल के एक प्रयास किया गया और दैट स्टिल कंटिन्यूज। मैं आजकल देखता हूँ कि थोड़ा स्कूल खुलने की बात आई तो बच्चे अपने माता पिता से सीखने के बजाय स्कूल जाना पसंद करते हैं। बच्चों का आग्रह है कि भाई स्कूल भेजो, उसकी अपनी इम्पोर्टेंस है, क्योंकि केवल अगर हम लोग ऑनलाइन पढ़ते रहें, लिखते रहें, तो वो जीवन का एक आधा अंग होता है, क्योंकि हम वी आर द पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ द सोसाइटी। द स्कूल्स don't make individuals, they make the society. They are work in the plural sense. बहुत बच्चे होते हैं, आपस में मिलते हैं, और उसके कारण से एक सामाजिक भाव जागृत होता है। एक नेचुरल इच्छा मनुष्य की रहते, बच्चों के रहती है। आपने देखा होगा कि मेनी टाइम्स आपके जो चीज पक्षी हैं, बर्ड्स हैं और दूसरे बीस्ट हैं, जानवर हैं, वो भी बहुत झुंड में जाना पसंद करते हैं, साथ जाना पसंद करते हैं, हमेशा अकेले रहना पसंद नहीं करते। तो स्वाभाविक है कि अल्टीमेट एम तो ये कि कोरोना जाए, बीमारी जाए, पेंडेमिक जाए और हम समाज में मिल करके स्कूल में जाकर के बच्चे पढ़ें। पर हम लोगों को हर दृष्टि से तैयार होना चाहिए। हम बचपन में हमको हमारे टीचर सिखाते थे कि होप फॉर द बेस्ट, बी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर द वर्स्ट। अच्छे से अच्छे के लिए आशा करो, अपेक्षा करो, और बुरी बुरी जो परिस्थिति आती है उसके लिए भी तैयार रखो। तो एक प्रकार से ये जो हमारा पुराना डिक्टम है, एक प्रकार से हमारे पुराने लोगों ने, एंसेस्टर्स ने, जो अपने अनुभव के बाद, एक्सपीरियंस के बाद कहा कि होप फॉर द बेस्ट, बी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर द वर्स्ट। और इस दृष्टि से देखा जाए तो we could prepare for the worst and not bad but very best। बहुत अच्छी तरह से हम बुरे से बुरे के लिए भी, वर्स्ट के लिए भी हम लोगों ने तैयारी की। and people like you educators, we have got much contribution towards it। इसलिए मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूँ। लेकिन आज जब आप इस सम्मेलन कर रहे हैं तो मैं बहुत लंबा चौड़ा नहीं बोलूँगा, क्योंकि you are all very well educated, you are all academicians and you are doing a immense job in spreading this education and adopting new education policy, adopting this online and other digital methods। So I don't think that I have to say much to you। लेकिन मैं ये कहूँगा कि हम सब लोग, अभी आपने इसको ग्लोबली बोला है, तो अगर हमको कॉम्पिटेंट बनना है, स्किल्ड बनना है, जो आपने अपना लक्ष्य रखा है, तो उस सब के लिए मुझे लगता है कि कहीं न कहीं कि जब लोकली बोलना है तो लोकल लैंग्वेज को भी अगर हम प्रेशराइज नहीं देंगे, हम इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं देंगे, अगर हम बच्चों को पढ़ा रहे हैं, अभी मेरे ख्याल से तो मोर देन 60% बच्चे ऐसे होंगे जो अभी बड़ी वेरी पुअर फैमिली से, पुअर बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं, और वो एट वन स्ट्रेच इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर देम टू अडॉप्ट दिस इंग्लिश मीडियम. Maybe those who can afford and those who can send their children in these good schools, but the poor students, majority of the students come from the poor family. क्या करोगे उनके लिए? तो उनके लिए शायद ये अच्छा है कि हम लोकल का उपयोग करें, अर्थात जो रीजनल लैंग्वेज है उस रीजनल लैंग्वेज से उनको पढ़ाना शुरू करें. और जब बच्चा पहले से 5वीं तक आ जाता है, फिर उसको और आप अंग्रेजी पढ़ाइए, जर्मन पढ़ाइए, फ्रेंच पढ़ाइए, संस्कृत पढ़ाइए, कितनी चीजें पढ़ा सकते हैं. यदि अर्ली स्टेज में ही, क्योंकि बच्चा घर में मराठी बोलता है, घर में गुजराती बोलता है, घर में तेलुगु तमिल बोलता है, अब एडवांस स्टेज उसको आप एकदम वहां से डाइवर्ट करते हैं, तो जितने समय में वो आपके किसी दूसरी भाषा को सीखेगा, उतने समय में अपनी मातृभाषा में अपनी जो मदर टंग है उस पर दुगना सीख लेगा, तिगुना सीख लेगा. और ये कोई बहुत कठिन नहीं है. आप लोग सब विद्वान लोग हैं, आप में से बहुत से लोग ऐसे होंगे जिन्होंने मेरी तरह से प्राइमरी स्कूल से पढ़ा होगा सरकारी, और जिन्होंने 6ठी कक्षा से मेरे साथ मेरे अफसर हैं, वो IAS है, कहते हैं कि हमने तो 5वीं कक्षा तक सरकारी प्राइमरी स्कूल से पढ़ा था, अंग्रेजी 6ठी कक्षा से पढ़ी थी, मैंने स्वयं 6ठी कक्षा से पढ़ी थी. तो यदि हम नीचे पक्के हो जाते हैं, अच्छी चीजें सीख लेते हैं प्राइमरी स्टेज पर, तो मैं सोचता हूँ कि उसके बाद आप जो ही आगे मिडिल जूनियर की जाते हैं, फिर हायर सेकेंडरी जाते हैं, फिर हायर एजुकेशन में जाते हैं, फिर उसके बाद आप कुछ भी सीखे, कितनी भी चीजें आदमी सीखता जाता है, तब बेस पूरा हो जाता है. पर्टिकुलरली लैंग्वेज एंड मैथ्स, लैंग्वेज एंड मैथ्स में जो 2 अति आवश्यक विषय है, मैथ्स के साथ ही साथ साइंस भी चलती है, तो ये 2 विषयों में यदि हमने बच्चों को ठीक से अगर वो जो हमारा रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस है उनके माध्यम से शुरू किया, और सीढ़ी चढ़ते चढ़ते फिर देन वी स्टार्ट टू बिकम ग्लोबल. But what is happening today is that mostly, and I think there is a craze for English medium school. Everywhere I go to villages, the rural areas also, the very poor people are there, and they also need some English medium school. I don't know whether the teachers there are very well versed or well read, or whether they can pronounce the words very properly or not. But still, they say that it is English medium school. They cannot even tell them, yes, Madam, you just speak 1 hour per such and such subject. I don't think that the madam or the other teacher will be able to speak in English. But they say that, oh, it is English medium, and our guardians, our parents, and the students there. अरे भाई हिंदी में बोलो, मराठी में बोलो, गुजराती में बोलो, उससे शुरुआत करो ना. अरे उसमें शुरुआत करोगे तो बच्चे का विकास होगा, फूलेगा फलेगा ठीक ढंग से, और उसके बाद फिर आप उसको इंग्लिश पढ़ाइए, फ्रेंच पढ़ाइए, जर्मन पढ़ाइए, चाइनीज पढ़ाइए, कुछ भी पढ़ाइए, बच्चा सीखेगा आगे. तब तक चूंकि मैच्योर हो चुका है, जो प्राइमरी चीजें हैं वो प्राइमरी चीजें उसने अपने मदर टंग में सीख ली है, क्योंकि डे एंड नाइट अब तो जो स्कूल में वहाँ हॉस्टल में भेज सकते हैं, वो कितने लोग हॉस्टल में भेजेंगे, जहाँ मैंने देखा है बहुत से अंग्रेजी स्कूल के बच्चे होते हैं, 5वीं 6ठी कक्षा के बच्चे मेरे से भी अच्छे अंग्रेजी बोलते हुए देखे मैंने. पर क्योंकि वो इन्वायरमेंट तो ऑल थ्रू वो अंग्रेजी में बोलते हैं, अंग्रेजी में सोचते हैं, टीचर भी क्योंकि उनको हिंदी में या दूसरी भाषा में बोलने नहीं दिया जाता है, ऑटोमेटिक है कि वो सीखेंगे. पर जो मेजोरिटी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स है वो थे स्कॉलर्स हैं, तो इसलिए आई थिंक टू बिकम ग्लोबल इट इज बेटर दैट we should think locally also, and locally how our from you may be thinking about in this conference about higher education, degree colleges, degree classes, or postgraduate classes, or even further doctorate classes. But basic thing is that what we call the basic education. The basic education is must be in our regional language. यदि आप हम रीजनल लैंग्वेज को प्रोत्साहित देंगे और उसके माध्यम से फिर स्लोली स्टेप बाय स्टेप हम ग्लोबल की ओर बढ़ेंगे, तो मुझे लगता है कि जो आपका सक्सेस रेट होगा वो कहीं अधिक अच्छा होगा, और हमारे बच्चे तो दुनिया को देना चाहते हैं। मैं कहीं भी जाता हूँ, चाइना जाता हूँ, जापान जाता हूँ, और दूसरे देश जाता हूँ, इधर फ्रांस जाता हूँ, तो सब लोगों का अपना अपनी लैंग्वेज है, उस भाषा में पढ़ते हैं। बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, बिकॉज इंग्लिश हैज बिकम ऑलमोस्ट लिंगुआ फ्रैंका, तो हमारे बच्चे आगे इस काम को तो सीख ही सकते हैं। और मैंने देखा कि मुंबई के जो ड्राइवर हैं, वो भी जो टूरिस्ट आते हैं उनसे काम लायक अंग्रेजी तो बोल ही लेते हैं, तो वो कोई से काम तो रुकता नहीं है। तो इट मीन्स क्या है कि हम जो हायर एजुकेशन के लिए तैयार करना चाहते हैं, जो जिसको इनोवेशन, इंक्यूबेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योर, एवरीथिंग यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट ऑल दिस थिंग, जो बहुत जरूरी है, जिसके लिए आप अपना लक्ष्य आप लोगों ने रखा है। तो डिटेल नहीं जाऊंगा, पर जो लक्ष्य रखा आपने अच्छा रखा है। परंतु इफ you can give some importance to this point, is that we should start and we should think from locally and then from locally to globally। तो वो मुझे लगता है कि उसमें जो सफलता का रेशियो होगा, रेट होगा, वो कहीं अच्छा होगा। क्योंकि आज एक दुनिया जिस ढंग से बढ़ रही है, उसमें अभी आप कल बोल रहे थे कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, साइबर जो है, इन बहुत चीजें चल रही हैं। अब उन चीजों में अब कोई और एवरीबॉडी कैन नॉट बी इन्वॉल्व, एवरी चाइल्ड और एवरी स्टूडेंट कैन नॉट बी इन्वॉल्व इन ऑल दिस थिंग। इसके लिए जो पर्टिकुलर जो स्पेशलिस्ट हैं, जैसे हम लोग देखते हैं, हमने कहा बच्चा एमएससी कर रहा है, तो एमएससी में कौन सा उसने विषय लेना है, कौन सी स्ट्रीम लेना है, फिजिक्स ले रहा है तो फिजिक्स में भी कौन सा स्ट्रीम, उसी स्ट्रीम में भी कौन सा स्ट्रीम, क्योंकि हर एक चीज की एक्सपर्टीज अलग अलग है। तो आज जैसे मेडिकल में मैं देखता हूँ कि छोटी चीजों के लिए अलग से एक्सपर्टीज हो गए हैं, तो वो उसके लिए अलग अलग चीजें हैं। तो इसीलिए ये लगता है कि हम सब लोग अगर जो आप चाहते हैं कि कॉम्पिटिटिव एंड स्किल, जो हम लोग फ्यूचर के लिए चाहते हैं कि जो कॉम्पिटिटिव, तो कॉम्पिटिटिव निश्चित रूप से जब उसकी बेस मजबूत होगा, और उस बेस के मजबूत के कारण फिर आप उसको ब्रॉडर, वाइडर और इस प्रकार की विषयों को पढ़ाएंगे, तो निश्चित रूप से मेरा विश्वास है कि बहुत बार मैं जाता हूँ कि मैंने देखा है प्रैक्टिकली, जो इंजीनियर है पूरी आईआईटी से करके आता है, वो बहुत चीजें जानता है, लेकिन बहुत बार वो जो हमारा स्किल्ड लेबर है, वो जो राजमिस्त्री हम लोग बोलते हैं, वो बहुत सी चीजें उसे बताता है, क्योंकि ही हैज गॉट प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस। यानी ही इज नॉट एन इंजीनियर, ही इज नॉट इवन एमएससी बीएससी और आईएससी, लेकिन तू भी बहुत चीजें बताता है, क्योंकि इट कम्स थ्रू द एक्सपीरियंस। और उस जनरेशन टू जनरेशन जो काम किया है, उसके एक्सपीरियंस है, उसके पास कुछ चीज है, तो वो जो लोकल उसका ज्ञान है, जो लोकल नॉलेज है उसको, और ये ग्लोबल नॉलेज जो हम अपने किताब के माध्यम से, पढ़ाई के माध्यम से ला रहे हैं, उन दोनों का जब कंजक्शन होगा, उन दोनों के जब आपस में मिलेंगे, तो मुझे लगता है उसके माध्यम से आपका जो प्रयास है वो और सफल होगा। और मुझे लगता है कि उसमें आप जो लक्ष्य आप रख रहे हैं, उसमें और अधिक का 4 साल लगेंगे। मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि जो आप इतना अच्छा प्रयास कर रहे हैं, इस प्रयास में आप सफल हो, आगे बढ़े, ये मेरी शुभकामना है। मैं फिर से भाई अकरम हक साहब को बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, मनी मनी कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन। और मेरा विश्वास है कि पूरे कॉम्पिटेंट, पूरे स्किल्ड आप सब लोग हैं, और इसलिए आप सबको मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ऑनरेबल गवर्नर जी। आपके इस एड्रेस से हमने बहुत सारे कुछ पॉइंट्स सीखे। वो पॉइंट्स आज पूरे दिन हम बात करेंगे कि किस तरह से आप लैंग्वेज, मैथमेटिक्स, और फिर बाद में आपने एक्सपीरियंस की बात करी। 5 मिनट हम आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि आप थोड़ा सा हमसे, हमारे साथ अगर रुकें। हम हमारे कुछ एडुकेटर हैं बंगाल के और इंडिया के, उनको हम थोड़ा संबोधन देना चाहते हैं, थोड़ा रिकॉग्नाइज करना चाहते हैं। और साथ में हमारा जो मैगजीन है द पॉलिसी टाइम्स, उसके प्रारंभ कहेंगे या लॉन्चिंग एक थोड़ा सा करना चाहेंगे। तो मैं सबसे पहले स्वागत करना चाहूँ, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा आवर special guests of honor Parthu sir and Nurul Haq sir to kindly come in front of the stage. Or I will also request Gaur sir and Professor Chaudhary sir and Professor Naik sir to come before in front of the stage. So this is just a recognition from us because we have been closely working with them, and the work that they are doing is of tremendous value. All of you who are here and who are watching us, you are doing fantastic work, wonderful service to the country, to the communities, respective communities. We just have 3 people we thought to just recognize. मैं सबसे पहले स्वागत करना चाहूंगा और स्टेज में आने के लिए गुजारिश करूंगा मिस्टर अरशद मुख्तार साहब को, जिनकी जन्म 1965 में हुई मऊ में, उत्तर प्रदेश में। उत्तर प्रदेश से जर्नी शुरू करके आज महाराष्ट्र के एक नामी फेमस एक इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं, सोशल वर्कर हैं, सोशल एक्टिविस्ट हैं, और उनकी शुरुआत उन्होंने एक छोटा सा फार्मा कंपनी से शुरू की थी, और वहां से लेके उन्होंने जामिया मोहम्मदिया एजुकेशन सोसाइटी की कायम किए, और उसके बाद आज कई सारे स्कूल्स, कई सारे कॉलेजेस उनके अंडर हैं, और हजारों बच्चे उनकी सर्विस लेते हैं और बेनिफिट होते हैं। तो मैं मेरी टीम से गुजारिश करूंगा वो जो मोमेंटो है अवार्ड, अगर आप लोग स्टेज में लेके आए, और सर को दे, इधर सामने से लेके आए।
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। मैं policy.com का, पॉलिसी टाइम्स का शुक्रगुजार हूँ उनके इस तकरीम के लिए, और मैं मुकम्मल तौर पर हमारे महाराष्ट्र के गवर्नर की इस बात की तायीद करता हूँ कि बुनियादी तालीम अगर हम तलबा को उनकी मादरी ज़बान में दें तो ये बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदेमंद होती है। मैं जनाब इकरामुल हक साहब को उनकी इस काविश के लिए, उनकी इस कोशिश के लिए जो तालीम के ताल्लुक से वो कर रहे हैं, बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद देता हूँ। मेरी दुआ है कि उनकी ये काविशें बरगुबार लाएं और उसका फ़ायदा पूरे मुल्क को मिले। शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू सो मच अरशद साहब। मैं अभी रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा खादिमुल इस्लाम साहब को, जो फाउंडर जनरल सेक्रेटरी हैं बेसानूर मॉडल स्कूल दक्षिण दिनाजपुर। मैं पहले कह रहा था दक्षिण दिनाजपुर, उत्तर दिनाजपुर ये बहुत ही पिछड़े हुए और बैकवर्ड एरिया है, वहाँ पे कोई बहुत अच्छा काम करना बहुत जरूरी था ताकि उन बच्चों को कोई अच्छा मौका मिले। खादिमुल इस्लाम साहब बहुत ही हम्बल बैकग्राउंड से आके उन्होंने वहाँ कुछ करने की कोशिश की। अभी तीसरे में रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा 2 मिनट सर।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম এবং প্রত্যেককেই আন্তরিক শুভেচ্ছা। আসলে এই রিওয়ার্ড পাওয়াটা ভাগ্যের ব্যাপার, যেন এর মান রক্ষা করতে পারি সেইভাবে আমাকে আশীর্বাদ করবেন।
अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा गुलाम मुसलिन साहब को, जो इल्मा फाउंडेशन और इल्मा इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल के फाउंडर हैं, और इनका एक खासियत है कि ये हावड़ा और हावड़ा के जो आसपास के एरिया हैं वहाँ के उन बच्चे जो बिल्कुल पढ़ाई की कोई चांस ही नहीं है या पढ़ाई ले सकते हैं, उन तक पहुंच के उनको खींच लाते हैं और एक मॉडर्न और एडवांस एक प्लेटफॉर्म देने की कोशिश करते हैं, एजुकेशन देने की, और उनको फिर हायर एजुकेशन में लाते हैं। Yeah, now we can.
Alhamdulillah, all face goes to the one and only Master of the final judgment, Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. यहाँ पर जितने भी तमाम हजरत आए हुए हैं, सभी हजरत को हम अपना दिल से रिस्पेक्ट जताते हुए, हमारी मादरी जबान बांग्ला है, फिर ये नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है इसलिए हम हिंदी में ही बोलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, तो सबको हम अपना रिस्पेक्ट देते हैं। खास करके अकरम हक साहब जिसने आज हमें इस मंच में बुलाया है, स्टेज दिया है। अकरम भाई को हम अल्लाह के पास यही दुआ करते हैं कि अकरम भाई ऐसा कौम के लिए खिदमत करे, पूरे इंडिया पूरे नेशन को एक तरक्की के तरफ ले जाने के लिए जो काम जो मुहिम अकरम भाई ने लिया है, अल्लाह सुब्हानहू तआला उनको हिमालय पर्वत से भी ज्यादा सक्सेस दे, ये दुआ करते हैं। और हम 2015 को हमारा जो इल्मा फाउंडेशन हमने क्रिएट किया था, ओनली 13 स्टूडेंट हमको मिला था हमारा दर्जी बेल्ट से, जो गारमेंट्स के काम करते हैं। तो हम खुद कॉन्वेंट स्कूल से पढ़ा हुआ है, सेंट थॉमस चर्च से। तो बचपन से मेरा एक ख्वाब था कि हमारा जो दर्जी भाई है उसका बच्चा क्यों इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल में नहीं पढ़ सकता। क्या सिर्फ पैसा ना रहने की वजह से एक अच्छा कैरिकुलम हमारे बच्चों को हम नहीं दे सकते? तो ये हम सपना देखा था, ये सपना को लेकर 13 स्टूडेंट में ओनली 300 रुपीज ट्यूशन फीस लेकर हमने 13 स्टूडेंट लेके एक स्कूल स्टार्ट किया था। उसका बाद बेंगलोर में MFERD मिल्लत फाउंडेशन एजुकेशन रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट, उसका संग हम हाथ मिलाए। उनका कैरिकुलम इसलिए हमें अच्छा लगा, जब हम फॉर्मेशन ऑफ सॉइल को पढ़ाते हैं तो कलाम पाक में, कुरान में फॉर्मेशन ऑफ सॉइल के बारे में क्या बोला गया है, पहला हम सूरह यासीन की वर्स नंबर 37 वो पढ़ाते हैं। जब माँ बाप के बारे में पढ़ाते हैं तो हम वो हदीस बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं कि माँ की पैर के नीचे जन्नत होती है और बाप जन्नत के दरवाजा होता है। जब हम बच्चों को तालीम देते हैं तो हमको ये हदीस पढ़ाते हैं बच्चों को, मनगश शफलाई शमिन्ना, मुसलमान कभी झूठ नहीं बोलते हैं, और जो झूठ बोलते हैं वो मुसलमान ईमान वाला नहीं बन सकता। इसी तरह से हम वो 2015 को हम स्कूल स्टार्ट किया था, 15 उसका बाद 15 बना, उसका बाद बिफोर 23 मार्च 2022 हमारा स्कूल का स्टूडेंट हो गया था 268, और वेस्ट बंगाल में 18 स्कूल हम लोग कायम कर चुके थे। दिगर दिगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जाकर मोहल्ला वालों को बुलाकर छोटा छोटा रेंट में घर लेके हम लोग स्कूल बनाया। लेकिन पेंडेमिक सिचुएशन में हम लोग को बहुत कठिनाई गिरा, उसमें उज्जवल सर जैसा सर लोग का हेल्प मिला हम लोग को। ऑनलाइन उन्होंने कुछ क्लास करवाया तो हम लोग को, अकरम भाई हमको एक प्रोग्राम में ज्वाइन किया था, उसका बाद हमें भी लगा कि हम लोग भी बच्चों को पेंडेमिक सिचुएशन में पढ़ा सकते हैं। हम लोग ऑनलाइन का एप्स बनाए स्कूल का खुद का, एवं उसके जरिए से बच्चों को पढ़ाया है। अभी तक हम लोग का स्टूडेंट है, 18 स्कूल भी जिंदा है। आप लोग दुआ कीजिए कि हम चाहते हैं कि हमारा बच्चा सिर्फ एडुकेशन अच्छा मिले ये नहीं, हम पहला उसको देना चाहते हैं तरबियत, उसका बाद उसका वैल्यूज एटीट्यूड, फिर तालीम मिले, फिर स्किल मिले, फिर नॉलेज मिले, तब हम हमारा देश को, इस देश को फिर से हम मौलाना अबुल कलाम आजाद दे सकते हैं। ये सपना लेकर हमने स्कूल चालू किया था। हम आज दिल से बहुत खुशी है और अल्लाह से ये डर भी है कि ये जो अवार्ड हमें मिला है शायद हम इसका ठीक से उपयोग कर सके या नहीं, इसलिए अल्लाह के पास हमारा ये दुआ है, अल्लाह हमें इहदीना सिरातल मुस्तकीम की राह में चलाइए, आमीन।
Thank you so much. Honorable Governor sir, thank you so much for joining us and giving the inaugural address. I will quickly go to Professor Dr. Partha Karmakar sir, Joint Director of Public Instruction, Education Directorate, Higher Education Department, also advisor to West Bengal Central School Service Commission. Sir, for your kind remarks.
Good morning. All honorable dignitaries who are on the chair and who joined through online platform. All respected speakers, dear organizer, and all my dear and respected participants, beautiful audiences. Most of the participants are very known to me, not only known to me, but also very close to me. And I can see the faces of mainly most of the head of the institutions of West Bengal are there. I know all of them personally. That is my good luck. And I am feeling extremely happy, extremely glad to come here and to join this conference, India Education Conference 2022. The title is very fantastic title, making learners globally, that is globally and locally, competent, skilled, and future ready. I am not going into the details of it, but I shall mention some keywords only. Since time is too short, all of us are highly scheduled today, I know it. There are so many speakers who will focus on this topic. I am just going to mention the keywords. What is the role of educators in 21st century? The role of educators in 21st century should be helping every student learn how to learn. It is inspiring creativity, encouraging collaboration, expecting and rewarding critical thinking, and teaching children not only how to communicate, but also the power of effective communication. These are the skills students need to develop. All of us know the word competence. How can we develop global competence? First, investigate the world. Pose questions to better understand issues and perspectives. Identify and suspend assumptions and judgments. Recognize the value of each person in global community. Explore the world with curiosity. Next, recognize perspectives. Keep an open mind. Empathize with others. Identify my personal perspectives and influences. Examine the perspectives and influences of others. Consider multiple perspectives and opinions. Analyze cultural influences, connections, and contexts. Next, communicate ideas. How? Share ideas and context with diverse audiences. Actively listen to others. Engage in civil discourse. Consider the audience and communicate appropriately. Next, take action. Use evidence and values to guide plans. Assess opinions and consider the potential impact of planned actions. Apply creative thinking and solve problems. Capitalize on available resources and partnerships. Persist through challenges. Act and reflect individually and collaboratively. Next, I shall mention 21st century skills. They are: number 1, critical thinking. Number 2, creativity. Number 3, collaboration. Number 4, communication. Number 5, information literacy. Number 6, media literacy. Number 7, technology literacy. 8, flexibility. 9, leadership. 10 initiative, 11 productivity, and 12 social skills. There are 4 C's in 21st century skills. They are first, critical thinking, finding solutions to the problems. Next, creativity, thinking outside the box. Collaboration, working with others. And communication, talking to others. And literacy skills in 21st century are first, information literacy, understanding facts, figures, statistics, and data. Media literacy, understanding the methods and outlets in which information is published. Technology literacy, understanding the machines that make the information page possible. And I am mentioning only 5 21st century life skills. Flexibility, deviating from plans as needed. Leadership, motivating a team to achieve the goal. Initiative, starting projects, strategies, and plan on one's own. Productivity, maintaining efficiency in an age of distractions. And social skills, meeting and networking with others for mutual benefit. I am just mentioned the keywords only. I am not going into the details of it since time is too short. Only 5 minutes allotted to me. Many thanks to the organizer. Many thanks. And I convey my sincere thanks to gratitude to the organizer for inviting me to attend this conference. And last of all, I convey my regards to all of you present here. Namaskar. সবাই ভালো থাকবেন। একটা কথা আমি বলে নি যে যার জন্য আমার এখানে আসা, হঠাৎ আমাকে গৌরবাবু আগের সপ্তাহে একটা প্রোগ্রামে আমি গিয়েছিলাম আমাদের নদিয়া জেলার একটা প্রোগ্রামে। সেই প্রোগ্রামে উনি আমাকে বলছেন যে সামনের সপ্তাহে একটা প্রোগ্রাম হবে, আপনি আসুন। আমি এখানে আছেন ড্যাসে যারা আছেন সব স্যারদেরকে আমি অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। গৌর স্যারকে আমাকে বললেন যে আমাকে আসতে হবে, আমরা ঠিক আছে আমি যাবো, জায়গায় আমি আসতে পেরেছি। এখানে আমাদের পিএসসি এক্স চেয়ারম্যান, পাবলিক সার্ভিস কমিশন, যেখান থেকে আমরা অ্যাপয়েন্টেড হয়েছি, বুঝতেই পারছেন কত বড় জায়গায় স্যার ছিলেন। নুরুল হক স্যার আছেন, ঠিক আছে, তা উনিও আমার সঙ্গে একসঙ্গে আছি, খুব ভালো লাগছে। তা এই ধরনের একটা গ্যাদারিং একটা, এবং প্রোগ্রামটা হচ্ছে দেখুন মানে ডুয়াল মোডে হচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ, ডুয়াল মোডে সবাই তো সৌভাগ্যটা পায় না, ফিজিক্যাল মোড প্লাস ডুয়াল মোড, এবং এই ধরনের একটা প্রোগ্রাম, ইন্ডিয়া লেভেলের প্রোগ্রাম ঘরে বসে করতে পারছি। এবং আমি একটা এরকম প্রোগ্রামে অ্যাটেন্ড করেছি, মনে পড়ে যাচ্ছে, আমাকে কিন্তু দিল্লি যেতে হয়েছিল, দিল্লি গিয়েছিলাম, সকালে গিয়েছি আবার করে প্রোগ্রাম করে রাতেই ব্যাক করেছিলাম আমি, বছর 5 আগে। তো যাই হোক, এই ধরনের প্রোগ্রাম আপনারা পেয়েছেন, এবং আমি রিকোয়েস্ট করব পলিসি টাইমসকে, পলিসি টাইমস যে প্রোগ্রামগুলো উদ্যোগগুলো নিচ্ছেন, বেঙ্গলকে নিয়েও ভাবছেন, খুব ভালো কথা, ভাবুন। আমাদের মেন তো জায়গাটা হচ্ছে একাডেমিক জায়গা, একাডেমিক এনভায়রনমেন্ট, অ্যান্ড উই হ্যাভ টু গো অ্যাজ ওয়ার্ল্ড উইল গো, যেভাবে যাবে সেভাবে আমাদেরকে চলতে হবে। সেই পলিসিগুলোকে আমরা নিচ্ছেন, সেটাকে আপনারা কি বলবো মানে ছাত্রদের জন্য এডুকেশনের স্বার্থে আপনারা কাজ করছেন, এটা খুব ভালো কাজ। আমার মনে হয় এই ধরনের কাজে আমরা সকলে সম্মিলিতভাবে যদি থাকতে পারি, তাহলে আমাদের উন্নতি হবেই, কেউ আটকাতে পারবে না। নমস্কার।
অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ স্যার। আপনি আজকে আমাদের মাঝে আছেন, প্রধান অতিথি বা স্পেশাল গেস্ট অফ অনার হিসেবে আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করতে পেরেছেন, আপনাদের পেয়েছি আমরা, এটা বিরাট বড় সৌভাগ্য। আমি গৌরহরি খাড়া স্যারের কাছেও কৃতজ্ঞ। এবার আমি বেশি সময় না নিয়ে আই রিকোয়েস্ট এসকে নুরুল হক স্যার, আইএস রিটায়ার্ড চিফ অ্যাডভাইজার অফ জিটি স্টাডি সার্কেল, জিটি চ্যারিটেবল সোসাইটি, স্যারের ব্যাপারে অ্যান্ড স্পেশালি এক্স চেয়ারম্যান অফ দি পাবলিক সার্ভিস কমিশন, স্যারের ব্যাপারে হয়তো আপনাদের মধ্যে কিছু মানুষ জানেন, অনেকেই জানেন না। স্যার ইজ ওয়ান অফ দি ফাইনেস্ট সিভিল সার্ভেন্টস অফ দিস কান্ট্রি, অফ দিস স্টেট। এবং স্যারের একটা বিরাট বড় কোয়ালিটি হলো হি ইজ টু অনেস্ট, and that is why he is not too tasty. So often, honesty is not tasty and healthy. So, that is why a lot of people do not like him and a lot of people like him. And I am one of them. And Sir has done unimaginable contributions for the people of Bengal. যখন উনি ছিলেন তখন অনেক কিছু প্রকল্প বা পলিসিস বা স্কিমস বেঙ্গলে নিয়ে এসছেন, তার মধ্যে রিজার্ভেশন অফ সাম ইম্পর্টেন্ট পিপল, ওবিসিস, বিশেষ করে ওবিসি স্ট্যাটাস যে উনি দিয়েছেন মুসলিম কমিউনিটিকে, হিউজ transformation for the community in Bengal. এবং রিটায়ারমেন্টের পরেও স্যার আরাম করছেন না। কত প্রায় 52টা স্কুল, 52 স্কুলস উনি নিজে লিডারশিপ দিয়ে সেগুলোকে নার্চার করছেন অ্যাক্রস বেঙ্গল। শুধু তাই নয়, কত হাজার হাজার স্টুডেন্টদের স্কলারশিপ দেওয়া, পড়ানো, মানে পড়াশোনা করছে স্টুডেন্ট কিন্তু দায়িত্বটা স্যার নিজের ঘাড়ে নিয়ে সার্ভিস দিয়ে চলেছেন। আর সব থেকে বড় কোয়ালিটি, এত বড় অফিসার হওয়ার পরেও উনি কিন্তু অফিসে কোনো এয়ার কন্ডিশন নেই এবং অফিসে বিশাল কোনো হাই ফাই ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচার নেই, এবং যে চেয়ারে উনি বসেন আপনি ভাবতে পারবেন না যে একজন সিভিল সার্ভেন্ট একজন সিম্পল বিনা এসি, বিনা কোনো লাক্সারি, বিনা কোনো এতে সিম্পল ভাবে থাকেন। আমি নিজেও করতে পারি না, যদি শেখার চেষ্টা করি বাট সেটা হয়ে ওঠে না। আমি স্যারকে আজকে আমরা পেয়েছি। আই উইল রিকোয়েস্ট স্যার টু কাইন্ডলি ডেলিভার দি স্পেশাল অ্যাড্রেস।
Respected guests on online and on the dais, ladies and gentlemen interested in education. At the outset, I should mention that I started with a career in education and ended also with education. I started as a lecturer, as an assistant professor in Nagpur College for 2 years, long back in 1977 to 79. And before retirement from service, 2015, before that, I started myself to be associated with education, schools and coaching institutes. So I think I shall speak based on my experience in the field. Today's theme is very relevant because during the couple of years back, during these last pandemic situations, the people have realized that the world is gradually shrinking into a global village because of IT revolution or digital revolution. Many countries many countries in the world have been passing through an important revolution called the knowledge revolution. India is an active partner in that revolution, and people have understood that it has revolutionized many fields, many sectors, including the formal and informal sector. I would mean informal sector, particularly in education. So even those who cannot attend schools and colleges are learning a lot through the process of knowledge revolution. We know knowledge is power. Knowledge is the best weapon of offense and defense against destruction. Knowledge, when shared with others, gets amplified and perfected. The digital revolution has accelerated the knowledge revolution. So while coming to the topics of the today's seminar, the first part I would mention about the upgradation of educational standard. From my own experience, I can mention that there are several boards operating in West Bengal. One is CBSE, ICSE, West Bengal Board of Education, Madrasa Education Board. The syllabi and curriculum of CBSE and West Bengal Board at the HS level, higher secondary level 11, 12, are almost same. There is no difference, but there is major difference while we think of the books followed and the question pattern set in the examinations of West Bengal Board and CBSE Board. And the CBSE Board's syllabus and question pattern are followed by all India examinations like JEE Main, JEE Advanced, NEET, even civil service examination, which I had cracked long back in 1982. They also follow NCERT books mainly. Now they are following NCERT books, and in NEET it is almost more than 50% cases, NCERT books are followed. In biology, 100% questions are set quoting the lines of NCERT books. In chemistry, 50% questions are set from NCERT books. But those NCERT books are not at all read, not at all followed in West Bengal board, whether it is Bengali medium or English medium. So as a result, the students of West Bengal board are facing uneven competition in those examinations, all India level examinations. So that gap needs to be bridged by the policymakers, because every one of us will think of the all India level, then the global level. So West Bengal education system should try to achieve initially the all India level, because all India level boards, they follow international level curriculum, etc. So that gap needs to be reduced. At the same time, we find in India, we have very reputed institutions like IITs, IIMs, then ISAR, Indian Institute of Science, even several universities and colleges, very high standard, world-class standard, medical colleges, very world-class standards. And their standards are at par with the reputed institutions like Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, etc. So the need of the hour is to replicate these institutes, IITs, IIMs, and top grade medical colleges, and also degree colleges and universities that should be replicated, so that the students of mediocre background from rural areas get the access to these top grade institutes. Then India can jump to a higher level very easily. Then coming to the another aspect, that is decision making and selection of career selection. There we lag behind, because every week, almost several days a week, I come across students of 11, 12, even lower classes, and students of NEET coaching. I interact with them frequently. Every week I interact with many students in this category. And at the end of discussion, I try to understand whether they have at all selected any profession or any career for the future. To my surprise, and you will be surprised that in 9 and 10, they think of only science, arts, and commerce, that's all. But at 11, 12, which is a critical stage, 9, 10 is okay. You select any of the 3 streams. But in 11, 12 standard, HS level, there are many options available. Not only NEET, engineering, and general science, but there is journalism, then legal profession. There are many professions are coming up these days. Every year, new professions are coming up for the students, but they are not aware of the prospects of those professions. So as a result, in 11, I have noticed that even in class 12 level, many students cannot clearly mention their ambitions. What do they want to be? Except very few who want to be doctors or engineers. But the others, they have no far-reaching ambition. So that is very surprising. So our academic system, our educational system suffer from this deficiency. That means there should be an inbuilt system for motivation and career counseling. The students should first of all identify his or their strength, their core competence, and also they should select certain areas, certain professions, and they should be made aware of the future prospects of those professions, so that they can correctly decide, select the options available to them. So that is almost lacking in our education system. Only the students from affluent families, from the enlightened families, they are they quickly and very easily select their professions and the career options. But the vast majority of our students, especially at the HS level, they have this kind of deficiency. So the education system should actually rectify this. In every school and colleges, there should be a system so that students are given the choice. They are made aware of the all the professions, all the prospects, and they can correctly select their profession. This is possible if the online system is actively involved in all schools. It is possible for the government education department. It is not possible for individual department. For example, a few days back, I was invited by the Gokhale Memorial Girls College online to speak to the students on the civil service as career options. It was very easy. From my office, I could address them for 1.5 hours, and they were also quite happy. So similarly, education department should talk to the industrial houses, to the business houses, then government departments, important government departments, even social organizations, many NGOs, very reputed NGOs, those can be conducted by the government education department, because they, if the education department approach these houses, they will readily agree to give online lectures, etc. And that can be made available to all the schools in all the schools and colleges in West Bengal, say for a limited period, for 1 hour or 2 hours for each speaker, and that may be repeated after 1 week or so, weekly once or monthly once. That program can be organized. So that kind of initiative should be taken up by the education department. Then only it will be possible for all the school children and the college students to have an idea of the careers available and the professions which are best suited to them, keeping in mind their flair for a particular subject, their say attitude, etc. And also the future prospects of the professions. They can easily select, say within a year or so, which avenues of service or employment they would select. So that is in the decision making process, we are lagging behind, especially in the rural areas. And then talking about the hybrid mode of teaching learning process, the evolution of the teaching learning process during the pandemic situation benefited many students who could adopt IT facilities properly. I have come across a few students, my own students, those who availed of only the online system after HS, after passing out HS, and they could make the best use of online teaching process, Physics Wala and other organizations, and they could fetch very good marks better than the brilliant students studying in schools and in coaching institutes, studying in coaching institutes. So if this hybrid mode can be utilized properly, I think students in schools and colleges, they will gain a lot of benefit. So every school and college should be equipped with appropriate classroom so that occasionally the online mode of teaching learning process can be inducted, and that can be made available to the students. And the last of all, I would mention that the process of e-learning, if at the national level, especially all India level, it can be inducted. We know that many private universities and important private colleges, mainly government, in government sector, that is very few. Many private universities, they have tie-up with reputed universities of the West or of the world. And the students of those universities, the private universities and colleges, are benefited a lot because of this hybrid mode. So that e-learning process should be extended to government schools and colleges as well, because the vast majority, maybe I think 80% or so, are under the umbrella of government academic institutions. A small percentage can afford to have education in good private institutions. So keeping in mind the situation of the vast majority, especially in the rural areas. So if the schools and colleges, etc., can adopt the e-learning process through the government, and they can interact with students of other countries, especially of the West, and they can also exchange reading materials with them. They can exchange reading materials of their own with the students of other countries, and also vice versa. So the process of e-learning should be adopted, should be made inbuilt in all the academic institutions of India. And that is possible if government at the national level and the state level take up appropriate initiative in this regard. With these few words, I thank all of you for listening to my short speech with patience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for addressing the gathering. I'll quickly go to our next speaker and our also mentor and advisor. I'm so lucky that we have three important mentors of the Policy Times that we are doing. I'll request Gaurhari Khana sir, who has been an instrumental person since the beginning. I think since it's been more than a couple of years, Gaur sir has been helping us, supporting us, guiding us, mentoring us in all possible way, especially when it comes to, I also welcome Mr. Rai Chaudhary, Meghdud Rai Chaudhary. Wonderful to have you. Kindly, Joel, can you please arrange a place for sir? So it's wonderful to have him from Techno India, one of the leading entrepreneurs and a dynamic change maker of Bengal. I'll quickly go to Gaurhari Khana sir, has been a very important figure in public service of the state. Again, I was talking about honesty, a person who never rests actually in his life. I can speak for 20 minutes and more to praise him, but I'll request him to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you, honorable guests, Sheikh Nurul sir, and Partho sir has already gone, and others, and other audience, all are welcome, and those who are online, they are also welcome to my lecture. I am very fortunate to switch over my profession from administration to education. For last 10 years, I was associated with the training of school education department of Government of West Bengal at Administrative Training Institute. So it is my pleasure to look into the grassroots level of education. The topic of this session is making learners locally competent, skilled, and future ready. Very good topic. But we have to first point out what are the problems of our education in different states, not only in education in West Bengal, but also in other states of India. Day by day, I have keenly observed through visit to grassroots level of education, schools, etc., that quality of education is deteriorating day by day. Even whenever I have visited one school, one student of class 7 could not write his name in English correctly. So the condition of those schools are very in precarious condition, and some of these schools have gone to zero enrollment. It's our unfortune, because why these schools are going for zero enrollment? Definitely, we prefer the schools where the results are good, when the students are made human, but the zero enrollment school are alarming position in our state and other states also. I am proud to visit most of the ATIs of India to train the trainers. So I have learned from them. The most of the states are suffering from those problems. So how we can recover? First, we have to recover locally, then globally. If we cannot recover locally, we cannot go for globally. So I should first point out what are the problems and try to give some points on solutions. So I am first pointing out that most of the schools are suffering from the dropouts. Why? Because the quality of education not is at all good. If the quality of education is not improved, how we can proceed? The quality of learning and teaching depends on the quality of teachers. Who are the teachers? I have already interacted with so many teachers in West Bengal, both in government schools and government sponsored schools. I have learned what are the factors. The factors, these teachers should be inspiring. If he has to inspire the students, he must be inspired himself first. But I have seen some lack of inspiration within the teachers. So they should motivate the students. Why they are dropping out? Because the classroom situation is not up to expectation. So they should have collaboration. They should have coordination, and teachers should be skilled, and their attitude must be positive, and they should have empathy on the students and patience for teaching and learning. Classroom learning is not the sufficient. So we have to go beyond the classroom. Is it possible? We finish the classes and there is no relation with the students. During the pandemic situation, we are some of these teachers are interested in online teaching, but in the village areas, in the rural areas, it's very poor result because there is a lack of infrastructure and financial inability of the guardians to provide mobile. Even if the mobiles are provided to the students, the mobiles are used otherwise, but learning is not transferred up to the mark. So how we can solve this? The teachers, I know the teachers are the most, the profession of teachers is not at all profession. They should be committed to the nation because they are building the nations. Today, what we shall do today, it would be reflected in the future. So teachers should be should think that they are not in profession. They are in devotion. But it is unfortunate that some of the teachers are not like that. To change the situation, what we have to do to change the situation, the teachers should change themselves. If they are not able to change themselves, the situation will not be improved. My words are very hard, but it is true. And we have to proceed with the truth. আজকে যদি আমরা এই জন্যই আমরা সেই রবীন্দ্রনাথের বাংলা কথাটা আমরা বলি, সেই সত্য যে কঠিন, কঠিনেরে ভালোবাসিলাম. The truth is that we are not working up to the mark. So those who are not working up to the mark, they should change themselves first. Otherwise, the society will not improve at all. So they should have creative traits. Teachers should have creative traits. What is creation? What is innovation? In teaching, we have to examine and re-examine how we can go to the students. The teachers are now facilitators. The old system has been changed. Education is a dynamic system. Every day it is changing. According to situation, we have to change ourselves. We can go to the Vedic era also, where the students were taught by their teachers practically. There was no books. They learn from the activities. And in your Right to Education Act, it has been emphasized that the teaching should be in activities model. But in our situation, activities-based learning is not taking place in most of the schools. I know it. I've taken the data. When I was in practical situation, I have taken data and I have preserved it. So I can boldly tell that the activities-based learning are not taking place in most of the classes, in most of the schools. In private schools, the teachers are they are also inspired to do that. I have taken lessons from the private schools also, how they were teaching. They are different because they are inspired to take the class on activities-based learning. Activities-based learning, that is like the Vedic era. They have to teach through activities. If it is taught through activities, the learning would be joyful. If the learning is not joyful, no student will be interested in their own lessons. So I think the authority should be interested in training also through activities-based learning. Yes, I tried for the same. Whenever I was in chair, I tried for the same, but we could not get competent trainer at that time. So we have to develop the trainers for the activities-based learning first. And thereafter, we should teach all the students, all the teachers for learning through activities. It is essential. It is incorporated in the act, but it is not implemented. So we are now thinking that the learning could be joyful if we accept the process of activities-based learning. And I think the making learners locally competent, we first prepare ourselves for local learning, and thereafter we shall compete for globally. Thank you. It's my honor to deliver such lecture in presence of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I'll quickly go to, before we break for the tea, I'll quickly go to our final speaker of the first session. Actually, we want to, this is not about that you are the listeners and here are some speakers. It's about making it interactive. We all are the contributors. So this is the inaugural session. After this, we are going to make all sessions extremely interactive. So in fact, our most dynamic anchor and chairman of the next two shows going to be Professor Ujjwal K. Chaudhary, who himself is a leading educator of the country. So he will moderate. So we'll take questions from you and then we will interact. The objective here is not about that you are going to sit here for the whole day. Objective is when we go out of this room, we will have some concrete roadmap of how we are going to implement those roadmaps in our schools, in our area locality, and in our state and in our country. And we have some dynamic education entrepreneurs here. In fact, 3-4 speakers in the next session are going to be the entrepreneurs. So we will listen to them. And then another entrepreneur is going to be the moderator of the session. So I'll request another business coach and management guru, Dr. Shishadev Naik. After this, we will go for break. We'll have a small 5-minute tea break and then we'll come back. Professor of School of Management at O.P. Jindal University, Raigad. O.P. Jindal is one of the leading institutions of this country providing education. So sir, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I thank Policy Times for this privilege given to me to address you all. Now, I'm not going to take a lot of time in explaining, kind of the various gamuts of aspects of academics, teaching, education, and all. What I'm going to do is, I'll tell you the relevance of today's conference, that is, making learners globally competent, skilled, and future ready. They are very good terms to listen to and to talk about. But there are many challenges for all of us to rise to the occasion and deliver it. And as academicians, as head of institutions, as education entrepreneurs, it is our collective responsibility to ensure and deliver the same. Is it going to be easy? Absolutely not. It is going to be difficult. But the real glory comes when you do something which is difficult rather than doing something which is easy. I hope you all agree with me. Okay, let me start. I mean, when I talk to my colleagues in different institutions and all, most of them say the quality of the students today are not as it was 20 years back or 50 years back. The commitment is lacking and so on and so forth, right? To them, I would say a sloka from Sanskrit, and which says, Amantram aksharam nasti, nasti mula manoshadham, ayogya puruso nasti, yojakas tatra durlabha. दुनिया में कोई भी अक्षर नहीं है जो मंत्र नहीं बन सकता. दुनिया में कोई भी वनस्पति नहीं है, कोई भी पौधा नहीं है जिसका कोई मेडिसिनल प्रॉपर्टीज नहीं है. दुनिया में कोई भी व्यक्ति अयोग्य नहीं है. योगकस तत्र दुर्लभन. उन अक्षर को लेके जो मंत्र बना सके, उन वनस्पतियों को लेके जो औषधि बना सके, उन पुरुषों को लेके जो एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बना सके,
उन लोगों का स्कैर्सिटी है दुनिया में, दुर्लभ है, और हम सब वो कार्य कर रहे हैं. Right? So a round of applause to all of you for doing this great job of connecting everything and making a difference in the life, please. I come from a place, though Akram sir told that OP Jindal University is a great university and all, I'm going to tell you why it has become great. We come from a place which is dominated by tribal people. Raigad is a backward district of the most backward state called Chhattisgarh. Okay? Now, anybody with a sense of mind would not establish a university there. Right? But like many of the recipients of the awards and say, the most difficult part where education was not reaching, they provided a platform for the students of those community to learn. And that's exactly what we did. Our university is situated at a place which is 22 kilometers away from the district headquarters, that is Raigad, which is absolutely in the heartland of the tribals. And I come from a place where the expectancy, life expectancy is the lowest in India. If you have searched Google, you will know that the life expectancy of a male in Chhattisgarh is just 52 years. So you can imagine what is the kind of level of the education. And we established a university over there to make world-class education available to them at a price that they can afford. And OP Jindal, one of the foremost industrialists of India, he said that it is my duty to give them back something, to give something back to the society. So they taken around 34 acre of land, constructed beautiful world-class campus. In fact, in the last UGC Swachh Bharat campus competition, 896 universities participated, and our university stood 6th all India in terms of a green campus. Unlike many of the other institutions which are 100-year, 50-year, 30-year old, we are just 6-year-old. The university came into being in 2015. And what we have done in this 6 years is really praiseworthy. Now, how we are going to contribute to make these locally competent, skilled, and future-ready students? Skill report, Skill report 2022, that is the latest one. It says only 48.7% of the total youth in India is employable. That is 1 out of every 2. Okay. 75% of all the company survey reported a skill gap in the industry. And that skill gap, unfortunately, is increasing rather than decreasing. That is because the industry's requirements are changing. And the pace at which the industry's requirements are changing, our education system has failed to deliver that. For example, today, industry talks about data science, industry talks about business analytics, industry talks about artificial intelligence, industry talks about machine learning, industry talks about all these stuff. Honestly, tell me, how many of us have upgraded ourselves, are competent enough to deliver on those issues? What happens? There is a very simple principle in marketing, and that is, if you give something which is needed by the other party, you don't have to sell it. They are going to come and buy your product. But if you are making something which is not needed, people are not going to buy it, and you have to hard sell it. Today's education system, the myriads of engineering institutions and so on and so forth, they are producing students who are not employable. Now, is our duty just to award a degree to a student who has enrolled with us? Or it is our duty to ensure that during the tenure of that student in our place, we ensure overall all-round growth of the student, ensure that the student gets a platform where he has a career in future, He gets the livelihood, not only for himself, but for many others, for the society. Right? And then he goes and spreads this message across so that he can impact the lives of many other people positively. I belong to that fraternity of the faculty who do not think of today. See, there are two kinds of faculty. I completely agree with what Gaurhari sir said. One faculty says that today I am going to cover this portion of the syllabus, and he goes and delivers without realizing majority of the class has failed to understand what he taught. And there is another category of faculties like me who never say I'm going to complete this much of syllabus. I go to a class with an attitude, with a thinking, today my students are going to learn this much. Is there a difference between the two? Is there a difference between the two? Of course there. Right? When you go to the classroom with an approach that today my students are going to learn, you will ensure that all the students in the class really learn that subject. Okay? And there are various ways of learning, as sir said. Right? We at OPJU, okay, this is the skill gap that I was talking about. If you see, the skill gap is increasing. And it is all our collective responsibility to ensure that we bridge that gap. If we can do that, 100% of our students are going to be pleased. Next, please. Now, there are two reasons. Number one is the mushrooming of institutions. Right? Money from politics, ill-gotten money, and so much money flew into academics, thinking, because politics is a short lifespan, isn't it? 5 years you are the minister or a MP or something, and then you don't know what is going to happen. So whatever you can do, right, collect everything and set up an education system so that it is going to feed you for the rest of your life. That is the thinking of majority of our education system, right? As a result, what happened? The number of institutions grew drastically. We produced number of students. In fact, the number of students, engineering students, BTech students, we were producing 4.75 lakhs in 2007, and today we are producing around 15 lakhs, right? And majority of them are not employable, right? Because of whatever reason. Next, gap number 2, one more slide, please. Yeah, is mindless expansion of the education system is one, and second is lack of investment into quality faculty, quality infrastructure, right? And basically trying to deliver or incorporate into curriculum what is needed by the industry. Now, how we took care of this? Majority of the engineering colleges, they talk about hard skills, technical skills, right? But we fail to understand that soft skills are equally important, correct? And not much of us deliver on soft skills. When we talk about the overall growth of a student, right? You need to provide them not only with the hard skills, but also soft skills. Also, you teach them about ethics, right? You teach them about human values, because we are trying to create a whole human being, not just a technocrat, not just an engineer, not just a manager, right? But a leader who can lead the organization, who can lead the community, who can lead the country, and who can lead the world. So in order to do that, we need to do certain things. So what we have done, next please. Yeah, go next. Yeah, here. There are 3 skills I talked about here. Foundation skills, bridging skills, and skills to deliver in today's corporate world. In the foundation skills, we have academics, subject matter expertise, clarity on career choice. Like Gaurhari sir, Hawk sir said, that not many people are aware of what they want to do in life, even when they are at 11th and 12th, right? Now, it is our duty as academicians to do a 360-degree analysis of the student to find out what the student is good at. and then inspiring him to take a career direction in that particular area, where it is like, it is futile for us to ask a fish to climb a tree, isn't it? I mean, let the fish swim in the water. So try to find out what the student is built for, or has the ability, aptitude for, and then guide him to pursue a career in that area. And today we have got plenty of opportunities, right? As one of my earlier panelists said, there were 3 options earlier, that is engineering or medicine or humanities. Today you have got plenty of career. You can pursue a career in sportsmanship. You can pursue a career in media, journalism, photography, hotel management, English language, any other foreign languages and all. I mean, virtually the scope is endless, plenty of them. Okay. So what would the second one is bridging skills. In addition to the hard skills, which is there in the curriculum and it must be taught, we also need to focus on communication skills, time and expectations management skills, ethics and values. Equally important, business etiquettes. Okay. And skills to deliver to today's corporate, cultural awareness, professional skills, networking and collaboration. How do we achieve this? Go to the next. Right. How do we achieve this is, yeah, please click on. Right. Our brand mantra is learning by doing. It is something like this. If you want a student to be a good photographer, there are 3 ways of approaching this problem. Approach number 1 is a teacher comes to the class, draw a picture of the camera on the board and say, this is called a camera, this is a lens, this is where light falls in, and you get a print of that photograph over there. That is the theoretical concept. Next one is tier 2, where you give a demonstration. You come to the classroom with a camera, ask the student to see the different parts of the camera, right? The trainer clicks a photograph of the class and show them that this is what it is. And the third one is give the students a camera and say, go and click whatever pictures you want for the next 1 hour and come back to the class. Which you think is the best way of making the student learn photography? Obviously the third one, right? That is what our brand mantra is, learning by doing. So whatever you are teaching, ask the students to do it. I'm very glad that the National Education Policy 2020 addresses this issue. They said, the age of information gathering is gone. Till now, the lecturing method, what was happening was the student used to gather the knowledge, gather the information, and our evaluation system would test whether the student knows this or not. And then we say, okay, you pass with 70%, you pass with 80%, but that knowledge is of no use. Unless the student is able to right? So whatever the student has learned, if he is not able to do it in real life, there's no value of education. Get it? How do we ensure that? Absolutely world-class labs. That is for tier 2, tier 1 is the same conceptual clarity, teaching of the basic concept in the classroom. Immediately after that, the students are taken to the labs where there is a lab assistant, there is a demonstrator who demonstrates this is what it is. And then they go and do real life work in our associated corporates. There are many advantages of being a corporate university. And that is, like the place where we are, though it is, one of the backward areas, tribal areas, but we are surrounded by 200 industries, right? And we have got plenty of opportunities for our students to go and learn by actually working in the industry. Okay, and we also have tie-ups with corporates where the students go in for a long-term internship, an internship spanning 6 months to 1 year, right? They don't have to come to the college. We have designed our curriculum in such a way that their progress at the workplace is going to be judged and converted into credits, and it is going to go to their marks. So they need not worry about that. So from a 4-year course, 3 years they study at the college, 4th year, the entire year they go there to the institutions. And 70% of them get a placement in the same organization if they are good enough. Got it? As a result, more than 82% of our students are placed at the end of every year. Got it? So my point is, wherever you are, whatever you are doing, right, you can bring about a change right? Provided you have that commitment, not only to yourself, but also to others, that this is what I am going to do. And we all need to take that pledge, take that commitment. It is like this. And the best way to test whether a teacher is a true teacher or not is that if I was told today that tomorrow onwards I am not going to be paid for my services, do I still go to the college tomorrow, or I don't go to the college tomorrow? If I do go to the college, fully knowing that I am not going to be paid for what I am doing, then I am going there because I want to go there, not because I have to go there. Right? And that should be the spirit of a true teacher. Right? And if we can, all of us can inculcate that spirit, then, my dear friends, we can change the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Please, in our next session, please be here because we'll continue hearing you because we got a little late and it's really very tough without tea. So we thought we'll go for a small tea break, not like a typical break of 10, 15. It's like just let us grab a cup of tea or coffee and then cookies and come back, or maybe we can finish it and come back. I'll request Mr. Roy Chaudhary and Mr. Atul sir also to kindly come on stage because we'll have tea here. And I'll request Gaur sir and Hawk sir to kindly join us in tea. And then we will we'll sit inside only. We'll have tea here on this. We'll not go outside. So after almost 2 years, this was our first physical event. So it was a little tough in terms of managing everything. So I really apologize for any of the, mishappenings or some shortcomings. Thank you so much for coming. My pleasure. That's what I read. Thank you so much. I'll just get some tea. No, I'll get. There, 2 weeks back. Very nice. I suggested online university. Just the register policy. ওটা কেন different? I would like to discuss with you. আপনি অ্যানালাইসিস করতে পারুন সেটা আমাদের ওয়েবসাইট আমি তখন বললাম যে না আমি ব্লাইন্ড টু মুভ ফেসবুক পাল্টাবেন বলতো না একটু আসতে হবে এনিওয়ে টু কাট ইট শর্ট I didn't want to take up administrative solution. So this বলেছি এখানে এগুলো নিতে চাইনি যে একটা হচ্ছে administration you have to be strict with people along. So I was very confused with that. And then I wanted to keep coming to India. Introduced to another entrepreneur. He is from Maharashtra. Rashid Mukta. From Techno India. The same entrepreneur level actually. So he is from the Techno India group. He is also an entrepreneur. They are the University of Techno India. It's the first private university in the state. Normally we do programs in Delhi, but this was our first program in Kolkata. So I will request every one of you, please come forward, because don't sit at the back, because the sessions from here that we are going to do, they are going to be highly interactive. If you really want to benefit from the discussion, then only sit. Just for the sake of sitting, don't. There is a criteria. If you go to America, you never find American events full of people. American events, you will find always handful of people, because the success of the event is not about how many number of people we have. If there are 10 educators and all 10 are on the subject, going to learn things and take it to them to the next level, is much more successful than actually a full hall of people without or not relevant to the subject. So what we are going to do, actually, we are going to do a complete exercise about how we can achieve what we want to achieve. Post-pandemic education is going through or will go through humongous transformation, which is beyond our imagination. There are a lot of things, when we can't see things, things are very scary. So the situation that is going to come is actually scary. See, this is something we did today, we have never done before. A governor addressing online and all of us sitting here watching them. So this phygital mode, physical plus digital, which the Professor Chaudhary has often, he used to say that. We have been talking it since 300 plus webinars since last 2 years. Today was the first witness of that. And Professor Roy Chaudhary might have experienced this many times. And I'm really thankful. I'll introduce our speakers. In fact, I'll hand over to Professor Chaudhary quickly. I'm really honored that Mr. Meghdud Roy Chaudhary has accepted our invitation, and he has actually come us physically. I was thinking, is it a dream or it's a reality? So I think many of you know he's the Executive Director and Chief Innovation Officer of Techno India Group, the most important person in the organization now. We have another entrepreneur, Mr. Rashid Arshad Mukhtar, who is the Secretary of GEMS and also Executive Director of Mantech, one of the and Consulting Director of Shefa Infrastructure, one of the most humble but hardworking entrepreneur that I have seen in my lifetime. He has been taking forward of the legacy that Mr. Arshad Mukhtar Saab has taken and his father has taken. That legacy of a proud family has been going generations, and the way they are taking care of the social work and humanitarian work that the family has taken is wonderful. I think online I am also connected with Dr. Shaidur Rahman, who again coming from a very humble family. If Dr. Rahman is here, I'll request him to kindly come on camera. Dr. Shaidur Rahman is principal scientist at Johnson & Johnson, also founder of Crescent Academy. Mr. Rahman has a very successful and humble journey, also coming from a very small family village from Murshidabad. Today, he's one of the leading scientists of America. And I have also my always well-wisher, Mr. Atul Singh, the Vice President of CSR Imami Group. Sir is always standing by our side whenever we invite him, whenever we request him to share his opinion, his experience, his views. Mr. Kaji Habib, I will also request him if he is here. So it is, yeah, I will. And Professor Ujjwal K. Chaudhary. Professor Ujjwal K. Chaudhary is one of our instrumental mentors of what Policy Times is doing since the beginning. And I cannot thank him enough. And I'm so lucky that he is here physically. So today I will just hand over my mic to him and he will lead the entire session till the end of today's programs. I will, so by the time people are coming, I'm not handing over the mic. So may I request all, please come and be seated. We will make this program absolutely interactive. It is not going to be just a solo speech now. Yeah, so that is why I'm just taking a little time. Alamin, can you please request our guests to come inside? Acha, can you give 2 mics to the audience, please? Yeah, please give 2 mics to the audience, and this one mic to the stage and 1 mic to the auditorium. Please be there. 1 mic on the stage. All of you are education leaders. You are leading your own institution. You don't need lectures. You give lectures day in and day out. We don't here to listen to lectures. Let us build some concrete roadmaps, which we will implement together. From here, we will learn from each other. We will build a synergy between us, and we will implement in our education institution, in our neighborhood. And Professor Chaudhary will lead the discussion. Yeah, mic working. I'll hand over the mic formally to Professor Chaudhary to kindly take the session forward. I hope everyone is inside. Or can I request the volunteers to ask everyone inside so that no people are not disturbed while they're talking. I'm hearing a Bangla बोलने सुविधा बेशी या हिंदी में बात करूं or should I speak in English? No, mother tongue, but that may not be for everyone here. हमारे यहाँ महाराष्ट्र से भी आए हुए हैं तो उनके लिए तो बांग्ला सुविधा नहीं होगी तो हम लोग चलो कोई बात नहीं हिंदी अंग्रेजी और बांग्ला तीनों को मिक्स करेंगे जिसको जिसमें सुविधा है वो बात करें उसमें कोई इशू नहीं है that's the beauty of India. By the way, if you go all over Europe you will find very smart people but can speak only one language because that's what their country has taught them. But in our country we are trilingual minimum. I mean, I'm fortunate I can speak 6 languages. But usually, at least the child in this country in school has started following 3 languages. That's one of the strengths of this country, no doubt. Having said that, it's significant to be strong in your mother tongue, in our mother tongue as well. I mean, সবসময় মনে করি যে মাতৃভাষাই মাতৃবৃত্ত কিন্তু তার মানে এই নয় যে আমি ইংরেজি শিখবো না I would okay, people can have a different opinion about English medium schools or not. English medium may be a point of discussion. But learning English from childhood is important. Important because it's international. And also, it's good to learn a second language, second Indian language. Now, by the way, English is also Indian language, but another language that can be Hindi, in UP it can be Urdu, in Maharashtra it can be Marathi, but it can be different languages. But trilingual is important. That's my basic point at the start. I'm happy to be here. I didn't expect today to be here. I'm based out of Dhaka. I'm an Indian. But I'm based out of Dhaka working with the leading university there, that's Daffodil International University. But that's not. So, okay. I would expect that, sorry, I was not willing to, was not hoping to be here, but fortunately in this occasion, I'm there with you and I've been listening to the first spate of speakers. I was there for the inaugural talk also, but I couldn't come in time. So this round, this session and the next session, I shall be moderating with a bevy of scholars, entrepreneurs, and practitioners of education. This session में बोला गया है building a global campus of learning, teaching, and research. So by the very title itself, this focuses on higher education. आप जब global campus की बात कर रहे हो ज़्यादातर, I mean that can be school education also, किंतु global campus, learning, teaching, and research. This is the point. One of the things asked was global. At the whole theme is making learners globally competent. And ये पहले session में बहुत अच्छी तरह बताया गया कि locally अगर competent नहीं हुआ तो globally competent नहीं हो सकते, which is very right. Which is very right. And locally competence में local skill set, local language, local culture ये जानना जरूरी है. उसके बाद आप उसके साथ और चीजें दे सकते हैं. एक जमाना था जब knowledge का premium था. It was knowledge which was at premium. आप कितना जानते हैं इस पे focus था. इसलिए degree पे importance था. उसके बाद अब जमाना आया है हुनर पे focus है, skills पे focus है, knowledge नहीं. क्योंकि knowledge ये मशीन बहुत जल्दी दे. आप जो भी जानते हैं बोलेंगे, चाहे वो विज्ञान का विषय हो, समाज विज्ञान का विषय हो, इवन धार्मिक विषय हो, वो भी गूगल बता देगा. इसलिए जानना बड़ी बात नहीं है, हम क्या कर सकते हैं वो बड़ी बात है. सो कर सकते हैं उसको कनेक्टेड है हुनर के साथ, स्किल्स के साथ. और स्किल केवल हार्ड स्किल नहीं, स्किल सॉफ्ट स्किल्स भी है, स्किल लाइफ स्किल्स भी है. ये पहले वाले सेशन में भी थोड़ी बातें हुई है इस पे. और अब जो समय आ रहा है, मेरे पास नॉलेज है, मेरे पास हुनर है, लेकिन मेरे पास एटीट्यूड नहीं है, राइट एटीट्यूड नहीं है, तो भी हम आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे. ये एक नया थॉट आ रहा है कि अब एटीट्यूड होना भी जरूरी है. इट्स नॉट अबाउट जस्ट स्किल्स, इट्स नॉट जस्ट अबाउट नॉलेज. तो ये मैं शुरू में कहते हुए हमारे स्पीकर्स को बुलाने के पहले मैं कहना चाहूंगा, एक
एक बात 2020 नवंबर में I would request everyone to please settle down and not use the auditorium for tea and coffee. That's very bad manners. Please do not use, the university will not allow you, I am sure for that. No university allows food materials inside an auditorium, whether it's a public university or a private university. And people should understand this. People here are matured, elderly people. Okay, coming back. So 2020 नवंबर में यूनेस्को ने एक स्टडी किया था दुनिया भर का कि पैंडेमिक पीरियड में पढ़ाई कैसे हो रही है उसके ऊपर, और उसमें यूनेस्को ने बताया था भारत के लिए 54%, माइंड यू 54% of the Indian students, and number is 283 million, 28 crore 30 lakh, 283 million students, 54% did not have 1 ounce of education from March 2020. And this is shocking. I mean, that language, 1 ounce of education may be a little exaggeration, but fact is that they didn't have any education worth its name. तो बाकी जो 46% थे, वो 46% क्या, उनका different levels of education था. Different levels of education, जिसमें आप किसी के पास मोबाइल से पढ़ रहा है, किसी के पास लैपटॉप से पढ़ रहा है, किसी के पास वाईफाई है, किसी के पास मोबाइल का नेटवर्क से पढ़ रहा है, मतलब लेवल अलग अलग है, वो हम जानते हैं, हम लोग फेस किए हैं. So ये माहौल कैसा बना? और एक चीज आपको और भी बता दूं, आपको शायद याद होगा कि 2020 सितंबर तक भारत के 1045 विश्वविद्यालय में 850 विश्वविद्यालय ने एग्जाम नहीं लिया था. जो फाइनल एग्जाम था 2020 का, जो जून जुलाई में होना था, मैं मानता हूं पैंडेमिक है, लेकिन 850 के करीब विश्वविद्यालयों ने परीक्षा नहीं ली थी. और बहुत सारे करीबन 10-12 राज्यों के स्टूडेंट्स सुप्रीम कोर्ट पहुंच गए थे कि हम नौकरी कैसे अप्लाई करें, हमारे पास तो डिग्री नहीं है, हम एग्जाम नहीं दे पा रहे. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये वर्डिक्ट आप देख लीजिए, सितंबर 2020 का है, डेट मुझे नहीं मालूम, याद नहीं है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने वर्डिक्ट दिया था, अक्टूबर 31 के अंदर एग्जाम लेकर रिजल्ट नहीं देंगे, उन वाइस चांसलर्स को अरेस्ट किए जाएंगे. दिस वाज एन वर्डिक्ट फ्रॉम सुप्रीम कोर्ट. एंड आप जानते हैं, जैसे तैसे देश के सारे विश्वविद्यालय 1 महीने में एग्जाम लिया. कैसे संभव हुआ? यही काम अगर जून से तैयारी करते, मैं अब साथ में यह भी बोल रहा हूं कि 200 के करीब यूनिवर्सिटीज ने एग्जाम ले चुके थे जून जुलाई अगस्त में. सरकारी भी है उसमें, थोड़े ज्यादातर प्राइवेट है, लेकिन ले चुके थे. यानी ये कहने का, फैक्ट्स डोंट लाई. व्हाटएवर mollycoddling you can do with words, facts don't lie. The point is, when the world was facing crisis, when the nation was facing crisis, we did not take steps which are in the interest of the students. एग्जाम्स ऑनलाइन में होता नहीं है परीक्षा, उसके बाद आपने लिया है एग्जाम. अब उस माहौल में वो जरूरी था. सो इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में, मैं कॉन्टेक्स्ट को रख रहा हूं अभी, कि एक तरफ में आप एजुकेशन को एक नई जगह में आ गया है, जहां पे ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग होना जरूरी है, टेक्नोलॉजी आना जरूरी है. नायक साहब ने और हक साहब ने पहले सेशन में भी ये सब बातें बोले हैं, खारा साहब ने बोले हैं. सो ये सब आज न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी को इंटीग्रेट होना जरूरी है, ये हम मान चुके हैं. और मानना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, उसका प्रैक्टिस लाना जरूरी है. देश में ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग पॉलिसी की जरूरत है. आज देश में ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग, अच्छा है कि इस बार के बजट में डिजिटल यूनिवर्सिटी की बात कही गई है, बट ये पहले भी हो सकता था. बट केवल डिजिटल नहीं, फिजिकल भी होना जरूरी है. बिना फिजिकल आपका इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट एंड बॉन्डिंग एंड रिलेशनशिप नहीं होता. तो इस माहौल में हम किस तरह का एक ग्लोबल कैंपस बनाएंगे लर्निंग, टीचिंग और रिसर्च का. हम लोग तो लर्निंग, टीचिंग एंड रिसर्च का कैसे हम ग्लोबल कैंपस बनाएंगे. हम पहले हमारे अमेरिका से जो ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं उनको लेंगे, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं उनकी आधी रात से भी ज्यादा हो गया अभी, आप समझ रहे हैं. सो उनको हम पहले लेंगे. बहुत देर से वेट कर रहे हैं, 1 घंटा से ज्यादा लेट चल रहा है प्रोग्राम. डॉक्टर सईदुर रहमान है हमारे साथ, यूएस से जुड़ रहे हैं. और ये जॉनसन एंड जॉनसन आप जानते हो, बच्चों का जो बहुत बड़ा चिल्ड्रंस हेल्थ प्रोडक्ट्स के कंपनी है. जॉनसन एंड जॉनसन विजन के प्रिंसिपल साइंटिस्ट हैं, फाउंडर ऑफ क्रेसेंट एकेडमी. आई रियली सैल्यूट सईदुर साहब फॉर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन टू इंडियन एजुकेशन in your own way of founding an educational institute here, in spite of a successful career in US, not getting stuck to the career as an NRI only, also contributing to education in this country. So your हमारे बहुत सारे panelists हैं. I would request everyone to be very brief, less than 5 minutes each in the first round at least. So I request Dr. Saidur Rahman to give his point of view on how do you build a global campus of learning, teaching and research, school or otherwise, higher education, whatever. Over to you, Dr. Saidur Rahman.
Thank you. Thank you for a sweet introduction. Thank you, Policy Times, giving me this opportunity to share my thinking and my understanding here. I'm a principal scientist, as you said, in Johnson & Johnson. I'm working to develop a laser surgical device for correcting eye visions. Okay. So my talk will have two distinct parts. I want to give only two messages here, and I hope these two messages we can take and we can practice. If we can do that, it will be already good enough. So the first one, what we learned from pandemic, everyone focuses, everyone says on that. So when we have gone through all this difficulty, we all face, we exhaust professionally and personally. We lost our loved one. We witness a lot of changes in various spaces. So also we have seen the changes and learning in educations. I myself with a team in the ground in Murshidabad, in very remote place, we run 3 schools. We have total 600 students, okay? And the student that we have in our schools are, if they goes home, 90% of them, if they get 2 times food, they will be like a luxurious for them, okay? So we bring them to our school and keep in a residential school and provide the educations. Now you can think, if the school are completely locked or shut down, what will happen? Just to give you an example, this is a practical learning I'm giving you. It's not like theory that somebody running something and doing things. Since we have this school we faced, okay? So now, since I'm in America, immediately I saw that in America they started the remote class. But here is the luxury is every student get a computer from schools. And then as soon as they saw that it is a pandemic, government got the internet free to everyone. The bandwidth that you can imagine, the highest bandwidth, they make it free for everyone. The computer is available to every student. The student goes to certain time, they get the computer and started. So in our remote village, when the student don't have a food even, how can we run the remote class? They don't have a digital device even. So what we did actually, we put the phone, we create a WhatsApp group, So whoever had a phone, so they joined through the WhatsApp, and then in the blackboard in the school, they were teaching and broadcasting through the WhatsApp group, and they were learning. So, but this is happening on the school side. How about the other side who don't have the digital device? So what we did, we bring together the student who don't have the device and who has the device of the same class, that, hey, can you come a mile from your house in the morning and join with him, and we'll be teaching only for 2 hours and stay with him and learn these things. Okay, so this is, I know this is really, really a tremendous things we have gone through. Normally any pandemic lasts for 3 years, so I am sure that next year it will be hopefully completely gone. But what it teaches us, I'm now thinking I'll be collaborating all American schools, and maybe we can run the American school curriculum in our remote village schools. That is the whole my takeaway from this pandemic. So that is the message I want to give you, that yes, you can make a global platform now. The pandemic teach us, and my wife and many other team member here and the team member in India now thinking how we can, in America, so that is one part. And then the second part I want to focus how we can improve the education in India. So whenever I talk about education in India, I know that how I got learned there and how my kids are learning here. So I always differentiate them, and I start to understand that philosophy of teaching. So giving a little bit more, that India is full of young people. Just to give you a statistics, 600 millions, we have 600 millions are around below age of 22. Means we are pretty young. We are pretty young country. However, the World Bank report says that 50% of them get dropped in 10th grade. Okay. So now out of 600 million, you already cut off 300 million on the 10th grade. Okay. We always talk about higher education, higher study, but think about it. If you want to build a pyramid, if you do not build your base larger, how can you make the higher? There is no way that you can build a higher pyramid without the bigger base. So I always think, even from America, that how we can prevent that dropout, how we can bring that 300 and add into our base of our pyramid, so that we can build the bigger pyramid. And think about it, if we can bring them, our workforce, our everything, how it will be. Okay, now, third point. The reason of our dropout? The number one dropout reason is poverty. You'll be learning the second dropout issue, the method of teaching. The method of teaching is one of the problem in India for dropout. Can you imagine? Why? Because Indian educational system is like a memorization. There is no fun in learning. We cannot ignite children's ability or interest of learning. Okay. Now, why? So what is the difference? I try to see that why in a fast world country like America, 100% students are always learning. Is basically what our previous lecturer said. They start doing things at the very beginning. They knock every student at the elementary level, and they think what potential they have. Is he going to be an artist? Is he drawing good? Is his math is good? Is his leadership is good? That start at the level of elementary, like in the second, third, fourth grade. And then they have every month parent-teacher meetings. Every month, parent must go to listen to teacher what his kids' abilities are. So, and it's clearly you get a written paper from them that your student is very good in social science. Your student is very good in language. Your student is very good in art. Your student is very good. So you are giving that interest from the day one when they start to step in. They're not like a diluted until the college level, what I want to do. That's done basically. That's at the time when you're thinking that in the college level I'm going to do, it's already done. So here, the education are really, really fun and friendly. The environment are really, really open. Here, each student call the teacher with their name. they'll say, Mr. Rahman, can I talk to you? So what happened in this way, it's open up a friendly environment so they can ask things in the class. The other point is they never give a homework to take it to home. They come, the teachers come. Our previous lecturer says, when they come, they know that they are going to teach this much, and they make sure that they learn, they practice, and all these things. Now, my last point, if I am to say, it will be too much. My last few points, that we know that every student IQ is not equal. So what they do also, very interesting thing, if we can integrate this in Indian education system, that will be so good. The one thing they start to teach student from third, fourth, and fifth grade, they advance it a little bit. Like in third grade, they give the math for fourth grade. In fourth grade, they start to give the math or science of the fifth grade. In the fifth grade, they have already in the beginning of the fifth grade, they take an exam, and they see how talented is that student, how much capable of doing things, and if they see that is good, they say there's a gifted student. What they do with that, they teach fifth grade in 6 months. Why you want to waste time if somebody can do something quickly, right? Why you want to waste the time if they can do? So they finish the fifth grade in 6 months, then they start the sixth grade while they're in fifth grade. Can you imagine?
Thank you, Dr. Rahman.
So I want to conclude here with one last remark. The thing is, like 20 years ago, we was learning English. Now they're learning programming on the third, fourth grade. You know why? Previous lecturer said artificial intelligence, machine learning, all those things need computer language like we are talking. If we don't learn this at the age of school level, we'll never be able to catch up. And another statistics, by 2030, half of the Indian will not be able to get any job in any other market. Thank you. I just try to give my couple of points.
Thank you very
Hope
much.
I managed to convince all of you.
Yeah, we would move ahead because there are many panelists, but good points that brought in. Internet availability being very common there. That's another benefit. One big benefit during this period. Collaboration with international schools and colleges, that's what he is trying to do in his school as well. Collaboration, I strongly believe that competition is 20th century. 20वीं सदी का एक आइडिया था कंपटीशन, 21वीं सदी कोलैबोरेशन का है. जहां तक संभव है कोलैबोरेशन होना जरूरी है. Preventing dropout is a major issue. I totally agree to it. Universal access to education is very significant. तो dropout रोकने के लिए सारे कुछ करने चाहिए. और उसका एक रास्ता है, एक मुद्दा है, एप्टीट्यूड साइकोग्राफिक टेस्ट करके एक बच्चे का किस चीज में इंटरेस्ट है उसी पे ही फोकस किया जाए, ना कि एकदम बना बनाया यही आपको खाना है, यही आपको पढ़ना है, इस तरह नहीं. तो एप्टीट्यूड साइकोग्राफिक टेस्ट के माध्यम से एबिलिटी फोकस लर्निंग की बात उन्होंने कहा. फ्रेंडली एनवायरनमेंट, यद्यपि मैं सर बोलना, उस्ताद बोलना, गुरु बोलना मैं समर्थन करता हूँ, नाम से नहीं बुलाना शिक्षक को. ये अपना अपना कल्चर है. हमारे देश का कल्चर को मैं मानता हूँ कि अच्छी बात है. प्रणाम करे तो कोई गलत नहीं है, लेकिन प्रणाम के साथ इसका मतलब नहीं है कि सब्जर्विएंट रहे, बात भी करे एक दूसरे के साथ. तो फ्रेंडली एनवायरनमेंट की आवश्यकता है. फ्लिप क्लासरूम उन्होंने घुमा के जो बात कही कि पहले से बच्चों को मालूम होना चाहिए क्या पढ़ाई जाएगी, उस पढ़ाई के लिए उस मेंटली रेडी होकर वो आएगा. इसको फ्लिप क्लासरूम कहते हैं. पहले से अभी ये लर्निंग मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम में बहुत सरल हो चुका है, बाद में कभी बात करेंगे इस पे. और फास्टर लर्निंग की स्कोप होना, मतलब अगर एक चीज को अगर हम 6 महीने में जान सकते हैं तो हम क्यों 1 साल उसमें बर्बाद करें. तो अच्छी बातें हैं, बहुत सारी गुड पॉइंट्स है. यद्यपि ज्यादातर बातें स्कूल एजुकेशन के संदर्भ में है, हायर एजुकेशन के संदर्भ में हम बाकी लोगों से सुनेंगे. अभी हमारे साथ हैं, हम अब विदेश से भारत में आते हैं और भारत में बंगाल के बाहर से शुरू करते हैं. रशीद अरशद मुख्तर साहब हैं, सेक्रेटरी JMES, एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर MMANTC एंड कंसल्टिंग डायरेक्टर शेफा हेल्थ केयर. एंड इनका एजुकेशन का फोकस ज्यादा हेल्थ केयर, फार्मेसी, ये सब एरिया में है. सो मैं रशीद अरशद मुख्तर साहब को कहता हूँ, रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ आप अपनी बात रखें हमारे सामने. हाउ डू वी बिल्ड अ ग्लोबल कैंपस ऑफ लर्निंग, टीचिंग एंड रिसर्च. ओवर टू रशीद जी फ्रॉम महाराष्ट्र.
dignitaries, fellow academicians, Alia University, and the organizing team. Very good afternoon. I thank the Policy Times for organizing this wonderful amalgamation of knowledge-hungry souls and for being kind enough to honor me with this opportunity to share my thoughts. I'd like to begin my talk with a small monologue that I've borrowed from the founder of McDonald's. Persistence. Nothing in the world can take the place of persistence. Talent won't. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Genius won't. Unrewarded genius is practically a cliche. Degrees and diplomas won't. The world is full of certified fools. Persistence and determination alone are all powerful. Show that you don't have to be defeated by anything, that you can have peace of mind, improved health, and a never-ceasing flow of energy. If you attempt each and every day to achieve these things, the results will make themselves obvious to you. While it may sound like a magical notion, it is in you to create your own future. The greatest discovery of this generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering the attitude of their mind. Or as Ralph Waldo Emerson said, a man is what he thinks all day long. Persistence. The ability to stare failure in the eye and keep walking. The ability to stand up after being knocked down. The ability to rise from the ashes. Persistence is built through character, and character comes from holistic education. Sadly, today our institutes have become a certification center. Any person with the right purse can walk in and walk out with a degree or diploma. There aren't real challenges anymore. Everything is simplified. Everything is put on a plateau. We distribute certificates like sweets on a festival, participation certificates, consolation prizes, silly small events. It's like we don't want anyone to feel left out. We're talking about competence here, and you're killing competence by making everyone feel like they're special when they're not competent. I'm not saying that you should not identify and reward good things, but if you keep rewarding underachievers, you are creating a batch of incompetent students. And that is the case. I mean, it was put out 48% of our youth is unemployable. It is because over the years, we have recognized their underachievements. Merely so, because as an organization, we can feel good about ourselves. We have 100% passing result. Should that be the focus? Or should we have 100% distinction results? Should be the focus. In order to stay in business, education has sadly become an unethical business. It is my strong belief that education as well as healthcare are right up there with the basic necessities of food, clothing, and shelter. And thus my belief that neither education nor healthcare should be overly commercialized. The profit margins should be thin, if at all. Today, as we have gathered here as fellow academicians, I shall stress towards education. Education today is a privilege of the rich. But we live in a country where the vast majority of population is not rich. Education is a privilege of the urban. Again, the vast majority of our country isn't urban. Quality education is neither affordable nor available. Maybe we have a few universities, a few centers of higher learning, truly global campuses, but they are restricted into the urban regions. And you know what is happening today? Because international education has become affordable and accessible for the upper middle class in our country, a lot of students are migrating because there is an appeal to international education. Our greatest strength today as a nation is our vibrant youth, an energetic population, an envy of all the other countries. But sadly, they have been confirmed to performing antiques on social media platforms today, wasting the precious youth and the bubbling energy. Our education models are neither creating innovative techniques nor scaling the already developed ones. The poor quality of education amongst the majority of our institutes is driving precious economic opportunities away from the country. We used to lead in textile. Our neighbors are doing well now. We used to be, good in pharmaceuticals. Again, Bangladesh is taking up that. Pretty soon, as they ramp up the education sector, a lot of BPOs are going to be moving out. So if we do not have educated youth, we are losing on economic opportunities as a nation. But if we can come together as social entrepreneurs to make quality education affordable and available, it is not too difficult. You don't need glass buildings to break glass ceilings. Global campuses can be built with simple infrastructure, but extraordinary individuals. All you need is persistence and character. You need to dream it to realize it. A value-based learning model where students not only improve their skill set, but also become empathetic and responsible citizens. I'd like to add competency, since it is being mentioned in today's conference a lot. Where does competency come from? Competency comes from doing your own work. How are we raising our children? How are we raising our students? Every household chore that probably you must have done or your earlier generations, you're not making your children do that. A child, when he does household chores, be that sweeping, be that brooming, be that washing utensils, be that washing clothes, he develops an empathy for the people, for the domestic help that he would probably employ later. That gives rise to empathy. That also gives rise to some sort of competence. If we are talking about technical abilities, running an engineering institute, what I've come to know that students from the interior parts, they have much more technical and innovative ability as compared to the urban. Why? Because in the urban regions, we have a lot of facilities. We don't have to, process something to make our work easier. It's already been done for us. There is some domestic help coming and doing it for us. So when you get into the habit, you develop competency, you develop technical skills. And if such students can be given the opportunity, it would be great.
Kindly in now.
Just one last thing, so. I would also talk about diversity. If you can bring in staff and students from different walks of life, different socioeconomic backgrounds, different regions, different sects, different groups, it develops the ability to learn about new cultures, the ability to adapt, the ability to accept, the ability to tolerate. And it's no coincidence that every major organization or region or city that you look up, all of them have a very diverse population. If we can inhibit our insecurities, reach out from our comfort zones, and collaborate with the right individuals again and again and again with persistence, every district can have a global campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Lot of soft skills, lot of life skills pointed out. Challenge-based education. Education is becoming devoid of challenges many a time. Education to be beyond certification. Certification is not education. बहुत अच्छी बात है. Rewarding underachievers is a disservice to nation. जिनकी क्षमता कम है, যাদের ক্ষমতা কম, তাদেরকে যদি কন্টিনিউয়াসলি প্রাইজ দেওয়া হয়, তাহলে একটা ভুল ধারণা তৈরি হয়, তার মধ্যে সেটা রাষ্ট্রের জন্য বা সমাজের জন্য ঠিক নয়. Not overly commercialized. I must tell that profit is not a concept in Indian education, because by definition you have to run education under trust, and therefore you cannot earn profit. What happens is surplus. Now, how do you use the surplus? Do you reinvest for further education, or you use for a particular family or individual comforts is the question, where questions can be raised. Youth wasting time on social media, very right. Priyanka Singh bole ekjon reporter the print.com e je kaj kore she ekhon idaning kale ei koyekdin age ekta boro research based lekha ber koreche, Indian youth, internet and unemployment. কিভাবে ইন্টারনেট মানে যেটা শিক্ষারও একটা রাস্তা, সেটা কিভাবে বিরাট বড় আনএমপ্লয়েড ইউথের টাইম পাস যেটাকে আমরা বলি সেরকম হয়, এবং কি কি জিনিস একটা লিস্ট করে যে কি ধরনের জিনিস তারা ওয়াচ করে, ইউজ করে এবং কিভাবে সময় নষ্ট করছে, এই নিয়ে একটা বিরাট। আবার অন্য দিক আছে যে ইন্টারনেটের ভূমিকা এডুকেশনে আমরা এই 2 বছরে দেখেছি কি বিরাট ভূমিকা। আমি এই ক্ষেত্রে বলি, বাংলাদেশে গিয়ে আমি একটা জিনিস জানলাম, বাংলাদেশ সরকার জুন 2020-তে যখন লকডাউন অলরেডি 2-3 মাস হয়ে গেছে, তখন তারা একটা পলিসি নিয়েছিল, প্রাইমারি থেকে নিয়ে ইউনিভার্সিটি অবধি যেই শিক্ষকের নিজের ল্যাপটপ আছে বা তাদের শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠান তাদেরকে ল্যাপটপ এবং ইন্টারনেট কানেকশন দিতে পারবে, তাদেরকে জুম ফ্রিলি সরকার দেবে, এবং তাতে 82% টিচার জুম ফ্রিলি পেয়েছে। সারা দেশের 82% শিক্ষক জুম কানেক্টিভিটি আপনারা জানেন এটা ফ্রিতে পেয়েছে। গোয়িং অ্যাহেড, সিম্পল ইনফ্রা উইথ এক্সট্রাঅর্ডিনারি ইন্ডিভিজুয়ালস, ভ্যালু বেসড লার্নিং, খুব ভালো পয়েন্ট, এটাও একটা বিরাট, যে ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচার বাই ইটসেলফ is not education. People who run it, people who govern it, people who actually inspire the youth, that is where the thing. Competency is about knowing your own world and knowing your own work better. এটা খুব সুন্দর কথা। আমি রামকৃষ্ণ মিশনের ছাত্র ছিলাম, আমাদের খাওয়ার পরে আমাদের খাবার নিজেই নিতে হতো, থালা বাসন নিয়ে ধুয়ে খাবার নিয়ে খেয়ে আবার থালা বাসন ধুয়ে রেখে দিতে হতো, এবং সেখানে একজন স্বামীজি দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতেন যে খাবার প্লেটের মধ্যে একটা দানাও আছে কিনা, মানে you have to clean it up before you wash it, completely cleaned up. So take less, they used to say, come now kintu shesh koro. This is something that has gone deep in my mind, and I would not be wasting any food anytime in life. So it's important that we learn certain small things as a child that becomes long term. Diversity very important, undoubtedly. I mean, একটা ক্যাম্পাসে কোট পরা লোক, ভারতীয় ধুতি পাঞ্জাবি পরা বা পাজামা পাঞ্জাবি পরা, পাঞ্জাবি প্যান্ট আজকাল পরে অনেকে, পাগড়িতে আছে, হিজাবে আছে, খোলা মাথায় আছে, ভালো তো, যত ডাইভার্সিটি তত ভালো। এই নিয়ে কন্ট্রোভার্সি কেন হচ্ছে এই মুহূর্তে দেশে, সেটাই আমি আশ্চর্য হই। যাই হোক, ডাইভার্সিটি ইজ গুড and moving out of comfort zone, that's the last point that he brought in, and আমার মনে হয় বেশ সফট স্কিলস এন্ড লাইফ স্কিলস সম্বন্ধে অনেকগুলো পয়েন্ট উনি বলেছেন একটা শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠানের ক্ষেত্রে। এবার আমরা পশ্চিমবাংলায় আসছি, এবং পশ্চিমবাংলার একজন অগ্রগণ্য শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠান, একটি অগ্রগণ্য শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠান 40 বছরের বেশি যে শিক্ষা প্রাইভেট সেক্টরে শিক্ষা প্রদান করছে, কোয়ালিটি এডুকেশন প্রদান করছে, এবং পরবর্তীকালে এই রাজ্যের প্রথম প্রাইভেট বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় তৈরি হলো, যার পর তারা আরো 3টে বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় রাজ্যে এবং রাজ্যের বাইরে তৈরি করেছে। That is Techno India Group, and I have with me the Executive Director and Chief Innovation Officer. That's very important. Chief Innovation, নতুন জিনিস কি করা যায়, Chief Innovation Officer Techno India Group, Mr. Meghdut Roy Chaudhary, the second generation leader of the owning family of Techno India Group, who has taken up and who has been educated abroad and has brought in a lot of diverse, innovative practices from the global context to higher education. আমরা এখন হায়ার এডুকেশনের কনটেক্সটে লার্নিং, টিচিং অ্যান্ড রিসার্চে কিভাবে গ্লোবাল ক্যাম্পাস তৈরি করা যায় সেই সম্বন্ধে কিছু উদাহরণ, কিছু আইডিয়াস শুনবো। ওনার সময়ের কম আছে, তাই ওনার কথা বলার পর আমরা কিছু দু একটা প্রশ্ন নেব জনসাধারণ মানে আমাদের উপস্থিত অডিয়েন্স থেকে, তারপরে নেক্সট স্পিকারে যাব। ওভার টু মেঘদূত রয় চৌধুরী, এক্সিকিউটিভ ডিরেক্টর, চিফ ইনোভেশন অফিসার, টেকনো ইন্ডিয়া গ্রুপ।
Thank you so much, Professor Chaudhary. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Don't know where to start, really. There's so many things I've been noting down since I came and sat down in the audience a little while ago. But শুরু করি একটা আগন্তুকে, মনে আছে যে সত্যজিৎ রায় সিনেমা আগন্তুক, উৎপল দত্ত কি বলেছিলেন, আমরা একটু আগে মাতৃভাষা নিয়ে কথা বলছিলাম, এই কিছুদিন আগে মাতৃভাষা দিবসও গেল, বলছেন কেউ, no one forgets their mother tongue unless they want to. And that I think is important when we talk about diversity in any circumstance, when we're talking about a country as diverse as India, which is like an amalgamation of 30 different countries put together. সেখানে যদি মাতৃভাষাটা আমরা ভুলে যাই আর আমরা যদি বলি যে ও আমার ছেলে বা আমার মেয়ে তো বিদেশে পড়াশোনা করেছে বা পড়তে চায়, তার ঠিক বাংলাটা আসে না বা তার ঠিক গুজরাটিটা আসে না বা মারাঠিটা আসে না, তাহলে আমার মনে হয় সেইখানে শুধু বাবা মা নয়, বাবা মা হিসেবে নয়, আমার মনে হয় as teachers, as the first teachers in any family, that's where we lose out, and that's where we lose out as on brand ambassadors for our future. আপনারা অনেকেই আছেন অডিয়েন্সে, অনেক lot of very educated people who are running very successful your classes, your families, whatever you're doing, but make sure you don't let your children lose out on the importance of নিজেদের মাতৃভাষা, এটা যেন বজায় রাখে। এটা দিয়ে শুরু করি, মনে হয় it's relevant. আমাকে this is not the first time that I'm on a panel with Professor Chaudhary. He's an excellent moderator. যখনই আমাদের আড্ডা হয় খুব নতুন কিছু জিনিস শিখতে পাই, I guess দুজনেই শিখতে পাই, এবং ওই জন্যই আমাদের প্যানেলের বাইরেও অনেক সময় হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে কথা হয়, গল্প হয়। And I'm sure this will not also be the last time that we speak. And উনি আমাকে এক্ষুনি বললেন যে কিছু এক্সাম্পলস দিও কিন্তু আজকে যদি কথা বলো। তো আমি প্রথমে শুরু করি about questioning stuff. আমার মনে হয় যে when we are talking about globally competent, skilled and future ready, it sounds like a lot of buzzwords right now. But we'll talk about, first what I would like to talk about is questioning stuff. And I will start with an example of this particular event itself. ঠিক আছে? So Akram আমাদের টেকনো ইন্ডিয়ারই একটা কোন, if I'm not mistaken, তুমি কোন দিল্লিতে পড়াশোনা করেছো না? What was the initial relationship? I don't remember. কোনো একটা কারণে you had reached out to me on LinkedIn and said you wanted me to be part of one of your events. And during the pandemic, people like, হ্যাঁ, ভাগনা আমাদের কোনো একটা ইউনিভার্সিটিতে পড়ে। আমি এটা পরোক্ষ বা প্রত্যক্ষভাবে টেকনো ইন্ডিয়ার সাথে জড়িত নেই, বাংলায় থাকে, এটা মানে অসম্ভবই বলা যেতে পারে। যে কোনো দুজন ছাত্রর মধ্যে একজনকে দেখাই যায় বা তাদের বাবা মা বা তাদের পরিবারের কেউ একটা আমাদের সাথে যুক্ত। এতদিন ধরে আমরা রয়েছি এই শিক্ষা জগতে। তো আকরাম reached out and said that we wanted to be part of it, and ওই 300-400টা বোধহয় ওয়েবিনার করেছিলাম আমরা প্যান্ডেমিকের সময়। So I was part of one of his sessions as well, and I said if you do anything else in Calcutta, let me know, I would be happy to support. যখন আমাকে পরশুদিন না তার আগের দিন লিস্টটা পাঠালো, সরি আমি এই এক্সাম্পলটা নিতেই হবে because I have to talk about questioning stuff, and I practice that in my own life very much. আমি লিস্টটা পেলাম, 20টা স্পিকারের নাম ছিল, একজনও মহিলা ছিল না ওই লিস্টের মধ্যে। And I had a very difficult time accepting the fact, আমি আকরামকে বললাম আমি প্রোগ্রামটায় আসবো না যদি এখানে রেপ্রেজেন্টেশন না থাকে। 3 women leaders were added immediately and it was resent. I said okay, that's satisfactory, I will come. 3 out of 20 not satisfactory by my standards, but program 3 din age difficult kora. So from that perspective, I think as leaders, a very great quote, one of my favorite quotes of all time was given by Spider-Man: with great power comes great responsibility. So I think as leaders, we have to question things, which is something that was not taught to us very much in schools, in colleges. And every time you raise your hand in class, like pore jigesh koro, because people are afraid to answer questions that every time it's out of their comfort zone. Barite boshe amra jodi emon ekta touchy topic niye kotha boli, things like I don't know, like an LGBT movement, for example, or same-sex marriages, or things that, you know, make the elders in the family uncomfortable. I have learned this from my own sister, by the way, who's 10 years younger than me. 20 বছর বয়স বাচ্চাটার। What এত মানে আমাদের every time we have a conversation on our dinner table, she manages to make everybody uncomfortable, and through our discomfort comes real education. I have learned that from my own sister, and I am so proud that we've been able to give education like that to a sister, to a person, like not just a sister, not as a female member of the family, who questions us every single day, irrespective of the fact that we are a lot older than us. So yes, again, important point, jeta respect is important, subservience is not. Just because somebody is older than you does not mean that you need to respect them. আর সেইখানে কিন্তু মানে as you might have noticed যে আমরা এখানে ওই locally competent, skilled and future ready কথা কিন্তু এখনো artificial intelligence, machine learning নিয়ে বলছি না আমি কি বলছি যে little things that you can do in your own life. Akram, arekta little point, maybe a point for future programs at Alia University as well, and anywhere we're doing events. This is perhaps the most polluting thing in the whole planet. Plastic bottles, especially small size plastic bottles, because they end up killing a lot of marine life, and it gets stuck. These do not disintegrate. So in our colleges, I represent Techno India Group. Techno India Group at this point is the largest educational group in the country by the number of students. We have 80,000 students, 4 universities, 22 colleges, 30 plus schools in various small towns, and we're present across 10 states, and we have made it a rule across our colleges because of our sustainability office. My wife is the sustainability director of an educational group, unheard of again. But when you're the leader, again, you have to be responsible. You have to act responsible at every stage of your life. We've banned plastic bottles from every single campus. Every event that we do, we make sure there is বাইরে একটা বড় tub থাকে. People can go get their own water. There's reusable paper cups. People can go get their tea, coffee, etc. It's important. Small steps. আপনি ভাবুন, আপনারা সবাই ভাবুন, কত প্রোগ্রাম হয় প্রত্যেক দিন যখন, especially in a physical mode, প্রত্যেকটা প্রোগ্রামে the amount of wastage that we see is tremendous. Like every single event that we go to, if there's 100 people, on average, people are drinking, let's say, 1 bottle, and then you'll have the amount of wastage that there is, that builds up. আর একটা তো প্রোগ্রাম হচ্ছে না, একটা শহরে simultaneously 1000টা প্রোগ্রাম হচ্ছে. It builds up over time, and it's not really good for the environment. এটা নিয়ে আর বেশি বলবো না. Let's come to another thing that I feel personally is very important to establish a locally competent, skilled and future ready workforce is entrepreneurship. যেই কথাটা আমি লাস্ট 5 বছর ধরে চিল্লিয়ে বলতে আমার গলায় রক্ত উঠে এসছে, কিন্তু ফাইনালি শার্ক ট্যাঙ্ক এসে আমাদের এন্টারপ্রেনারশিপটাকে একটা ডিনার টেবল কনভারসেশন করে দিয়েছে, মাস কালচার করে দিয়েছে. Thank you Endemol, thank you Sony India, and a lot of startups from Calcutta as well went to Shark Tank and did our city very proud. But when I'm talking about entrepreneurship here, I'm not talking about building companies only. I'm talking about the innovation mindset. It's about having entrepreneurship at the back of your mind. যে আমি একটা প্রবলেম যদি দেখি সোসাইটিতে, সেটাকে যদি আমি সলভই না করতে পারলাম, আমি তাহলে কিসের টিচার ছেড়ে দাও. How am I a responsible citizen if I am not able to solve problems that I see around myself? That is entrepreneurship, not the গতানুগতিক way of looking at entrepreneurship. এখানে একটা এক্সাম্পল দিই. আমার লাস্ট উইকের বেস্ট এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, আমরা একটা টেকনো ইন্ডিয়া গ্রুপ থেকে আমরা স্টার্টআপ কার্নিভাল করি. এটা বললাম না, 5 বছর ধরে বলতে আমার গলায় রক্ত উঠে চলে এসেছে যে হাউ ইম্পর্টেন্ট entrepreneurship and the innovation mindset is for education. আমরা লাস্ট 4 বছর ধরে করছি, এই বছরও করলাম, এবং খুব ভালো একটা প্রোগ্রাম হচ্ছে. আবার কোভিড এর পরে অলমোস্ট 550 people in attendance, more than 100,000 people watching live from the entire world. সেখানে সন্ধ্যের দিকে, and in fact all the startups from Calcutta who had gone to Shark Tank were also part of my panel. We had an amazing discussion, a lot of learnings throughout the day. Electric vehicles থেকে শুরু করে metaverse, NFT, Web3 to sustainable businesses, to how traditional businesses who've been running their companies for 100+ years can invest in startups for a brighter future. এইসব নিয়ে অনেক কিছু কথা হয়েছে. সন্ধ্যেবেলা একটা মেয়ে আমাদের কলেজে, ফার্স্ট ইয়ারের মেয়ে, আমাকে এসে বললো, মেঘদুদ্দা, I would like to ask a question to these electric vehicle startups, but I am very scared. I'm like, কেন বাবা, why are you scared? He's like, I have severe anxiety for going up on stage. And he said, I will tell you the question, can you ask? I was like, no, I'm not going to ask. Wait, sit down. বসালাম. So এর সামনে প্রায় 100 লোক বসে রয়েছে, বাচ্চারা আমার পাশে বসে আছে. The panel is going on. I asked the panelists to take a break because somebody wants to ask a question. আমি ওকে হাত ধরে বললাম যে নাও এবার তুমি প্রশ্নটা জিজ্ঞেস করো. And I am here to support you, because if you don't do this today, if you are not able to get rid of your stage fright today at an event like this, কোনোদিন হবে না। সারা জীবন মিনমিন করতেই থাকবে, ওই স্টেজের পিছনেই থাকবে, and you will never be able to put your voice out. It's very important, I personally feel. So, and all of the panelists were friends. They readily agreed, and they in fact put a chair on the panel so that the girl could go and sit on stage and ask the question. Not only did the girl ask her question, she interacted with all of the audience members and the panelists for a solid 15 minutes after that. And what ended up happening when the girl came off stage, she had tears in her eyes. She's like, this was perhaps the most transformative experience of my life, because for the first time ever, I felt my words had some meaning. Not just in a place where I'm talking to my friend or my partner or one person, so many people who gave me positive feedback on what I felt. That is something that we need to create in a globally competent, skilled, and future-ready environment. We need to create not just diverse spaces, we need to create inclusive spaces. We need to create spaces where young people in our country are able to raise their voices for positive loop feedback mechanisms, and so that we can also learn. আমরা তো দুদিন বাদে, আমি তো বললাম আমার 30 বছর বয়স হয়ে গেছে, I am pretty much irrelevant এখন, কারণ কি the entire new batch of young talented people who are coming in there, the way of understanding the world that they have is far beyond me as well. আমি বলতে আমার একটুও লজ্জা লাগে না যে I am already a dinosaur. The young kids 16 to 21 years old are disrupting the world, and how? আপনারা যদি একটুখানি ইন্টারনেটে গিয়ে একটু পড়াশোনা করেন যে ব্লকচেইন, ক্রিপ্টো আর NFT নিয়ে কি হচ্ছে, all of these kids are absolutely killing it. We are having every single day, I think we are creating about 1,000 millionaires every single day by selling little pieces of art. ছোট ছোট digital pieces of art বিক্রি করে বাচ্চারা disrupting the world that we're looking at. And আমরা এখানে বসে we're talking about globally competent, skilled, and future ready education institutions where we probably don't even know what this entire world is about, right? So সেইখানে আমি already dinosaur, so I'm not even going into what we could do, but the least we could do in order to be relevant is to keep updating ourselves. আমি এই relevance নিয়ে sorry Dr. Chaudhary, আমি জানি দেরি হয়ে গেছে, এবার এগোতেই হবে, but last actually point, which brings me to my last point, which is relevance, how to be relevant no matter what the world is going through. টেকনো ইন্ডিয়া তো আমাদের কলেজগুলো তো অনেকদিন বন্ধ ছিল, আমাদের প্রায় 100 ক্যাম্পাস across the country, এবং আমরা কি করতে পারি, আমরা সেই সময় obviously ক্লাস বন্ধ, we had a massive digital transformation drive, আমি প্রায় মাস দুয়েক ঘুমাইনি, working towards building software solutions, আমাদের পুরো digital transformation প্ল্যানটা আমরা 2 মাসের মধ্যে এক্সিকিউট করেছিলাম, যেটা লাস্ট 10 বছর ধরে চিন্তা করা হচ্ছিল। So thank you pandemic, এটা করার জন্য our campuses are all properly digitally relevant now from schools to colleges. But why do I talk about relevance here? Techno India is perhaps one of those very few groups which not only runs educational institutions, but also runs healthcare. আমাদের নিজস্ব হাসপাতাল আছে, medical college হচ্ছে, nursing college আছে. So what could we have done during a pandemic? আমাদের এত real estate, এতগুলো বাড়ি খালি পড়ে রয়েছে. All of our campuses were converted into COVID relief centers, into vaccination centers. Our students, our staff, our faculty, মানে আমার accountant যারা আমাদের accounts department এ কাজ করে, finance department এ, তারা পড়ছে লিখছে ভ্যাকসিনেশনের সময়। We ran the largest COVID vaccination drive in this state. At some point we had vaccinated more people in the state of West Bengal itself. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we were able to be relevant, not just by ourselves, with the help of our nursing staff, our nursing faculty, our students, our teachers, our principals. Everybody came together to support us at a time of need, and which is why we were able to be of service to society. So আমরা যদি কালকের জন্য, last point, আমরা যদি কালকের জন্য globally competent, sorry আমি এটা 5 বার বললাম, but because that's the topic, right? আমরা যদি কালকের জন্য globally competent, skilled, and future ready workforce তৈরি করতে চাই, তাহলে আমরা যদি নিজেদেরকে একটু প্রশ্ন না করি যে আমরা যেটা করছি ঠিক করছি তো, সেটা যদি না করতে পারি, and if we are not able to constantly upgrade ourselves every single day of our lives, we are not doing our jobs. Thank you very much. It's been lovely speaking to you.
Very well spoken, Meghdud. I'll quickly summarize. Please think of the questions that you would like to ask to the entire panel in general, and Meghdud in particular, because he has to leave in next few minutes. Mother tongue is natural and root of every learning. That's the first message. Questioning is a key skill, no doubt. প্রশ্ন করা একটা বিশেষ ক্ষমতা, it is an essential skill for learning. Very rightly said. Diversity, gender diversity, I really appreciate. In fact, I am of the opinion that there should be, if there is a all women or all men school or college, I may not be greatly in favor of that, but there are. But at least in co-education institutions, there must be a good percentage of women studying there. Gender diversity is important. Through discomfort comes real education. অস্বস্তির মধ্য দিয়ে রাইট সঠিক শিক্ষা আসবে। আমি যদি কোনো একটা শিক্ষা থেকে অস্বস্তি ফিল করতে পারলাম না, এটা বুঝতে পারছি না, এটা জানি না, তার মানে তার জানা হবে না। সবটাই যদি বুঝেছি তার মানে এটা জানা ছিল, আগে থেকেই জানা ছিল। নতুন তখনই জানতে পারবো যখন আমি বুঝতে পারছি না। Discomfort leads to the real education. Respect is important, subservience is not. That was my message too, that we do respect our elders, nothing wrong in that, but subservience is not the question. Blind adherence to the old values is not the question. Climate change, sustainability in letter and spirit, that's very good point. Looking at the example of the plastic use of plastic. By the way, United Nations একটা স্ট্যান্ডার্ডস তৈরি হয়েছে, গ্রিন ক্যাম্পাস স্ট্যান্ডার্ডস। ইউএন গ্রিন ক্যাম্পাস মানে কোনো একটা ক্যাম্পাসকে, শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠান হোক কি অফিসিয়াল ক্যাম্পাস হোক, তাকে গ্রিন ক্যাম্পাস বলা হবে কি হবে না, তার প্রায় 32টা না 33টা পয়েন্টস নিয়ে আছে। এবং it's good that if some of the universities in India, some of the campuses in India can adhere and actually get certified as green campus, UNESCO standard অনুযায়ী। Entrepreneurship, Shark Tank, great example. Entrepreneurship is the in thing, an important thing. You cannot give jobs, quote unquote jobs, to 130 crores people. It is not possible. That does not mean that the government doesn't have responsibility for creating opportunities of jobs. That's another failure, that we are at the worst employability situation of 45 years last, highest joblessness of the last 45. That's the point. But point is, it is important to encourage entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurial attitude. এখন চাকরিতেও লোক চায়, simple manager চায় না, entrepreneurial attitude wala manager, যে one who can own his department, his work, his area, and add value to that. আমি এখানে একটা উদাহরণ হিসেবে বলতে চাই, নিশ্চয়ই মেঘদূতের তো জানা আছেই, বাট সবার জন্য নাকি মিডিয়াতে চান, বিজনেস বলে একটা কনসেপ্ট দিল্লি স্কুল, দিল্লি সরকার নামিয়েছে। ক্লাস 11-12 ফ্রি বসে, তার ব্যাংকের মেম্বার ভদ্রমহিলা যে ওখানে আছেন, নামিতা থাপার, এবং সেখানে দেওয়া। এবং এখন দিল্লি সরকার সারা 452টা স্কুল থেকে প্রায় 2000 ছেলেমেয়ের গ্রুপকে, মানে এক একটা গ্রুপে দেয়, 2জন বা 3জনের গ্রুপে, প্রায় 2000 গ্রুপকে এখন তারা 50,000 করে ফার্স্ট রাউন্ড দেবে, এটা ডিসাইড করেছে, টু পুট দ্যাট আইডিয়া ইনটু প্র্যাকটিস, প্রোভাইডেড দে অ্যাকচুয়ালি ডু দ্য বিজনেস। অনেকে তো আইডিয়ার জন্য দেয়, খালি জেতার জন্য, আমি একটু জিতলাম, প্রাইজ জিতলাম, ভালো। সবাই প্র্যাকটিস করে না, যারা প্র্যাকটিস করবে, স্টার্টিং 50,000, শো ইউর স্টার্ট উইল গিভ ইউ 2 lakhs each, এরকম করে লেভেল। This is a great thing. I mean, this brings a major impact in the entrepreneurship spirit and relevance. Creating relevance in every situation. He spoke about how the campuses were relevant during the COVID times. This can be in many contexts. Keeping relevance, being relevant is today, কত বিল্ডিং আপনার এটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট নয়, আপনার ছেলেমেয়েরা কত কম্পিটেন্ট, and কম্পিটেন্টের জন্য তার টেকনোলজিক্যাল and সফট স্কিলস দুটো কিরকম কতটা কম্পিটেন্ট, এটা বেশি ইম্পর্টেন্ট more than buildings. I mean, certain minimum requirement of real estate will also be there, but education has gone blended, দুটোর মিশ্রণ। তো সেখানে this relevance, definition of relevance also changes. So some of the key points. Thank you, Meghdut. Is there a mic in the audience? We can take 2 or 3 questions. So far we had listened to Saidur Rahman, but I think he is not with us at this point of time. It is way past midnight in US. We had listened to Mr. Rashid Arshad and listened to Mr. Meghdut Roy Chaudhary. Acha, Dr. Saidur is there. Fine, great. The mic can be taken to any member of the audience, please. Bangla, Hindi, English, any language. Language is not the point. Concept is, please introduce yourself. Name, organization.
Thank you, everybody, and good morning to everyone. I am Madhav Chatterjee from Panagarh, Durgapur Subdivision, Paschim Bardhaman, headmaster of Panagarh Railway Colony High School. Since the conference is entitled to make the future generation prepared with their skills for the future, being ahead of the institutions, I face a lot of hindrances in spite of having the mental preparation and attitude that I have to devote myself 100% or more than 100%. I'm very much inspired seeing Meghdut there, my junior to us, and where he has taken himself and his words are like fountains and inspiration. You are all aware that teachers of Bengali medium are to some extent or to a great extent hesitant in speaking English. But this is very natural or common. I would like to have some suggestions from you. If with limited infrastructure, though it has been already reflected that infrastructure is not at all the everything. Individual is the key word. In spite of that, I would like to know how can we prepare ourselves so that we can make the future generation enriched and skilled.
So prepare ourselves in language skills. Is that the point?
What exactly? So that we can communicate with the students.
Right.
Okay.
So better language skills.
Perhaps I saw you another conference that was organized by Times of India in Durgapur.
Yeah, I was speaker.
Yeah, you were there and I was fortunately there. I heard you. I would like to know how can we prepare ourselves so that we can prepare the students
come back.
much better.
Please give it to the next person there. He has put the hand earlier.
সবাইকে শুভেচ্ছা জানিয়ে ছোট্ট একটা প্রশ্ন করছি।
আপনার নাম পরিচয়?
আমার নাম বিশ্বজিৎ মাইতি, আমি পূর্ব মেদিনীপুর তমলুক সাব ডিভিশনের কাকরদা রামকৃষ্ণ হাই স্কুলের হেডমাস্টার। আমার একটা ছোট্ট প্রশ্ন আছে। এই সেশনটা হচ্ছে বিল্ডিং এ গ্লোবাল ক্যাম্পাস অফ লার্নিং, এবং আমি হেডমাস্টার মশাই হিসেবে রুরাল সমস্ত ছাত্রছাত্রীদের অনেক রকম তথ্য এই 2 বছরে আমরা খুব কাছ থেকে দেখেছি। প্রাইভেট স্কুলগুলো এই আজকে যে আমাদের রায়চৌধুরী বাবু বললেন যে ক্রিপ্টোকারেন্সি, বিটকয়েন, সতোশি নাকামোতো জানে, অ্যাকচুয়ালি রুরাল যে সমস্ত স্কুল আছে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের ক্ষেত্রে বিশেষ করে কেউই কম্পিউটারের অনেক ছোট ছোট জিনিসগুলোই জানেন না, এবং এই সমস্ত বিটকয়েন, সতোশি নাকামোসির ব্যাপারগুলো তাদের কাছে স্বপ্ন, তারা কল্পনাই করতে পারে না। আমি অ্যাজ এ হেডমাস্টার আমাদের এই 2 বছরের যে গ্রামাঞ্চলের ছেলেমেয়েদের মধ্যে যে গ্যাপটা তৈরি হয়েছে, আমরা লোকাল জায়গা থেকে গ্লোবালি পৌঁছানোর জন্য এই ছেলেমেয়েদের কিভাবে অ্যাজ এ হেডমাস্টার আমরা এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে পারবো, এটা পলিসি টাইমসের পক্ষ থেকে এবং আপনাদের পক্ষ থেকে একটা প্র্যাকটিক্যাল সাজেশন, থিওরিটিক্যাল নয়, এটা দিলে ভালো হয়।
The lady there. Very good. The lady there.
Good afternoon, all of you. I'm Shudesh Nagor, the principal of St. John's High School. Previously, I was in Techno India also. Right now, I want to ask you one thing first. Mr. Rahman said that in USA, they have given free laptop as well as free Wi-Fi connection to all the students. But in India, it's not possible at all. We cannot provide the laptops, neither we cannot provide the Wi-Fi connection to all the schools which are remotely placed. Like in India, 70% people are in the rural areas. So we cannot provide them the laptops. The students have no idea. Those who are in the government schools, they must be knowing. The students have no ideas how to operate those things. They have no idea how to connect with the Wi-Fi. So all these things, it's not possible for the rural areas. So it's really impossible for India. And second thing, what sir was saying, that I don't know his name, he's the headmaster of another school. He was saying that how we can implement these new innovative technologies in our schools where the teachers can be upgraded as well as the students will be upgraded. So as the head of the institution, I feel that we should start different types of public speaking classes. We have started different types of debate competition, even with the online mode, we did it, as well as the elocution and different types of other activities where the students can come up and they have joined in different types of webinars also, because many of the schools have organized the webinars for the students. Now, when the students are getting this type of scope, they have come up with their ideas, they have spoken about the particular topic, so they have got the good reward from there. So this way we can really trying to improve the different types of, we have applied different types of techniques.
Brief, because there are many people with hands.
So this way we have tried to innovate different types of new techniques which have helped the students as well as the teachers very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good practice indeed. There's a lady there in the 4th line. So we'll take 3 questions more and then we'll take the answers.
This is Monami Nag. I'm working as the headmistress of Utul Krishna Girls High School. And a very good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists and everybody present here. I would like to make my words very short. One, there was a very important point that you mentioned, persistence. And the other one that you've said, Meghdud sir just pointed out, is to build up skills and questioning. And one of the most important points that you've stressed today is the lack of representation. And I, being the headmistress of a girls' school, we find it so difficult to instill the sense of respect amongst my assistant teachers to come up and point up an issue which they believe in. I request on my part to all the great organizations like Techno Group to come up and join hands with the government run schools, because I have once worked with, thank you for supporting me. I have faced the same thing when I was working as an assistant teacher. We had a program called Adolescent Awareness, where we've had Ford Foundation and CFAR NGO working for this. And since I was heading the program, I would like to share, I faced stiff resistance from the parents itself. The parents of the girls and the boys, they came up, they stopped our program. They said that you cannot run a program like this at the end of the school. You cannot teach them what is sexual relevance. You cannot teach them equality. And then we had our principal and the then principal of my school, and we had a huge discussion with the local committees so that we can start the program. And luckily, we had a dissemination seminar in Chanakya Place where I was there to address. Yeah. And what I addressed was, I must say, my subject was, if we give equal importance to menstrual cycle, we should also give importance to the adolescent problems of the boys.
Very right.
This is very, very important. Unless we have an equal representation, we can't have a change. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good example. Good case study. Please, the 2 persons there at the back. No, go back, straight go back. Don't get stopped. Yeah, the hand, that lady and the hand behind. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sharmila Sengupta, headmistress of South Kolkata School, Bodisha Janakollan for Girls. Now, I have a specific question for the panel. We know that scholarships are earned, but today in a government school, scholarships are given to everybody, irrespective of what their marks are, whether they are coming to school. If they're not even coming to school, then we have to go to their places and give them the scholarships. The sense of entitlement in the students is such that doing well to earn something is lost. Here comes the fact that they are not going to do well in their future because the skills are not developing in these students who have this strong sense of entitlement. As a school individually, I have tried my best through design thinking to come up with ideas where they understand that this is not just given to you, but you have to earn it. But what are the policies that we are going to take for the future where we can make students understand that you are not handed over a job as you are being handed over scholarships in schools, but rather you have to earn your place in the workplace with your skills. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Entitlement. The next person there, that's the last question now. Yeah, the gentleman there behind. So that's the last question for this round. We'll take more questions later.
Hello, sir. Myself, Minhajul Haq, and I am from Alia University. Sir, our question হচ্ছে কি টেকনো ইন্ডিয়া থেকে যে স্যারটা এসে তার কাছে ইন্ডিয়ান হিউম্যান ডেভেলপমেন্ট সার্ভে অনুযায়ী তথ্য অনুযায়ী ভারতের প্রায় 70% মানুষ গ্রামে বাস করে এবং এই 70% মানুষের মধ্যে 75% মানুষের মানে মান্থলি ইনকাম 15,000 টাকা। সেক্ষেত্রে টেকনো ইন্ডিয়া সহ যে সমস্ত বেসরকারি শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠান আছে সেখানকার যদি আমরা ফিস দেখি সেটা খুবই হাই, সেটা মোটামুটি গ্রামে বাস করা মানুষের জন্য অ্যাফোর্ডেবল নয়। তো এখানে 52.5% ইন্ডিয়ানকে আমরা মোটামুটি বাদ দিয়ে দিচ্ছি প্রাইভেট ইনস্টিটিউশন থেকে, মানে পড়ার জন্য যে খরচ ওঠাতে পারে সেরকম নেই। তো এখানে যে বেসিক লেভেলে রুরাল আর আরবানের মধ্যে যে ডিসক্রিমিনেশনটা হচ্ছে, এই ডিসক্রিমিনেশনটা মেটানোর জন্য প্রাইভেট ইনস্টিটিউশন সহ সমস্ত শুধু টেকনো ইন্ডিয়া নয়, সমস্ত প্রাইভেট ইনস্টিটিউশনের যে ইনিশিয়েটিভ কি আছে সেটা আমি জানতে চাইছি। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you. Thank you. Good. So we have lots of questions now, and we will quickly take up the answers. I'll go by the order of the speakers who have appeared. Dr. Shaidur Rahman, you are still there. So very briefly, this time, please don't, we will not make any lectures. We'll just specifically answer the questions. One question, digital divide, then language communication skills, then new innovative technology in school, then entitlement and scholarships, and then fees of private education. These are the 5 questions. We'll just stick to the answers. Over to you, Shaidur Rahman. You don't have to take every question. Just take 1 or 2, whichever you feel like.
Yeah, so I present that how the infrastructure in USA are supported by government. So in future, also in India, government can provide laptop and also can provide the training from the early age so they knows how to use the laptop. I think this is very important because this will be our integral part very soon. So that is why I brought these things that maybe in future we all should think on how government can help us with this.
Thank you. Mr. Rashid Arshad Mukhtar, any of the questions you'd like to respond? Yeah, take the mic.
I'd like to talk about the entitlement part. There are schools already in Japan that engage their students where the students are maintaining the hygiene of the school. So the false sense of achievement, the entitlement part, I think if the students from the very beginning, they are encouraged to take up what we call meaningless course, they're not meaningless actually. So if they can help with maintaining the hygiene and cleanliness in this school, and probably a lot of small things like basic course that you do, if you start with that, you're making them competent, you're making them earn for it, and I think that should help build some sort of cognizance.
Thank you. Over to Meghdut, please.
আমাকে বেশ 2-3টে মনে হয় উত্তর দিতে হবে। শুরু করছি যে আমাকে ডাইরেক্টলি টেকনো ইন্ডিয়ার ফিজ নিয়ে যেটা জিজ্ঞেস করলো সেটা খুবই ভেরি ভ্যালিড পয়েন্ট, যেটা বেশিরভাগ লোকেই জানে না। পিপল থিঙ্ক দ্যাট টেকনো ইন্ডিয়া গ্রুপ ইজ আ প্রাইমারিলি হায়ার এডুকেশন group. If you look at the number of students that we have, you'd see that about 40% of our students is in higher education, rest of it is in school education. টেকনো ইন্ডিয়ার কিন্তু 30টার উপরে স্কুল আছে, তার মধ্যে মাত্র একটা কলকাতা শহরে, বাকি সবকটা কিন্তু গ্রামের স্কুল। These are in tier 2, tier 3 cities where the average fees, monthly fees is not more than 1500 rupees. It is very, very affordable, accessible, and it gives CBSE English medium education. আর প্রত্যেকটা স্কুলে কাতারে কাতারে বাচ্চারা আসে। তো তুমি হয়তো ইনফরমেশনটা জানতে না, এটা ছাড়াও আরেকটা জিনিসও জানা দরকার তোমার, যে টেকনো ইন্ডিয়া হ্যাজ এ ভেরি বিগ স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট ফেসিলিটি। সেখানে আমাদের 18টা ITI আছে অ্যাক্রস দ্য স্টেট অফ ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল, মধ্যপ্রদেশ, ছত্তিশগড়, এবং we run DDU-GKY, PMKVY projects etc, যেখানে কিন্তু গভর্নমেন্ট পয়সা দেয় এই স্কুলগুলো, এই স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট গুলো পড়ার জন্য। এখানে কিন্তু তোমাকে কাউকে পয়সা দিয়ে পড়তে হয় না। সো দ্য নোশন, দ্য ভেরি কনটেক্সট অফ ইয়োর কোয়েশ্চেন ওয়াজ mistaken, but of course it's not a bad thing to not know, but you should know that we have always been very, very committed towards giving education at the grassroots level. না হলে কিন্তু টেকনো ইন্ডিয়ার এতগুলো ক্যাম্পাস না করে আমরা একটা বড় 40 তলার বাড়ি করে একটা ক্যাম্পাস করতে পারতাম, কিন্তু সেটা না করে আমরা এত জায়গায় ছড়িয়েছি কেন? যাতে আমরা ভালো এডুকেশন সব জায়গায় দিতে পারি। আরেকটা কথা কিন্তু মাথায় রেখো, যে টেকনো ইন্ডিয়া তৈরি করেছিলেন যিনি, আমার বাবা প্রফেসর গৌতম রায় চৌধুরী, উনি কিন্তু একটা পোস্টম্যানের ছেলে। বাংলাদেশে, হ্যাঁ, আমার দাদু একজন পোস্টম্যান ছিলেন। তার বাড়িতে কিন্তু একটাই জিনিস একমাত্র শেখানো হতো, যেটার জন্য প্রচন্ড পেটানো হতো ওর 5 ছেলে মেয়েকে, দ্যাট ওয়াজ এডুকেশন। আর কিচ্ছু কিন্তু শিক্ষা দেওয়া হয়নি। শিক্ষা ছাড়া, the fact that you need to learn how to learn is the only thing that has been disseminated in my family. এইটা আমিও একটাই জিনিসই বুঝি। I was brought up in a very middle class environment in my home as well, and to this date any unnecessary expense is looked down upon in my family other than education itself. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah, there are enough number of opportunities for people from lower middle class backgrounds as well in Techno India Group education institutions. Coming back to your point on what we can do, that is the only other question I'll take, I think, right now, about what you can do at the school level. আমি কিন্তু আজকে যে স্টেজে আমার কথা বলতে এমনি খুব ভালো লাগে। I've always enjoyed that. Most of that learning happened in school way before I went into college. আপনি বললেন তাকাশি নাকামোটোর কথা, you were talking about cryptocurrency, bitcoin ইত্যাদি। এগুলো তো forever changing, এগুলো তো transient, এটা আজকে হবে কালকে চেঞ্জ হয়ে যাবে। কিন্তু স্কুলের মধ্যে I went to বিড়লা হাই স্কুল আর সেন্ট লরেন্স, এই দুটো আমি স্কুলে পড়াশোনা করেছি। দুটো স্কুলে কিন্তু খুব ভালো করে আমাদের যেটা শেখানো হতো যে এক হচ্ছে রেসপেক্ট, আমাদের টিচারদের প্রতি রেসপেক্ট ইত্যাদি, এবং আমাদের ফেলো কলিগদের প্রতি রেসপেক্ট। কারণ আমি বিড়লা হাই স্কুল যদি হয় দেবো পিপল মারওয়ারি, গুজরাটি, বাঙালি সবাই একসাথে পড়ছে। সেন্ট লরেন্সে সেম খ্রিস্টান প্রচুর, হিন্দু প্রচুর, সবাই পড়ছে। There was a lot of sense of respect that was taught, and most importantly what was taught is how to learn. Because যদি আমরা if we know how to learn তাহলে কিন্তু হায়ার এডুকেশনে গিয়ে পড়াশোনা করতে কিন্তু আলাদা করে আমাকে বিটকয়েন পড়ানোর জন্য বা ক্রিপ্টোকারেন্সি পড়ার জন্য হবে না। সেন্স অফ কিউরিওসিটি ইজ অলরেডি টট অ্যাট দ্য স্কুল লেভেল ইটসেলফ। আপনি ওটা চেষ্টা করতে পারেন। ছোট্ট একটা এক্সাম্পল, আমার এক নিজস্ব ফ্যামিলি মেম্বারই আছে যে আমাদেরই এক কলেজে পড়তো, সে 4th ইয়ারে উঠে ফেল করে। সে মানে আমাদের একটা কলেজে পড়তো, গ্রামের কলেজে। অ্যান্ড কেন ফেল করে? কারণ ও ইংরেজিতে লিখতে পারতো না। ইংরেজিতে হচ্ছে যে ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং এর জন্য যেটুকুনি লিখতে হয়, বাংলাদেশের ছেলে কলকাতায় এসে বড় হয়েছে, লিখতে পারতো না। What he did, after he dropped out of 4th year of college, he spent 2 years of his life trying to teach first and trying to learn first and then teach at the British Council in Kolkata. And he learned English to a point where he was able to disseminate information and knowledge in English. Then he came and met me. He's like, আমাকে একটা যে কোনো চাকরি দিন, আমাকে পয়সাও দিতে হবে না, I just want to practice my English skills. The fact that he hustled and today he is one of my general managers in one of my organizations. The fact that ও কিন্তু engineering এ ফেল হতে পারে কিন্তু লাইফে কিন্তু পাস। এবং এইটা কিন্তু ভেতর থেকে ওই খিদেটা আসে, এটা কিন্তু স্পুন ফিড করে হবে না, যাদের হওয়ার হয়ে যাবে। আপনাদের মতো ফরওয়ার্ড লুকিং যারা এডুকেটেড আছেন তারা চেষ্টা করতে থাকুন। অ্যান্ড আই এম ভেরি ভেরি হ্যাপি টু সি যে আজকে এখানে আমরা ইন্ডিয়া এডুকেশন কনফারেন্স আছে। আই থিঙ্ক ফ্রম ইয়োর কেস স্টাডিজ অ্যান্ড দ্য রেপ্রেজেন্টেশন উনি বললেন আপনার অল অফ দিস কেস স্টাডিজ উই লার্ন, ট্রুলি ইট ওয়াজ এন এডুকেটার্স সামিট। অ্যান্ড দ্য ফ্যাক্ট দ্যাট আই হ্যাভ লার্নড, আই উড বি ভেরি ভেরি হ্যাপি টু কোলাবোরেট উইথ all of you, all of the government schools, and see what we can do together. Please reach out to me. I'm a very very accessible on LinkedIn, and I would be very happy to work towards the development of this state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meghdud. I think you have to run now. Yeah. আমার এই 5টা প্রশ্ন নিয়ে এর মধ্যে কয়েকটা তো উত্তর হয়ে গেছে, আমারও কিছু বক্তব্য আছে কিন্তু আমি এখন ওটাকে সাইডে রাখছি। দুজন স্পিকার আমাদের বাকি, আমরা এখন কর্পোরেট সাইডে যাব। এতক্ষণ আমরা এডুকেটর সাইড দেখলাম, এবার কর্পোরেট সাইডে যাব। We will begin with this part will begin with Mr. Atul Singh, the Vice President of CSR of ইমামি লিমিটেড। ইমামি পশ্চিম বাংলার একটি গুরুত্বপূর্ণ, পূর্ব ভারতের একটি অনেক বড় কর্পোরেট হাউস, এবং তার সিএসআর কর্পোরেট সোশ্যাল রেসপন্সিবিলিটি তার দায়িত্বে ইনি। তো আই উইল রিকোয়েস্ট Atul Singh ji to present his point of view on how do you create a global campus of learning, teaching and research.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. While I was sitting and listening to your questions, I actually changed the course of my speech to try and address all your answers, to try and kind of look into your questions, making a note of it. So I've just done some spontaneous tweaking of what I'll be speaking on. But before I do that, I'd like to introduce myself and my organization. My name is Atul Singh. I head the corporate social responsibility and sustainability for the Imami Group. What we are doing is we are working in this space of education, health, women empowerment, and other areas. And I guess I am the only one who is not from the education sector here. I am from the corporate sector, but I would like to, say that we have been doing a lot of work in the education sector in the field of skill development, education, school support programs, so on and so forth. While I was listening to your questions, I would just like to give you a brief of what the corporate social responsibility is. And amra ki kori, hum log karte kya hai corporate social responsibility mein. As you know, corporate social responsibility is the responsibility of the corporates to do some social work. 2% of the profit has to be spent on CSR, which is corporate social responsibility for all organizations who have a turnover of more than 1,000 crore or a net worth of more than 500 crore. So Imami being an FMCG company, we've got various institutions in Calcutta. Imami, I'm sure all of you use Imami products And also we have our stomach, AMRI hospital belongs to us. So we have a huge kind of a network. So what we are doing is right now is the topic of the conversation was about building a global campus of learning. What we are already doing in CSR is we have programs on, school support program. And while I was listening to your questions, let me also mention that one question was about infrastructure support. We are doing infrastructure support program, especially in the rural areas, because CSR is mostly to do with rural areas. We're not working much in the city schools. We are, helping schools in terms of their toilets, their water facilities, hand washing. Of late, we are starting the WASH program, which is the water, sanitation, and health program. And one question was about the digital divide. Yes, there is a digital divide in the country. And we are in the process of giving laptops and tabs and computers to schools, to students, okay? One question was about mental health, stress. Someone spoke about stress. Yes, we are working on a counseling program under our Sukanya Women's Empowerment Program. And we have a program called ARSH, which is part of a government initiative, but we are doing it independently, which is adolescent reproductive and sexual health. In the schools where we are working on menstrual hygiene, we are working on various women issues, and we are working with the female teachers and the students to have this program incorporated. Someone spoke about taboos and social stigmas. Yes, that's a very, very important area, and we are working in that. So pretty much I've summarized all your questions into what we are doing, and I realized that, yes, we are doing a lot of work. However, all this work is happening in the rural areas. Someone spoke about scholarships. Well, we have a due diligence process for scholarship, and we have scholarship for the needy students and the underprivileged students on a need basis. We have a system of spotting and identification of students. In fact, all of you can spot and identify students who have talent and who have a need and who have the pursuit, or they have a willingness for higher studies. We are willing to fund the education. As you know, CSR, the quantum of CSR in the country is around 20,000 crore in the whole country. 20,000 crore is the quantum of CSR being spent by various organizations in the country, out of which 60%, around 12,000 crore is spent by corporates all over the country in education and skill development. Talking about skill development, we have a lot of very hardcore skill trade courses, which is to do with stitching, tailoring, apparel designing, retail management, beautician, hairdressing. These are all courses which are 6 months to 1 year courses, which is driven towards livelihood opportunities, which will give students the opportunity of earning livelihood, income generation opportunities. So here we are also working on the so-called stigmas and cultural issues to do with having a parent, understand that this skill is actually required for a person's livelihood. For example, let's say a skill like being a welder, okay? We have, this course, and we have been, giving welders in various industries, and one welder earns maybe up to 1,75,000 rupees, 1.5 lakh rupees salary per month, an industrial specialized welder. Now, which father would want his son to be a welder? But the fact of the matter is he earns a lot of money. So we have to also talk to the parents. We have a smart parenting program. We have an inclusive approach where we are basically working with the first generation learners. And we are having a smart parenting program where we are trying to inculcate this culture of equal dignity and labor for all kind of jobs. The other question was about fees support. Affordability, the 3 A's we speak about: availability, accessibility, and affordability. Affordability being the most important part. Well, in case a person or a student has got issues to do with his studies, we have a financial assistance program where we identify, spot such students, and we provide financial assistance. So pretty much, I think we have covered all the questions. Okay, innovation. One question is about innovation. Well, during the pandemic, we have been successfully trained over 200 teachers on digital literacy program. So we have used online technology to teach them online courses, online pedagogy as far as teaching is concerned. And so I think one question was about the role of private institution. Well, this is what we are doing. This is our role in terms of adding value to the whole system. When I was in school, I was very fond of 2 questions: fill in the blanks in true and false. And this is what we are doing. We are trying to fill in the gaps as far as the education system is concerned, to try and make a difference, to try and build up an environment of having a global campus of learning, teaching, and research. And in terms of the other, original script that I thought of was in terms of industry academia collaboration. I'll just take 2 more minutes, sir, in terms of talking about how it is important for the industry to collaborate with academia from a value perspective. We have been working with a lot of institutions trying to get the national education policy implemented. I think implementation of the national education policy is very important and collaboration is required for that. We are happy to collaborate end to end, not at the time of, I get calls from various organizations at the time of placement. Ki, sir, aapko koi aadmi chahiye kya? Well, I think collaboration can start from the designing of the curriculum, the implementation of the course, the delivery of the course, and then the placement, right? We are willing to give a platform. We've got factories, we've got our logistics, we've got a network of distributors. How about using a platform for internships, for various kind of industry exposure, so that the academia can actually interact with the industry and use our platform? We have all these students who are doing the courses today. They will be going in the job workforce, which is 5 years from now. Now, in the last 2 years, everything has changed as far as the pandemic is concerned. सब कुछ बदल गया है. जब 2 साल में इतना difference हो सकता है, तो और 5 साल में और क्या-क्या difference हो सकता है? How can we get the students of today be ready to work in a world of tomorrow, 5 years, 10 years from now, when the world will be a different place? ये जगह ही दूसरी हो जाएगी. हमारा curriculum जो है आज का, I was talking to a group of Japanese engineers in one of my factory locations in Guwahati, जहां से हम लोग ने कुछ फैक्ट्री का इक्विपमेंट मंगाया था, which will add on to the productivity and output of our factories. Now उसमें क्या है कि जो टेक्नोलॉजी वहां यूज करते हैं, यहाँ पर लोग ही नहीं मिल पा रहे हैं, बिकॉज हमारा जो इंडस्ट्री का जो ट्रेनिंग है, that is as per the old curriculum. The latest equipments that the industry buys from abroad, there is no one to use and to kind of take benefit of the technology being used in the other countries. And this is where the industry and the academia will have to work together. Talking about, there has to be more interaction. We are dealing with our employees. The academia, the professors are dealing with the students. It's time for the academia to come and talk to us in terms of our employees, and for the corporates like us to come and talk to your students to build up an interactive platform to be able to collaborate. Last but not the least, I have a point on using our facilities for project. I think Professor Khanra, who has been my mentor and guide, also has been speaking about activities, sir. And your point on activity is very well taken, because more of activities will have to be done in the actual site of the workplace. There is an old Chinese proverb that says, I hear, I forget. I see, I remember. I do, I understand. So this is, it sums up what I have to say. And this is where industry is offering our services to academia to be able to offer a platform. Let's use the platform. Let us use the CSR of flexibility available in the country, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, and the entire, corporate industry is willing to spend money on building up infrastructure, hard, soft. Let us work together, have, a future which is better. And of course, have a window of the future, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now, there'll be a different world. It's time to prepare now. Thank you so much.
Very well said. Very well said. Thank you. Thank you very much. The corporate and institute interface, we sometimes call it industry institute interface, ICube, is very, very important. We have one more speaker, but I would like to add here this sentence that you do not have to wait for Imami to come to you, because Imami, and you may be in a district where Imami's operations may not be there, but there will be some other companies, some other corporates in your vicinity. You can actually go out there, talk to the PR head, CSR head, or HR head, whomever you can connect to, and tell how they can help your students to get technological exposure, some activity, some initiative. And many people, many schools are also doing that. I find that there are many principals of schools here. The last speaker of this session, but nevertheless very important, we have Mohammad Sadan Jev Khan, Secretary of Central Waqf Council and CEO of Nawadco. I request Mr. Mohammad Sadan Jev Khan to speak his perspective on creating campus of learning, teaching, research. Over to Sadanji.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I would first like to confirm, am I audible?
You are highly audible and visible also.
Thank you so much. Respected panelists, erudite, anchor, distinguished participants, Meghdoot Rai Chaudhary Saab, Rashid Arshad Mukhtar Saab, Dr. Saidur Rahman Saab, Atul Singh Saab, and the very learned Professor Ujjwal Anu Chaudhary Saab. I consider myself to be the least competent and qualified to speak at such an occasion, which is not only full of erudites amongst the panelists, but in the audience. But thank you, Akram Bhai. Thank you, Times Group, for giving me this opportunity to keep learning, to remain a relevant and lifelong learner. This is what I want myself to be known as. Thank you very much. At the outset, I would take one question which I found, interesting question I found in the chat box, which says that how can we get global competence and how can we understand that we are globally competent? I thank the participant who posted this question. I remember an anecdote. My teacher told me this is regarding his gardener when he was going on leave. If you allow me, I would express this anecdote in Hindi or Hindustani for better
You can speak in Hindi, sir, but we are
this anecdote only
1 hour late, so kindly make it brief.
Yes, it will be 4 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you. I can understand that everybody must be hungry. उस गार्डनर ने जब गार्डनर छुट्टी पर जाता है अपने मालिक से छुट्टी लेकर, जिसकी पगार 5,000 रुपये है, तो वो रेलवे स्टेशन जाकर अपने मालिक को फोन करता है एक स्टडी बूथ से कि क्या आपको कोई गार्डनर चाहिए। तो वो मना कर देता है कि नहीं, मेरे पास गार्डनर है, अभी छुट्टी पर गया लेकिन मुझे चाहिए नहीं, वो आ जाएगा। तो वो गार्डनर फिर बोलता है कि नहीं, मैं आपके घर में सफाई का काम भी कर दूंगा और पैसा उससे कम लूंगा मैं। और फिर भी वो मालिक मना करता जाता है, ये बहुत सारे ऑफर्स देता है। What I want to bring home is that if we are skilled at this level, जिस ग्लोबल कॉम्पिटेंस और स्किल की बात इस सवाल में की गई है, that if our skill is such that entire world is ready to take us in various positions, starting from the local market to the global market, I think we are competent and we are making ourselves competent. मैं सिर्फ बहुत शॉर्ट में इतना कहूंगा कि जहां ग्लोबल कैंपस बनाने की बात चल रही है, what generally surprises me that we have lots of private schools and we are very late starter as far as private universities are concerned. And I will not go into the reason for this. University, I consider, are meant for 3 things: education, the traditional meaning of education; research, which is creation of new knowledge. I can call it Humboldt model, the famous university in Germany; and thirdly, contribution to community, that through innovation and entrepreneurship, outreach, what it is giving to the society. This is what universities are meant for. Now, why research and innovation has not picked up in our country as we expected? Many of these speakers, honorable speakers, gave their viewpoints on this. The reason may be many, but I find that everybody will agree that yes, we need such universities, such institutions which are globally relevant. And the new National Education Policy 2020 gives us a roadmap for the same. Take, for example, the the Mission Nalanda. Take, for example, the provision of research foundation. Take, for example, the provision that 100 top universities can operate abroad. And likewise, the 100 top universities of the world can operate in India. These are some of the measures which I feel will certainly make our institutions, our universities better, our education system better. We not only need to say that we have a huge population, we must understand that this making competitive global campuses will actually give us benefit of this demographic dividend, what we call. And it can be by upskilling the future generations. It will come through world-class education, innovation, which requires evolving curriculum, matching infrastructure for the same, curious and alert and motivated educators, ever evolving right pedagogy, and an ecosystem to attract best talents in the education system. I would end by quoting Rabindranath Tagore, who said, "Everything comes to us that belongs to us if we create the capacity to receive it." And I underline this line, if we create the capacity to receive it. The need is that we create such capacities. Whatever education a university or institutes of higher education imparts, it must achieve the global level of benchmarking, given the vastness and diversity of global village we live in today. And this is what I consider should be the roadmap for future campuses, for global campuses of learning, research, and innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your focus was on capacity building. Thank you very much. And you also brought forth the strength of the New Education Policy 2020 in creating diverse capacities. I will request Nayak Sahab to, Nayak Sahab is with us, Dr. Sheshadev Nayak, Professor of School of Management, OP Jindal University, Raigad, to answer to some of the questions which have been asked by the audience earlier. Very briefly, we are running short of time, you know that.
There are many headmasters especially who asked about inadequacy of resources, कि हमारे पास पर्याप्त साधन नहीं है, IT infrastructure नहीं है, computer labs नहीं है, हमारे टीचर, हमारे students कहाँ से ये सब सीखेंगे, this and that, right? Now, there are two characteristics of resources, right? One, resources कभी भी पर्याप्त नहीं होते हैं, right? They will never enough, they are not enough, they will never be enough. That is the first nature of resources. Second is, you will never get what you want, but you will always get what you need. Okay? You will never get what you want, but you will always get what you need. Now, that means what? If the principal is hell-bent that bloody I need it, it is going to come from somewhere. Now, where that somewhere is? You have got primarily three sources to go in for. First, lobby with the government. Difficult, but not impossible. छत्तीसगढ़ जैसे बैकवर्ड स्टेट में जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स 12वीं पास करके इंजीनियरिंग कोर्सेज ज्वाइन करते हैं 100% सबको फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट लैपटॉप मिलता है. Even students studying in private universities, not only in government institutions. हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी में भी जितना बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, हम लिस्ट मांगते हैं स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, सबको लैपटॉप नया डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होता है. मोबाइल पे कोविड स्टार्ट हुआ, बच्चे कॉलेज में नहीं आ रहे थे, सबको स्मार्टफोन डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हुआ विथ नेट कनेक्शन एंड ऑल दोस थिंग्स सो दैट दे कैन डू देयर क्लासेस फ्रॉम होम. दिल्ली का स्कूलिंग सिस्टम में जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन सब लोगों को पता है. ओडिशा में सारे SC ST गर्ल्स, ऑल हायर एजुकेशन, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट एजुकेशन, द फी इज बोर्न बाय द गवर्नमेंट. ठीक है, तो गवर्नमेंट भी बहुत सारा कुछ करना चाहता है, करता है. आपको वो पहला सोर्स है जहां पे आपको अप्रोच करना है. दूसरा सोर्स है अप्रोच पीपल लाइक अतुल सिंह जी, जो कि CSR का हेड है. बहुत सारे कंपनी के पास बहुत सारा पैसा है CSR में स्पेंड करने के लिए. ओके, JSPL Jindal Steel and Power Limited, मतलब we make the benefits reach to around 20,000 students. यूनिवर्सिटी ने, हमने ओपी जिंदल यूनिवर्सिटी ने अपना आजू बाजू के 5 डिफरेंट स्कूल्स को अडॉप्ट किया है और वहां पे कंप्यूटर लैब एस्टैब्लिश कराना, टीचर्स को ट्रेनिंग देना, वो सब करना हम ये करते हैं. थर्ड, you approach your alumni, people, students who had passed out from your school and has become something now, and they don't hesitate to contribute to your growth in any manner that is possible. एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूं मैं आपको. अभी रिसेंटली एक आध महीना पहले आपने न्यूज सुना होगा, आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक का जो चेयरमैन है वैद्यनाथन, उन्होंने अपना एक एक्स टीचर को कंपनी का 1 लाख शेयर गिफ्ट किया. And you know what? That teacher had helped him sponsored a ticket for him to go and take admission in engineering college. जब वो 12th पास हुए, इंजीनियरिंग में उनका सिलेक्शन हुआ, उनके पास पैसा नहीं था ट्रेन का टिकट देने के लिए कि जाके वो वहां पे एडमिशन ले सके, और टीचर बोला कि ये ले 200 रुपया और जाके टिकट खरीद और जाओ एडमिशन. 30 साल बाद उसी टीचर, when the teacher is at 80 year old, और ये बंदा आज आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक का चेयरमैन है, 1 लाख शेयर कंपनी के जाके डोनेट किया. In my own school, which is in the remote village, right? Whenever I visit my home, I go and talk to the principal, headmaster of that school. और वो बताते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ पे ये बेटा अभी एक कंप्यूटर लैब करना चाहते हैं जिसमें कुछ कंप्यूटर्स दे सकते हो क्या? बोला सर जरूर कोशिश कर सकते हैं. I went back to home. हमारा जो लैब है उसमें से कुछ कंप्यूटर आउटडेटेड हो चुके थे, and the computer head was replacing them. तो मैं बोला ये जो पुराना कंप्यूटर है मैं उसको स्क्रैप में खरीदना चाहूंगा. And then he said कि why do you need this? ये ज्यादा कुछ प्रोसेस नहीं कर सकते. मुझे मतलब कि हाई प्रोसेसिंग कैपेबिलिटी मुझे नहीं चाहिए. वर्ड एक्सेल पावर पॉइंट उसमें चलता है ना, नेट चलता है ना, बोले कि हाँ चलता है तो मुझे चाहिए. देन वो गया और वाइस चांसलर से अप्रूवल के लिए लेके गया. वाइस चांसलर आस्क्ड मी व्हाई डू यू नीड दिस? मैं बोला सर मुझे मेरा स्कूल को डोनेट करना है. मतलब ठीक है हम आपको ये डेस्कटॉप जो है एट स्क्रैप प्राइस ऑफ 5,000 रुपये हम देना चाहते हैं, ये करते हैं. बट देन ही सेड व्हाई डोंट, आई मीन कितना चाहिए आपको लैपटॉप, राइट, कंप्यूटर्स? मैं बोला सर अराउंड 20 के आसपास हो जाएगा. नो प्रॉब्लम, अब 20 हम गिफ्ट कर देते हैं उनको. करेक्ट? सो दिस इज हाउ यू कैन एक्चुअली mobilize the resources provided you have taken it as I need it, and things are going to fall in place. Thank you so much.
Very good example, very good case study. It's just that we are running too short of time. Lunch time has gone beyond 1 hour. So that's the point. But I think it was quite a good interaction. The questions that came from the audience and the responses there. To conclude, I'll take the last point from him on the computer, the internet connection, and you will get as much as you need. You will never get as much as you want. So need and want is always a diversity in life, also in work, also everywhere. Just now, the need is to bridge the digital divide with respect to education. And for that, the government had promised 6% in the new education policy, which is great, but the actual expense is less than 3%. So 97,000 crores was there in 2020 education budget, public education budget. It became 91,000, 8,000 less in 21 after new education policy was announced. Good that this year, 22, it has become 1,04,000 crores higher. And the focus is on digital. Good. We just want to see the implementation of it. So one is that higher in allocation, ideally, even now it's not 3%. 6% हो जाए, उसकी execution हो, तो additional 3% a digital divide को bridge कर सकता है. दूसरा इन्होंने जो कहा 2% of CSR, very much. हमारे उसके पहले सिंह साहब ने बताया, पहले हमारे इमामी से अतुल सिंह साहब ने कि 2% of the CSR to a large extent can be now focused on bridging the digital divide. रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, 5 चीज चाहिए डिग्निफाइड लाइफ के लिए. अब छठा चीज है नेट कनेक्टिविटी, नेट एक्सेस. ये उतना ही इंपॉर्टेंट है जितना बाकी 5 है. और इसीलिए सरकार का 6% और CSR का 2% और सिविल सोसाइटी का एफर्ट, जिसने उन्हें एग्जांपल दिया, सिविल सोसाइटी का एफर्ट्स, पुराने लैपटॉप, पुराने मोबाइल से लेकर डोनेट 1 मिलियन मोबाइल, डोनेट 1 मिलियन लैपटॉप्स, ये सारे चीज होना जरूरी है. कुछ हो रहा है, ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं हो रहा है. I am happy that Delhi government is spending 26% of their budget for education. I'm happy that 7% Tamil Nadu government is spending for education. I'm happy that 7.9% Kerala government is spending for education. I'm happy 5.3% Bengal government is spending for education. We do need above 5%. That's about digital divide. Second, language and communication skills. इसके बहुत सारे example मेरे दिमाग में आ रहे हैं लेकिन समय नहीं है इसलिए I will not get into that. But language and communication skills is a primary thing, and it is not about just learning English. It's about first learning to think, then learning to express in the mother tongue. Then comes English. The extra premium on English need not be put, but ignorance of English also need not be glorified. So you don't have to put extra premium to English, but ignorance भी सही नहीं है. इतना ही बोलते हैं. न्यू इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजी की बात कही है. सिंपल चीज, क्लास में बच्चे आते हैं उनको मालूम नहीं आज क्या पढ़ाई जाएगी. क्या 7 दिन पहले बता सकते हैं क्या पढ़ाई जाएगी? क्या आप चैप्टर को बता सकते हैं कौन सा चैप्टर पढ़ाया जाएगा किताब का? क्या आप वीडियो या ऑडियो या पावर पॉइंट या कुछ भी इन एडवांस भेज सकते हैं? आपके पास लर्निंग मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं, आपके पास व्हाट्सएप तो है, कोई आपके पास गूगल क्लासरूम का तो है नेट तो कनेक्शन. सो कैन यू सेंड थिंग्स इन एडवांस so that they listen, hear and watch? Don't just read. Listen, hear, same thing, watch and read, not just read. So आपको समझना होगा कि अभी का एजुकेशन वीडियो, ऑडियो एंड टेक्स्ट एंड इंफोग्राफिक्स चारों के मिलन के माध्यम से, इसे फ्लिप क्लासरूम कहते हैं. पहले सीख के अगर वो क्लास में आए तो रिसेप्शन बहुत ज्यादा होता है. इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट रिसेप्शन है. मस्जिद में घुसने के पहले वजू करते हैं, गुरुद्वारे में घुसने के पहले सर पे कपड़े बांधते हैं, मंदिर में घुसने के पहले हम मंदिर का घंटा बजाते हैं, लेकिन पढ़ाई के आते वक्त क्लास में क्या पढ़ाया जाएगा मुझे नहीं मालूम, लेकिन हम फीस देते हैं. तो दैट्स अनदर पॉइंट. एंटाइटलमेंट स्कॉलरशिप का उत्तर हुआ है. फीस ऑफ प्राइवेट स्कूल्स पे क्वेश्चन था लेकिन समय लगेगा, मैं नहीं जा रहा हूँ. इंस्टीट्यूट कॉर्पोरेट इंटरफेस के बहुत सारे आइडियाज आ गए लेकिन सेकंड हाफ में हम लेंगे. We have gone beyond time, so we'll have to end it here, and there will be a lunch break. I think we should have to reduce the lunch break to less than to not more than 30 minutes. And in the post lunch, it's a fabulous session which focuses on assessment of or for learning. क्या चीज का आप assess करोगे? बच्चों का assessment क्या चीज पे करोगे? Of and for learning assessment. And we have fabulous speakers. You know, Bishwajit Saha, Director of Training and Skill Development, Skill Education of CBSE. One of the directors of CBSE will be speaking. Syed Nurul Salam, the Registrar of Alia University. Madam Bratati Bandopadhyay, Bratati Bhattacharya, CEO and of Shikshayatan Foundation and Sri Shikshayatan College. Professor Dipali Singhi, a principal and professor of J.D. Birla Institute. Mr. Khadimul Islam, founder general secretary of BES An-Noor Model School. Sheikh Jasimuddin Mandal, MD, Stanford Academy. Professor Gajala Yasmin, head of the department of Alia University. Mr. Chandan Kumar Maiti, general secretary and headmaster, general secretary ASFHM and headmaster Krishna Chandrapur High School. So they would be deliberating on, after learning, what next? How do you evaluate? How do you assess? And how do you take them to the society at large? I believe, if you believe in the importance and the significance of this education, 30 minutes is the time. Please come back inside the hall beyond 30 minutes, within 30 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Chaudhary. Always enlightening. And all our speakers of this panel, it was, I think, by far one of the best panels I have ever attended, and brainstorming session that I ever attended. I will request our speakers. We have 2 tables on the right side. If you can kindly join us for lunch there, sir. And I'll request all our students, please be seated here. Students, I have some time, I have some points to discuss with you. I request all our guests to kindly join for lunch. And let us come back as quickly as we can. Students, please come in the front. I have some discussions with you. So we'll discuss 2-3 things here. I'll request all the students of Alia University and volunteers who are helping us, please come towards the front. I'll request our guests kindly on the left, we have the lunch, and our speakers on the right. We have 2 tables for yeah, ma'am. Lunch? I know, I went there. We are going mercilessly late. Hi, ma'am. Half an hour.
results will bear fruit. I want to compliment you and the Policy Times and also all your partners to thanks
especially thank you to Akram Haq Bhai for
It all begins with a dream of the great visionary O.P. Jindal. He was born on August 7, 1930, to a farmer in Nalwa village of Hisar district in Haryana. From the beginning, Om Prakash Jindal had a keen interest in technology and engineering. It was a small incident that changed the course of the destiny of O.P. Jindal when he came across a steel pipe that was made in England. As a youth, he dreamt of an India where the Made in England labels on various products would be replaced by the Made in India markings. He started his industrial career with a humble bucket manufacturing unit in Hisar in 1952. In 1964, he commissioned a pipe unit, Jindal India Limited, followed by a large factory in 1969 under the name of Jindal Strips Limited. With his dedication, determination and devotion towards technology and machines, Om Prakash Jindal became India's fourth largest industrialist. The Jindal empire was built from scratch with his mantra towards life's challenges. Where others saw walls, he saw doors. He is a symbol of courage, hard work, and dedication. O.P. Jindal University, Raigarh was established to carry forward the legacy of the great visionary O.P. Jindal ji. Our vision is to build an institution in Chhattisgarh where students can learn by doing, where real-world challenges find real-life solutions.
OP Jindal University Raigarh, recognized by UGC and approved by AICTE, was established under the aegis of Jindal Education and Welfare Society, led by India's most dynamic business group, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, chaired by Mr. Naveen Jindal. Today, the university is emerging fast and better known as University of Steel Technology. It is only the university caters the need of steel, power, mining and related emerging industries. In a short span of 7 years, we established 3 schools, namely School of Engineering with 5 departments, School of Management and School of Science. We offer 30 plus diploma, UG, PG and PhD programs across the university. Currently having 1700 plus students from 18 states of the country and 100 plus full-time regular faculty members. Vidhi Pariprashnen, pursuit of knowledge through inquiry, through hands-on experience, that is learning by doing, is main cornerstone of OP Jindal University. We believe every student is unique, and to realize their potential, there is a need of proper guidance, motivation, and quality education. We aim to develop future leaders and professionals who can contribute not only for the growth and development of the nation, but also make a mark globally and can work at multiple levels of responsibilities. We are carefully building the vision of our Honorable Chancellor, Srimati Shalu Jindal ji, by developing state-of-art infrastructure and facilities with modern equipments and latest softwares. Continuously recruiting well-qualified and globally and industry experienced faculty and adopting 5 distinct pillars of delivery.
OP Jindal University has been established a cell for international collaboration and affairs. Under this cell, we have established and collaborated with many world-renowned universities from United States of America, from South Korea, from China, from Uzbekistan, from Oman. So I would like to tell you the good number of universities which are Colorado School of Mines, USA, Anhui University, China, Sino-Steel, China, Bukhara University, that is a very renowned university for the engineering and technology in the Uzbekistan. And recently we have signed MOU with Sohar University, Oman. These all collaborations in the Oman or United States of America, whatever we did, these are very particular for the student exchange as well as the research programs. Including these all, we have collaborated with Changwon National University, South Korea, and also Ajao University, South Korea. We are very privileged and proud to say that we have total 13 to 14 world-renowned collaborations for the student exchange as well as the research collaboration program.
OP Jindal University is surrounded by several small, medium and large-scale industries, and we expect that our students should be well accepted by these industries. We always try to improve the knowledge of our students, and so that this will help these industries. So in view of this, we have established a Center for Industry Academia Collaboration, which will promote the role of our industry partners across teaching, research and the corporate education. Every year we try to connect with more than 300
having been there when I was just 25 or 26 out of the university to be a stopgap teacher for some time. Usually there are lady teachers, but in the college. That's good memory, but that's long, long back. So Madam Brotuti Bhattacharya has also been leading the CII's, CII's education subcommittee and has been contributing to the educational discourse of Bengal from school to university level, college level. She also runs CBS, Calcutta Business School, which is a very well-known business school of the city. So over to Brotuti ma'am to begin this session on your ideas on the outcome and assessment of education post-pandemic.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon to everyone. I think he has kept on saying that, you all had a good food, but good food means, we all fall off to sleep. So I hope, when I'm speaking to all of you, you don't fall off to sleep. And it can be an interactive session. You can ask me a question. And thank you for, that introduction. I'm really humbled. Well, many of the people, I was listening to the last, conversation that was going on in the last panel. And people did harp on certain things. And I'm going to talk from that angle only. That what is education all about? We are talking about education, education, education. What is this all about? How does it help us? In this last pandemic, in the 2 years, we have seen many things. Two very important issues that we have touched upon is sharing information, being connected. So I think that is one learning that we had, that we had to share information. And as he exactly said, that things have become so easy for us. You can join from any part of the world and still act local. So that's why we've used this term glocal. So, global and local. So that has been possible. Second is also having different kind of skills. I think skill set is something that, we have learned. And I think this is also one part of assessment. If I say a world-class curriculum and also how you assess, that means what is the learning outcome? Assessment is nothing but learning outcome, right? You all agree with that. So that means whatever I learn, whichever level, it can be primary level, it can be middle level, secondary level, high secondary, college, university, everywhere. There has to be an outcome. So if I am in class 1, I should know end of class 1 whether I'm eligible to go to class 2. Similarly, when I go to the tertiary education, whether I'm not only talking about tertiary education, but there are levels, like even after class 12, if I'm thinking of vocational education, whether the students are eligible to be employed. So that's the outcome. So that is where the assessment should look into. Now, I'll just, take up certain phrases, which I thought was very important. Like from an early age, we have been taught that education is probably the only path of achieving success and happiness in life. And yet so many of us, in spite of this education, we've been blessed and yet swayed away by volatility of life. Volatility that has highlighted or heightened significantly in the current times. This might lead us to wonder, has education lived up to all its promises? Or has it lost its intrinsic purpose and vision in the wake of modern day society and countries? Can you tell me? Has it actually fulfilled everything? This is a question for all of you. And here, I think someone who had thought many, many years back is Tagore. I think Tagore thought of this Vishwa Bharati, where he talked about global education. And it is not today, so many years back, He brought in many of the cultures' diversity when we did not have any mobile phone. He had to travel to different countries to get that, maybe traveling for 3 months and get that education to Vishwabharati, which is at Shantiniketan. But how was it, how is it different today? And why are we not thinking on those lines? In Tagore's words, it is where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. While designing this curriculum, imparting education that might not have been required. The purpose of education, therefore, as I just told you, is sharing of information, building skill sets, and instilling wisdom. I think these are the 3 very important things which actually should be our assessment criteria. Many of the times, I've been hearing when these online examinations were going on, and there were complaints from all quarters that students are actually taking help. And they are, some people probably did not have this system of proctoring. So people were taking help they were taking help from books, they were taking help from parents. So I don't think we should be worried about that. Why we should not be worried about that? Because if students are looking at books to find out an answer, students are actually trying to find out something. They are making that effort, maybe to give an exam, but still they are finding out. So let's take it in a positive way. When we do research work, what do? We look at many of the literatures. Are we actually taking help? Yes, we are trying to find out what kind of work has been done and trying to interpret and give a perspective. So why leave out students? That means our examination pattern needs to change. It cannot be that same things which fits everyone. I may not learn in the same way. I may learn in different ways because we are individuals who learn in different ways, different format. And I think this digital education probably has helped us to do that. Yes, it is definitely an extra work for our faculties because probably the faculty will not get similar answers. They may have to also do research to find out why the student has written certain answers or why the student is thinking in certain way. But that will help our critical thinking. We are talking about critical thinking. If we are talking about critical thinking, metaphysics, then we have to think about that a child also can think in different ways. So we have to allow the child to think and give those answers. So our assessment pattern cannot be just examination based. It needs to be 360-degree. Today I can be getting the highest marks in the class, but I may not be first when I'm going for some work. Why am I not being able to come first there? Because there are a whole lot of things that happen. We interact with people. So sharing of information, how do you interact? So I think that particular aspect in our education was missing. But CBSE has brought in those changes where we are looking at 360-degree angle in judging a person or doing an assessment. With respect to higher education, I know there are many people to talk about higher education, but with the higher education also, it cannot be just within the 4 quarters that we are learning. It has to be experiential learning. And that is why we are talking about industry academia. That means if the children are going and taking up a job somewhere, the student has to be ready for that particular industry. That means whatever changes are happening in the industry has to be brought in our curriculum. If it is not there in the curriculum, then the child is not ready for taking up a job at whatever level you want. I've just put down certain things that our focus therefore has to be on the process. It has to be how I understand the child and, have certain ways to assess the child. It may not be same pattern, that I give the same question paper to everyone. That is, think in a different way. Probably this digitalization will help us to reach out to many such people whom we have been assessing in the same pattern. We need to get people involved. Involvement here means, all the faculty members, their parents to be involved even in the assessment pattern. We leave out these people, but, we spend only 6 to 7 hours with a child in an institute. Most of the time, they're spending at home or with their peer group. So we need to bring their peers as well as their parents when we are assessing a child. And feedback. Feedback is something which needs to be continuous. It cannot be that I tell a child after 6 months that you're not ready. It has to be a continuous process. So our assessment system should be that, I'm able to give the feedback on a regular basis so that the child learns and goes, forward. We've been using, gamification. Games are one very good way of learning and assessing. Because in every game there is, I'm sure many of you all must be doing it, that we actually is a competition with your own self. And when it is a competition with your own self, you set a target for yourself and you're moving forward. That is one way of assessing. I think I will stop here. Maybe later I will come in. There are other people who can speak on this. Thank you.
Well started, very well begun. Outcome of every level of learning is important. A key message from Madam. There is volatility of life that has been proven very, very rightly. 1st of November, 3rd of November, my mother and me were celebrating my birthday. 25th of November, I am cremating her. COVID has taken her within 18 days. The point is, this has been the truth of not just me. Government will say 4.5 lakhs families. There are studies which say 25 lakhs families. This has been the truth of many such families. Then, even those who have survived are going through a lot of other crises. Some of those may be known to individually, many of you. So volatility of life has led to flexibility of education. But have we brought this flexibility of education inside, within the spectrum of evaluation, understanding outcomes, question to be thought. Very good pointing to Vishwa Bharati, the world school education or global education, approach of global education. Now this word global has been repeated from the morning many times. Let's ask, in our school education, because most of you are from school education, in my university education, are we connected to schools or universities outside our state, outside our... I wanted to do that, but people changed it. Okay. Are we connected to institutes outside our geography? Now you'll say we don't have the resource, we do not know people. That's only an excuse. Easily online people can be connected throughout. I know some of the schools in India who are connected to schools in Finland, which has the best schools in the world, the best school concept in the world. They go to school free, hands-free. They come back from school hands-free. How do they learn? There is a big mechanism of that. Finding answers in online exams. Now, she said that there's no harm in people finding answers. The issue is that more than they finding answers, can we ask questions which are not Googleable, which are not copy-pastable? That is where the intelligence is. The mentors are, I do not want to use the word teachers because frankly, except very small children, you cannot teach, quote unquote now. You can mentor, you can guide, you can facilitate, you cannot teach. Well, whatever knowledge, all of us together, all of us here together, Google has much more than that. So anything that you search, want to teach can be searched. So it's not about teaching, except very small children. I'm talking of little from 9, 10 level onwards maybe. So mentoring is the word. So the point is, have the mentors come out with challenging questions which cannot be Googleable, which cannot be Googled? Yeah. Application based, right? Exactly. Analysis based application. I'll give a concrete example. Excuse me, my example will be from university education because my exposure is that. So I teach advertising. advertising management and advertising principles, everything. Now, if I ask a question, suppose there is a new bike which has 3 wheels and 2 wheels both. That means at times three wheels will come out, and at times you can withdraw 2 wheels and it can run on just 2 wheels. So it runs on water, it runs on sand, and it runs on road. What will be the brand name? What will be the catch line? What jingle would you make? What sort of creative would you make for television and for outdoor? And what would be your launch idea, big idea in the launch? You cannot copy paste any from anywhere. You cannot copy paste from anywhere. I did ask this question during this pandemic. Amphibian bike or amphibike, someone had come out with the name. I really like that. Amphibian, you know what is amphibian? Amphibike, and very creative answer. You cannot copy paste. Now, if you actually, okay, I understand class 3, 4, 5, lot of things may be knowledge based. But if you go up a little up, 9, 10, 11, 12, lot of things are application based, can be done. Habituated to think as mentors. How do we ask applied questions? Critical thinking, very, very right point. Can you give a situation and how do they react to that? That's critical thinking. Evaluation is 360 degrees, very much. Why only written skills? Why not spoken skills? Why not artistic skills? Why not going out in the field and coming and giving a verbal talk or a written presentation or whatever? So can we not look at multiple skills? There are multiple capabilities. You know there are multiple capabilities. So can we look at that? Then process of learning is more important than just examination. Another problem, class shuru hotei porikkar kotha shuru. Are porikkata purpose noy. Porikkata ekta one end result is one of the byproducts, but that's not the purpose. Purpose is internalization of knowledge. ব্যাপারটা ভেতরে আত্মসাৎ করাটা হচ্ছে লক্ষ্য, পরীক্ষাটা লক্ষ্য নয়। কিন্তু পড়ার শুরু থেকেই আমরা পরীক্ষার কথা বলি। সে বাবা মাও বলে, টিচাররাও বলে, প্রাইভেট টিউটরও বলে, এবং পরীক্ষার সাথেই প্রাইভেট টিউটর কানেক্টেড, পরীক্ষার সাথেই মার্কস কানেক্টেড এন্ড অল দ্যাট। সো এই যে মার্কস সেন্ট্রিক চিন্তা থেকে সরে আসা আমাদের খুব প্রয়োজন। ফার্স্ট হাফে আমরা বলেছিলাম ডিগ্রি সেন্ট্রিসিটি থেকে স্কিল সেন্ট্রিসিটির দিকে যাচ্ছি আমরা, এটা ফার্স্ট হাফে আমরা আলোচনা করেছিলাম। And customized evaluation and continuous feedback, very much right. You know, there দু ধরনের পরীক্ষা হয়, ফরম্যাটিভ পরীক্ষা, সামেটিভ পরীক্ষা। ফরম্যাটিভ যখন শিখছি তখন পরীক্ষা, সামেটিভ শেখা হয়ে গেল তারপরে পরীক্ষা। এবং দুটো পরীক্ষার মধ্যেই রিটেন, নন রিটেন, ভার্বাল, আবার রিটেন, ভার্বাল, ফিল্ড বেসড, প্র্যাকটিক্যাল বেসড অনেক ভাবে করা যেতে পারে। আর আমি এই উনি একটা খুব ভালো কথা বলেছেন, নিজের সাথে কম্পিট করা। আই স্ট্রংলি বিলিভ ইন দিস। এই কম্পিটিশন, অন্যের সাথে প্রতিযোগিতা একটা ক্ষয়িষ্ণু পুঁজিবাদী সমাজের একটা চিন্তা ভাবনা। অলওয়েজ কন্টিনিউয়াসলি কম্পিট উইথ আদার্স। কেন? জন্মটা হয়েছে খালি কম্পিট করতে করতে মরে যাওয়ার জন্য? সারা জীবন কম্পিট করতে করতে মরে যাওয়ার জন্য? জন্ম হয়েছে জীবন বাঁচার জন্য, ভালোভাবে, সুন্দরভাবে। সো ওয়াই নট কোলাবোরেট? চেঞ্জ কম্পিটিশন টু কোলাবোরেশন। যদি কম্পিট করতেই হয়, আই কম্পিট উইথ মাই ইয়েস্টারডে ফর আ বেটার টুমরো। I refuse to compete with anyone else. Can you teach that? ছোটবেলা থেকে আমরা শেখাচ্ছি বাচ্চাদের, জানো তো তোমার জীবনে অনেক কম্পিটিশন আছে, আগে থেকে একটা ভয় ঢুকিয়ে দেওয়া আছে, আগে থেকে ভয় ঢুকিয়ে দেওয়া আছে। I'll stop here. I'll call the next speaker and we'll continue with this with the spirit of having our learned lady speakers first. Now I have the pleasure of calling Professor Dipali Singhi, the principal and professor of J.D. Birla Institute, and I must compliment her and her institute for bringing in hands-on, skill-based vocational education in this city for decades and decades. Hundreds and thousands of youngsters have learned how to really do, not what to do, not why to do only, but how to do it. Over to you, Dr. Dipali Singhi.
A very good afternoon to everyone, and thank you, Professor Ujjwal Chaudhary, for giving me an introduction for which I'm really, really humbled. All the dignitaries on the dais and participating members of the dais, a very good afternoon to all of you. I'll take off from what Dr. Ujjwal Chaudhary has just mentioned. Our institute is over 58 years old, and we are not really known as the only college affiliated to the August Jadavpur University. Many people are not aware that there is a college under Jadavpur University and right from its inception, and that is J.D. Birla Institute. The institute was earlier known for home science, and why I'm mentioning this is there are certain programs that we have which were always skill-based. Today, you go back to the students who passed out, it may be in the late 70s, and you will find that they have multi-skill. The course was such that it allowed you to hone multi-skills. It was multi-tasking that you could do. You could do a lot of dovetailing. That is what the course focused on. Unfortunately, in this part of the country, this course died its death. I would now say that even we've moved away from the word home science. And in West Bengal, unlike any other part of India, there is only one college that exists, and that is under Calcutta University. That also probably has diversified in its core areas. Whereas if you go all around the country, this course is a very happening program. So this is how, area-wise, we are also killing what we already have. Having spoken so, we all must not forget that we are one civilization which was leading the world in the field of education. 3,000 years back, you can Google up and see more than 16 world-class universities. This year, our college theme calendar was on these ancient universities, and believe me, these are not myth, because the relics, the archaeological surveys, they exist. So there is something which was existent. And when you read about these universities, it really makes you ponder. It really makes you think that have we moved forward or we've gone backward? We are talking about global and world-class universities today in India. But weren't we world-class? Weren't we, the Western world, emulated us? When Nalanda was burning, Oxford was being set up. That is what our pride should have been. But unfortunately, it's a lost process. While doing this survey, I came across one very interesting feature which I did not know. And there is a special university called the Triangle University, the Golden Triangle University, which linked 3 universities 3,000 years back. And they could collaborate. The student could move from one university to the other after completing a semester. And we are back to square one today, what the new NEP says, that you can drop a course, come back, you can go into another university, another college through lateral entry. Your credits are going to be stored in the credit bank. But India thought of it much, much earlier. Unfortunately, we did not progress that well. But again, it's an irony that most of our students do well in the foreign universities. So there's something good about our curriculum, something good about our education system in India. You go to any top universities and you will find the Indian students doing very well. And let's not forget the top CEOs of the top countries in the companies in the world are now being held by the Indians. So there's something definitely good about it. And my personal view is when we look at our curriculum, we are also seeing the kind of social background that we are in. We cannot imitate the West because not necessarily that's going to suit us. We have to see what we need in our society and how we can flourish in this area. This is a personal thought which I have been over a period of time really thinking that we are given a guideline that you have to do this, the curriculum has to be industry oriented, it has to be, but in reality, does it happen? Does it really happen? Yes, the curriculum is required to be multidisciplinary. What we need to learn is that the child should not just be dependent on one particular profession, because what is going to come in the future is going to be multitasking. We are very soon moving into an era where things are going to become obsolete very fast. When we were students in college, the computer had barely started. Like, at least I do not remember during my college days of even seeing a computer. My first experience with computer was during my master's program, and that was almost 28 to 30 years back. Today, when I look at it, it's not just computers, it's moved to a very advanced level. So things are changing at a faster pace today. So our curriculum should technically focus on areas where we, instead of honing one skill, we are trying to help the students hone multiple skills so that they can adjust to the ever-changing times, the dynamic changes that take place as they move on with their lives. Since I was asked to restrict my presentation on how the curriculum should be developed, I would like to mention a few briefings that I feel would help all of us move ahead. There are a few points which I'll take from my previous speakers, some from the earlier session that had been just concluded. One first question from Professor Ujjwal Chaudhary of open exams, having an open book exams, and there's been a lot of deliberations happening right now with open book exams. This pandemic actually has been a kind of a learning lesson for us. It's brought in a massive paradigm shift in the field of education. It has kind of let us know what are the benefits of this open book or open exam, as we call it. Most of us have, experimented with online exams. Students have had access to Google. Obviously, you've not been really able to control what they're doing. But as Professor Chaudhary mentioned, the difficulty or the challenge lies not in conducting the exams. The challenge lies in preparing the questions. And that is what is the need of the hour. We will have to make our faculty members, or as now we call them facilitators, to gear up onto how they can make their examination system innovative. Marks is not that important because in real life, it is the backbenchers who generally do better in life and succeed. So I think we should move away with the marking system and gradually move in assessing the outcome. When we assess the outcomes of a particular program, we are actually again going back to the marking system. I have one idea which I've just been thinking and would like to share with you. Why not assess the student after they pass out of the college, after they have moved into their real life situation and gathered some experience? It's a food for thought, but nevertheless an interesting one which can be explored. Going back to the formulation of the curriculum that we've had, we've already been told it has to be multidisciplinary, it has to be skill-oriented, it has to be based on the requirements of the industry, it should be student-centric, it should be this, it should be that. It's a guideline that we all have got. And we actually follow these guidelines in totality to find out that we are probably doing the best curriculum. But we never try to analyze what is the outcome, what has happened to the student. That really actually the testing ground is when the student actually goes to an industry for a job, or it is the time when he or she has to face life. So life skills are not becoming a part of our curriculum. We are not examining whether the child has acquired those life skills. That is one point. Another point that I would like to make. And one important area which we as facilitators miss out on our student is that teaching is not really following a curriculum. Teaching is a role of a facilitator. A teacher is like a facilitator. We just have to teach the student how to learn, how to self-learn. In our college, I will just share one experience with you. When we were modifying our syllabus and we had the advisory panel comprising of some external members, and when we sat down with our internal committee, we all had decided that there will be a certain component which is going to be a kind of a self-learning project for the student. We will not bring in theoretical teachings over there. Believe me, it was rejected outright by the advisory panel. And they said, you cannot give an MCOM degree if you do not teach these 17, 18 subjects. We still insisted, we pleaded, we gave an explanation, we tried to, put forth our argument, and finally we were allowed to go ahead with it. And today, most of my students are doing very well, and we are almost having placements, whatever they require. If 10 students are applying, we're being able to provide them with very good placements, both at the BCom and the MCom level. So what I'm trying to point out is there's this self-learning bit we tend to ignore or tend to overlook. This is going to be the most important part, because as Professor Ujjwal Chaudhary has also mentioned that Google has answers to everything. Whatever you want, you can just Google up and you'll get it. So what is the need to teach the child? The child needs to know something, they will Google up and they'll find an answer to it. But yes, in Google also, there are contradictory statements. So the child has to be taught to have the wisdom to decide which one is the correct statement, which one is the correct fact. Now, that is a challenge which we as teachers will have to mold ourselves. So we've got to be constantly evolving and learning. And as one member had said in the earlier session, that learning never ceases. It is a continuous process, and one life is too short to know everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Very well spoken. In fact, a lot of things happened. We were world class. How did we fall back? West emulated us. Now why this situation? Most of our students will do well in global universities, do actually well in global universities and companies. Multidisciplinary curricula, I would like to speak later on that very, very important point, honing multiple skills. Innovative evaluation, importance of life skills, which is at this point less important at this point. And many other points she has spoken. I would not go detailed in that. We have an early appearance actually by going by the clock time. Our AICT chairman of India has joined us. So I'll request our Policy Times founder and editor, Mr. Akram Haq, to invite him to speak, and then we'll continue with the panel.
Right.
Over to you, Akram.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for chairing such wonderful sessions. And thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking. I just quickly want to welcome Professor Dr. Anil S. Shashtrapute, sir, Honorable Chairman of All India Council for Technical Education, one of the very known and popular face of this country in terms of bringing educational transformation and giving hands-on and front-end leadership to all the challenges that we face in the country when it comes to education and finding such solutions. And sir is so humble and so nice that sir accepted our request and invitation to be part of this program. So I'll request sir to kindly give your special remarks on this occasion.
Anil sir, I would like to say that here are headmasters of various schools of Bengal, more than 100 headmasters, principals. Apart from that, there are deans of some of the colleges, principals and deans of some of the colleges. There are also heads of NGOs involved in voluntary and other vocational education, largely of Bengal, but a few outside Bengal as well. Today is good to see this Ujjwal here, sir, Ujjwal Chaudhary. So, so I'm moderating this session in which you have come. Thank you for joining us, sir. You are looking like Rabindranath Tagore with your flowing beard, white beard. Thank you for joining us. Yes, over to you, Anil sir, for your talk.
Yeah, thank you, Ujjwal Chaudhary ji. It's wonderful to meet you in an online mode. And I just joined about 5 minutes ago, and Madam was talking about different reforms that are necessary in education sector. No, don't be surprised. You know, you were doing wonderfully well. In fact, I have nothing to say beyond what you have already said. And, you know, one by one, you said in commerce, in BCom and MCom, the kind of syllabus and 18 courses, without that we cannot give degree. What a funny thing. People who have done BCom or MCom, they do not get many times jobs. Whereas someone who has done chartered accountant, where there is no coursework, actually there are directly 2 examinations, intermediate and final, and they get excellent pay packages. That means the skill sets, the ones which you require in the life, they are not probably available in the education system, unfortunately, and therefore we need some extra thing which is required, or we need to deform ourselves, otherwise we will become irrelevant. That is the order of the day. So whether it is in terms of practical exposure and experience, and that's why in many of these universities now today we talk about internship, that you may have your own credit system, your subjects, etc., but you must go and visit industry, hands-on experience in order to learn what exactly is happening there. Only then you will be useful. Second part is, you rightly also had mentioned about life skills. Life skills have to be started right from life. The life itself starts from the birth, and from the birth, as education is a continuum, right from, as I said, from the mother we learn something, then subsequently we learn from our parents and grandparents and siblings, and then we go to a school, nursery to higher education, and everywhere we are continuously learning something or the other. And this process should never stop till the death. And therefore, learning is from life. That means from early birth to the death. That is where the entire cycle goes on. And that's why this learning to learn, or self-learning, or lifelong learning, this principle has to be adopted. And therefore, even though there are universities, there are curricula, these are all probably the necessities of the time, that otherwise we can't give degree. There are regulations of the university. People will keep on saying all of this, and therefore that let it go on. But what needs to be completely changed is, there must be sufficient number of credits earmarked, identified for students to do something on their own. And this can be in the form of some courses. And we introduced 1 credit courses in my past experience in College of Engineering, Pune, that for 4 semesters, starting from 3rd to the 6th semester, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, each semester one has to select one of the areas, and these areas very diverse, starting from music, drama, it's an engineering school, please remember, to defense, to the, any of these subjects like psychology, philosophy, and there is no teacher associated. You will hunt for information, maybe from the library, from the experts, from the internet, and then there are other 20, 30, 40 students would have also selected the same subject. Every week, some 3 or 4 students will come back and then deliver whatever PowerPoint presentation they have learnt in that particular week. And by rotation, your turn will come again after about a month or 1.5 months. And so, in the end of the semester, all the 40, 45 odd students would learn at least some 10 diverse subjects in that platform. So if I have taken defense as the subject, so what Army does, Air Force does, Navy does, internal security does, all of that and its nuances would be put forward in that particular thing. If it is a music, Indian classical music, both Hindustani and Carnataki, or some other subject, you take for that matter anything, painting or craft, people would have selected diverse topics and they come and project there. So that is real holistic learning which will happen, and students will start getting confidence that they can learn on their own. सबसे important part ये है कि टीचर ने पढ़ाया तभी हम पढ़ सकते हैं, ये जो concept है इससे बाहर हट के I can learn on my own. This confidence building is also coming through those 1 credit courses, and that is what makes the students automatically lifelong learners, and they will look at all variety of information that is available all across the globe through the internet. Today, thankfully, we don't have to go for a library. We can sit in our homes and then Google and find out different sources. We can go to a MOOC course, learn that course. We can go to an YouTube, we can learn a course. So all of that are possibilities which we can enjoy. The other part, which is more significant, is the testing or evaluation of the student. Madam, you talked about the evaluation even after graduation. I'm coming to that a little later. But most importantly, even in our normal examination, right from our KG to the post-graduation, I'm excluding research because naturally research is an independent topic for each student. Naturally, they have to do something in that topic itself. But there is a syllabus, there are textbooks and reference books, and the questions are asked from out of that particular subject, 8 units, 4 units, 6 units, whatever is defined in the curriculum. And students are asked questions which are all such that they can remember, memorize, rote learning, and then reproduce. You ask them what is the meaning of that, where is it applied, how is it used, why is it done like this, They say that neither teachers have taught us, nor I tried to understand that. And that's where the problem lies. And so the most important thing which we have to do is, number one, the what we call Bloom's taxonomy, or the revised Bloom's taxonomy is one part. But this taxonomy existed in the ancient past. You are talking about Indian knowledge system. In fact, there are 53 different ways of learning that are possible. Today we talk about classroom, tutorials, we talk about experiential learning, laboratory-based learning, project-based learning, problem-solving based learning, maybe tutorial, 5, 6, 7 types. There were 53 odd varieties of learning depending on each individual's taste. And how do you evaluate? Evaluation is also based on all of this. I had an experience of a few German students who had come from Germany to our college in exchange program, and they took the common courses. And they were very bright children, but they miserably failed in the exam. I called them and asked them what happened. They said, "Sir, we are aghast at your students, your capabilities of your students. That is a 3-hour examination, and there is a 24-hour, page booklet. They not only complete that 24-page booklet answers, but also take on supplements after supplements. And we are not in a position to write all of this, what you are saying, in that 3 hours. Not even 10 pages are filled by us. Please ask us orally about that particular subject. We will be able to answer." So I think evaluation also depends on different types of students, the way they are able to do it, and how do we innovate in that. And that's where Bloom's taxonomy, in terms of understanding of the subject, in terms of making an application out of that subject, what you have learnt, all of this becomes significant in understanding. We have created a portal called Parak, and which will be launched. We already launched, in fact, and some students have taken a test on that. So it is for at different levels, level 1, level 2, level 3, when you are in the second year, third year, fourth year, in terms of life skills, in terms of team building, in terms of the general aspects of life skills on one side, to the specific domain knowledge, science domain, mathematics domain, engineering domain. If you are a mechanical or a computer science student, subjects corresponding to that subject, all of that is tested, and you are given only a score, and it is not diverse to others, so that you know where you lack and how do you improve. And these are based on Bloom's taxonomy. So it is not level 1, level 2, but even the higher order thinking, higher order skills, critical thinking, analytical ability, all of that is tested. And I'm not closing here. See, the students may graduate and go out. After 1 or 2 years also, if they want to take this test, they must. It is how much has been retained, what they learnt in the universities, the colleges, and what kind of new applications they have been able to derive out of all of the knowledge that they had gained and are able to contribute towards the society. I think these are very fundamental questions about, it is not outcomes based on the entire institution in the accreditation process, in the outcome-based education, but it is the individual, what outcomes we are able to achieve, how many leaders we are creating, leadership in all these domains. It is in the education sector, to health sector, to the agriculture sector, to economics, or any other sector. You may be a graduate in one discipline. How do you transform yourself into other domains of knowledge? I think this is all very, very vital and important. I hope this kind of a engagement where a lot of teachers are there. My only advice or request to all the teachers, rather, not advice, request is, whenever a student gets a doubt and asks a question, don't ever tell that this is a silly question and subdue him, but try to answer that in the best possible way. Many times we don't know the answer. Let us be reflective and say that I do not know this answer. I will come back with some preparation tomorrow. And this will take miles and miles. I'm sure our children will become innovative. Today in Innovation Index, we have moved ahead from 81st position 5 years ago to today 46th position. And our MHRDs are now Ministry of Education's Innovation Cell constantly conducting Smart India hackathons, toy hackathon, the security hackathon, and many others are creating an enthusiasm among students to solve problems. I think children right from school age can solve problems, but we must give them opportunity. This opportunity can only be given by an ideal good teacher. So teachers, please make sure that in your class there is a vibrant atmosphere, climate of engagement, of learning, of interaction. And if you do that, our nation can once again become Vishwa Guru and take it to the whole world, our knowledge systems, which were so vital and important. Namaskar.
Anil sir, thank you very much. Very, very well spoken, particularly on this need for multiple ways of learning and multiple ways of evaluation, and the aspect of self-learning, which is also called organic learning. Very well exposed. You would be happy to know that we are joined by Dr. Ronald Kovach, Executive Director of American International Accreditation, Association of Schools and Colleges, USA. This is midnight there, early, in fact, just a little before the dawn maybe, but he's still there. So I request Anil sir to just before you leave, if you could spend 2 or 3 minutes. There are principals of higher secondary schools, many here present in this audience. If you could tell them how to have blended learning practiced, learning and evaluation practiced, so that their youngsters can be evolved for higher education better. You run the entire system of technical education, engineering and management in this country. So how to prepare the students better for that through blended learning? If you could spend 2 or 3 minutes, I know it's a very big issue, but a few minutes if you could spend, and then we move to Dr. Ronald. Over to you, Anil sir, once again.
No, I think I already spoke about today the platforms are available. Today there are lots of MOOC courses, a lot of things available on YouTube, but some of that may be contradictory. Some of them may not be understood by students. So it is the faculty members, the principals, the teachers who have to themselves view the entire video and find out which is the right one for the students of that age group, and then give them direction that they must watch that and come to the class. So blended learning is half the way they do their self-learning in the home, wherever such opportunity exists, and they come to the class, and there will be a lot of difficulties they would have faced. They would have not understood a concept. Please try to clarify that in the classroom. And in fact, rather than you clarifying, you ask your other students in the same class, those who have understood, let them explain. So this will naturally increase the capability of students in terms of communication skills, understanding what is the difficulty of the other person. How do we address that? These are life skills. Life skills is not merely, empathy is also an important factor. You did understand, don't make fun of that, but how do you take that child also along with you is the most important collaborative approach, which will get developed in the process. So blended learning has many facets. And how much to blend, what type of course will be possibly be done in a blended mode where actual teachers' requirement is much more. This is where the teachers of schools and high schools and colleges, they will have to do a lot of due diligence and come out of that. Secondly, after that, the class, everyone says that they have understood everything. You ask some questions, then we will realize that some of the concepts they have not understood. Then explain to that. And then create a situation, situational, problem, and then ask the students to solve that in groups. And that is where team building starts happening. Collaboration starts happening. So blended learning is not merely half the class going to be only in the form of digital and half the class only in the face-to-face mode, but you use the face-to-face mode of education in the classroom with high effectiveness of the digital education which is possible.
Thank you, Anil sir. If possible, you spend a few more minutes with us. We have Dr. Ronald Kovach, as I said, from US, and we also have Dr. Bishwajit Saha, Director of CBSE, Training and Skill Education. So if you can spend a few minutes, it would be great. So Dr. Ronald.
Yes.
Dr. Ronald, you're the Executive Director of American International Accreditation, Association of Schools and Colleges, US. As has been informed, this is India Education Conference 2022, looking at making the learners globally plus locally competent, skilled and future ready. Over to you for your suggestions. I know it's very, very early in the morning, and I really congratulate and thank you on everyone's behalf to be ready at this hour. It is not even 5 o'clock in the morning. I suppose it should be 3:30 or 4 to be ready at this hour completely in a professional manner and ready on your desk to address us. So over to you, sir, for your suggestions that our principals and headmasters and deans of various institutions can take home? Dr. Ronald.
Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure to be joining you this morning, my time, this afternoon, your time. And I'd like to thank the World Education Council and the Policy Times and this Indian Education Conference for this opportunity. My remarks today really much echo what you've just heard in the conference and most recently by Professor Anil. And the terms that are reiterated here really have to do with learning how to learn, lifelong learning. And I've dedicated my career to these areas of getting students to be self-learners. And my remarks today really will focus on a couple things. I certainly have familiarized myself a bit with the National Education Policy 2020, and I think that that is a rich opportunity to sort of frame these kinds of remarks that I'm talking about. I think what's important is that there is a changing landscape, and educators really have to be focused on creating new knowledge. We'll focus my remarks a little bit, excuse me, on what colleges and universities want from students, what employers want, the type of global and critical competencies that are necessary moving forward from this pandemic, post-pandemic world, and the importance from an area of my expertise in experiential learning, which you also heard in the previous remarks, and a little bit about neuroscience and culturally responsive teaching, and then finally some remarks about mindset. So this all comes together. It's connected to what Professor Anil talked about in everything from blended learning to engaged learning. And these are very, very important aspects. In the National Education Policy, we see that the first part, of course, focuses on early childhood education and primary education as the foundation for developing efficient ways of teaching. We've heard about project-based learning and problem-based learning, and these serve as the foundation and really the scope and sequencing of how any vibrant educational system should proceed. When you then move into that report regarding higher education, you will see the emphases on moving away, as we heard, focusing on Bloom's taxonomy, but moving away from rote learning to everything from reimagining vocational education to transforming the system of education toward the term you previously heard also, holistic and multidisciplinary education. So I know that you are all familiar with the National Education Policy. And as I've looked at that, I think it fits very closely into the remarks that, that I've prepared for today. For India to be an educational hub, and with this emphasis, provides the opportunity to restructure and transform how education occurs in India. The focus on internationalization, the levels of teaching at all levels, including technical and vocational education into the research-oriented higher education is certainly very important. And then, of course, from my current work, the importance of providing and pursuing international accreditation. These are areas that should be emphasized. My remarks today focus on new forms of knowledge and learning. Everything from the science of learning, as I've mentioned, neuroscience, and learning analytics and artificial intelligence and technology integrating into alternative modes of education. These are areas that all teachers and educators should be familiarizing themselves with. If you are not familiar with the term of neuroscience, my few remarks today hopefully will prompt you to explore this even further, but also the strategies for learning. So we're talking about the science of learning. We're also talking about new strategies for learning. everything from micro learning to experiential learning, which I'll go a little deeper in a few minutes, and the kind of critical thinking and holistic learning. It's not as important for students what they learn and the context as much as how they learn or learning how to learn, because making a lifelong learner means having the skills and the understanding that everything you find on the internet is not legitimate, that everything you find on YouTube can be supplemented, but you have to be a critical thinker to understand how to go deeper, how to self-learn, how to teach yourself the new learning that is always going to occur, because all learning becomes outdated after several years. We know this. We build upon various principles, but we have to know how to integrate different modalities of learning, but also how to differentiate between what is real and legitimate research and what is just something that someone put up on the internet and could be sitting anywhere without any kind of background, and so on and so forth. So the changing landscape of teaching and learning does focus on research on the brain, learning neural networks, globalization, experiential learning, as I mentioned, and certainly mindset. So we must educate intentional learners. So I think that's a term I like to emphasize in my remarks this afternoon, is to help students become intentional learners who can adapt to new environments, who know how to integrate knowledge from different sources and then be able to continue this throughout their lives. Intentional learners are students who have been trained to be empowered, to be informed, and to be responsible. And I think that is certainly tying into the next phase of my remarks in global and critical competencies. There is a focus, as you know, on what colleges and universities want. There's a lot of research on that. And essentially, you're probably familiar with the terms of learning how to learn, the ability to change, and the ability, but most importantly, the desire for lifelong learning. So social emotional learning comes into play as well, not just having the subject matter expertise and knowing how to transform yourself in different ways of modality, but having the kind of social and emotional learning competencies that I know that many educators around the world are beginning to focus on. We could certainly develop that. What are the characteristics of successful college students? And that is being inspired, being reflective, having a growth mindset as opposed to a stagnant mindset, because what we're learning and what we see in research of what employers want is the ability to critically think, to have complex problem-solving skills, to do people management, to be able to have negotiation skills, and also cognitive flexibility. And that, of course, has to be developed from the very beginning of their educational experience. So one term that you may not be familiar with is culturally responsive teaching and how it ties into neuroscience and the adaptive behavior. This goes back to one of the major theorists of education, and that is John Dewey, who talked about reflecting on the process. So it's important for students, yes, to learn, to have the knowledge, but they also have to reflect on the process, how to plan and retrieve and process and create and share and evaluate their learning and their knowledge. And also for teachers to understand the cultural context from which students are coming from. So the neuroscience of learning is certainly important, but what's also important is the context of where the student comes from. So rather than the old method of just coming in and teaching students without any understanding of their cultural background, and having those kinds of sensitivities to the different experiences they've had, because putting in their experiences into learning is how we create critically responsive students. So my area of expertise in the last 15 or 20 years has certainly been on experiential learning and exactly what that means. But most importantly, it's learning by doing. And at the early age, students can begin that process to learn by doing, instead of just telling them in a picture book what a dinosaur is, taking them outside or into the hallway to measure how large a dinosaur was, gives them the opportunity to learn about measurement, gives them an opportunity to understand spatial learning, and gives them more of a curiosity rather than just looking at a picture book. I just used that example for project-based or problem-based learning to say how that scope and sequence then can move into the university, how to adapt and learn the application of learning rather than just the context and the information through rote learning. So all of the major theories of education do center around reflective practices and experiential learning. And it is very, very important. And there is a organization called the Society for Experiential Learning that has been around for 51 years now, that some of you may be interested in connecting to. But when we talk about experiential learning, we're talking about cooperative education and cultural immersion and design projects and internships and practicum and service learning and research. These are the kinds of experiential learning that is applicable at any age level, but certainly when we go into technical and vocational and other higher education modalities, that is very important, that students know how to do things rather than just know things. The application of it is how we learn, as opposed to just absorbing the information. So when you look at experiential learning, you see traditional as well as progressive methods of teaching. Everything from the sage on the stage in the traditional model to saying and knowing that students are self-learners, need to be emphasized as self-learners, how to integrate academic ideas into practical realities, and do more of a guide by the side rather than the sage on the stage. So the progressive education that's needed to fulfill the national education policy of 2020 includes moving from the traditional to the more progressive activities. So classroom activities along with out of classroom activities. And certainly with the pandemic, we've learned how, hopefully, how students can integrate knowledge and learn on their own and bring that back to the classroom by understanding better the use of technology and how to use these particular ways of learning and ways of obtaining information that isn't just coming from the sage on the stage, but the guide by the side. So the other point in moving away from experiential learning into the mindset, that's a very important area for teachers to look at, and that is to focus on what is a growth mindset as opposed to a fixed mindset. And the growth mindset sees failure and lack of understanding at the moment as an opportunity to grow, giving them the tools, challenging them to grow, and providing the kind of productive and constructive feedback versus the fixed mindset where students close the book when they come across something that's difficult. They don't understand it, so they close the book. So in teaching, all of us have experienced when students say, well, I didn't understand that, to probe and say, well, what part didn't you understand? Well, all of it. Not a good answer. They have to be able to identify what is it that you don't understand? How do you connect that you think prior learning may, be related to what you're not understanding, and then using others, peers, as well as not just providing answers, but having them understand how they're going to get the answer to something that they do not understand. So there is a whole field and a theory of mindset. Carol Dweck is a wonderful researcher who has certainly championed this idea of a growth mindset. And it's a matter of looking at fixed intelligence as static versus the fact that intelligence that we all agree on can be developed. And so I think matching NEP 2020 with what universities want, with what employers want, with new knowledge, with new mindset, with experiential learning, I think is the key to creating India as an intelligence and educational hub in the next decade or so. So that sort of concludes my rather quick remarks. And please understand, as was pointed out, that this is early in the morning and I'm fueled by caffeine. So if I talked a little too quickly,
thank you very much. You actually well-rounded, very well-rounded. Everyone is happy here. The key points that you brought in: blended learning to engaged learning, project-based and problem-based learning. That's a very critical point. Reimagining vocational education from micro-learning to experiential learning, small bits of learning to doing, learning by doing. Then intentional learners. How can you have intentional learners who are engaged? Culturally responsive teaching. That's another point that you said. And sage on the stage to mentorship and guide by the side, and the learners to have a growth mindset. These are some of the key points. Our chairman of All India Council for Technical Education, Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, who has spoken just before you, had mentioned in the chat box that some of the initiatives that you have spoken, we have already begun to integrate as an impact of the new education policy. And the AICT websites mentions many of these initiatives that you have spoken earlier. Thank you, Dr. Robert. It was a very well-rounded talk. And I really, from the bottom of my heart, express my gratitude on behalf of everyone here for you to get up in the middle of the night, get ready, and be up there at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. I mean, I don't know if I would have done for an invitation to speak in an American educational conference at 3 o'clock in the night in India, from India rather. So thank you very much for your commitment. It shows as an educationist, your commitment. We move to the next speaker. We have with us Dr. Bishwajit Saha. Dr. Bishwajit Saha, a very well-known academician and also a good friend. I have been listening to him and learning from him on many occasions. Good to see you. I think you are sitting in your office, right? Yes. That's your empire behind you. So Dr. Bishwajit Saha, Director Training and Skill Education from of the Central Board of Secondary Education, CBSE, a very well-known scholar, very well-known speaker in various educational meets. Thank you for joining and thank you patiently waiting for your chance. Over to you, Dr. Bishwajit Saha, to give your suggestions on creating globally competent school campuses and also having a curriculum which is high on global competencies and efficiencies. How can we really create a curriculum that's of global standards? And how can we execute that curriculum? And what sort of assessment should we have? In brief, over to you, Dr. Bishwajit Saha.
Yeah, thank you, Ujjalji, and all distinguished academicians and other colleagues from industry, and especially my mentor, Professor Sahasrabudhe sir, Ronald ji, and of course, all others who have joined us virtually. So at this stage, as we are representing an assessment body, let me come back to assessment first and then gradually come to curriculum. But definitely, learning outcomes is the major thrust of what our new education policy has recommended. And at this stage, if we look into the learning outcomes, the assessment pattern with respect to each and every learning outcomes, I think that customized formula or a standardization versions is quite a difficult analogy which every teachers must aim to create their own instrument. So if we look into so far, all the academic institutes, be it school, college, or university, the basic standard of assessment of learning is quite well understood by every individual teachers, and students are also make themselves ready to understand that particular metrics only, and that pattern is well set in India. But maybe for the Western country or some of the other nation, that dynamics is not really functional in this matter. But now, with reference to new education policy, again, there are certain recommendations with respect to assessment for learning. And for last 3 years, Central Board of Secondary Education is trying to instrumentally creating competency-based question so that the narratives of curriculum behavior changes over a period of time. Now, I am intentionally quoting these issues because all our school, no matter from which board they are affiliated, parents, teachers, and school leader usually look into the board pattern. So as in West Bengal, the different test paper, test booklets are coming. Similarly, for the CBSE schools, for last 10 years, question patterns are being discussed in many fronts. So competency-based question, some of our earlier speaker has discussed about open book assessment. So these things also we introduced in 2012-13, but due to some issues, we have stopped. But again, I think children's independent thinking will start only when this project-based approach or our question which demand multiple answers. So assessment for learning per se, if we look into the curriculum, then using assessment to inform the future action, this could be one agenda, and using question and dialogue that promote deep learning. And also creating a kind of environment in the school, college, and university in which students can learn from each other. Peer learning is well discussed, but ultimately whether the school management is giving a specific weightage on that peer-based learning. Unless until it is a project presentation, their peer rating sometimes some college definitely look into. So fundamentally in assessment for learning, I think even many a times giving constructive feedback to teacher or student individually within this peer group, that is also quite important, and giving time for learning to be absorbed. So in the curriculum framework, the learning times, usually curriculum, most of the times we discussed in different form that so many periods or in university level, that much of credit. So if we translate credit into certain notional hour, that is too prescriptive in terms of coverage in the school, college, or university system. So many theory hour, so many practical hour. But what about the same curriculum agenda when it would be prescribed whether the learning times for the student at home or maybe in library or maybe in the campus sitting idle and discussing on the very topic what a teacher has just taken in the classroom. So this learning time also, if we can include while designing the curriculum, I think the delivery model would be truly constructive. Now, learning outcomes, and if we look into the different criteria, how we can really remove the confusion between learning objective and the context of activity. And here, the degree becomes more important than that of the learning. Many of the learned people may not agree, but notionally, we have created such kind of atmosphere so that degree is more important. I think how we can convert it into degree into micro level learning outcomes, that should be the objective of the curriculum designer. So at this point of time, I think Central Board of Secondary Education, along with NCERT and other eminent body, we are trying to script such kind of curriculum where we can infuse the technology, skilling in the ecosystem so that mere textual materials may not be only criteria of learning. So with this note, let me once again thanks and for inviting me in this August gathering. Let me pause here. Ujjalji, over.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Competency-based questioning, that's a very critical point that you raised. Project-based questions, which can have multiple answers. This is something new. Today we are talking of multiple answers possibility. Then deep learning, organic learning, that part, learning absorption, and micro level learning outcome. Can we move from one all-encompassing diploma, degree, whatever, to micro level learning outcomes where several outcomes may come at different levels. Thank you, Dr. Bishwajit, for your exposition to this hall, and sorry that you had to wait for some time. But as you know, when we blend the physical and the virtual, there would be situations where, and we have Dr. Ronald also waiting. He had been waiting early in the morning. He's joined from US. Thank you. We'll take questions later, but there are certain speakers already here physically as well. We'll continue with the discussion. If you are able to spend some more time, you're welcome to be there online. We come back to our original positions. Yes, we have already got the two valedictories. Now, this is a lesson to be learned. Physically, we may be late, but virtually they cannot be late. So they were given 3:30. So they were there at 3:30. So that's why we have to accommodate. And someone is joined from, both of them have joined from Delhi, and they are in the middle of a working day. And Dr. Ronald from US. So we had to accommodate and really take the key lessons, which I have been also recapitulating at the end. Yes, much better digitally, time management. And because physically we start late, we do all that, and then we speak longer and all that. That's okay. That's the problem. We move ahead. We have with us a leader of the education sector in the schools in this state. We have Mr. Chandan Kumar Maiti, the General Secretary of ASFHM, which deals with educational at the school level, the headmasters. And he is himself headmaster of Krishna Chandrapur High School. So, Maiti Babu, apni shokal theke shunchen onek kichu alochona hocche. In the current context, what would you like to share as a feedback from the experience of being a leader, both among the headmasters community and also in your school? What sort of lessons can we take from this particular conference? Over to you. Can the mic be please passed on to you?
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. Good afternoon, everybody. And the guests, lecturers, speakers on dais, and online guests, lecturers, speakers, and you, the people with whom I work, and the students of Alia University and other audiences and present here. I sincerely congratulate you because so long you are just tolerating all the speakers, so many speakers, the biggest show here on earth, I think. So many speakers from morning to particularly evening, you are listening and you are tolerating. Thank you very much for that. And valuable speakers are there. As Tagore said, I'll start with it. We are the passengers, just passengers of an enlightened train. যার বাইরে অন্ধকারটা প্রদীপের নিচের আলোর মতো পড়ে থাকে, and I represent the darkness. আপনারা যা কিছু দেখছেন সব লাইট, ওই এনলাইটেন্ড কম্পার্টমেন্টের মতো একটা ছুটন্ত রেলগাড়ির আলোকোজ্জ্বল কামরার যাত্রী, টেগোর সেট, সেটাতে বিলং করেন যারা। আর আমি যাদের রিপ্রেজেন্টেশন করছি এখানে, তারা ওই রেলগাড়ির কামরার বাইরে যে অন্ধকার জগৎটা বিরাট পড়ে আছে, 90% স্টুডেন্টস আমাদের বেঙ্গলে যাদের আছে, তাদের কথা বলার জন্য আই এম প্রেজেন্ট হিয়ার। অ্যান্ড থ্যাংকস পলিসি টাইমস আকরাম ভাই, এডিটর, সিইও, ফাউন্ডার, এডিটর রাদার, তাকে আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাবো। এরকম একটা প্রসঙ্গ, মানে যে মডেলটা রাজ্য সরকার প্রায় আনতে চলেছে কিনা জানি না, পিপিপিপি, পাবলিক প্রাইভেট পার্টনারশিপ, একটা পাবলিক জগৎটা একটা প্রাইভেট জগৎ, এবং আমরা সেখানে আরেকটা তার সঙ্গে যে ডিজিটাল ডিভাইডেশন, এবং সেটাকে কি করে কোন জায়গায় আছি আমরা, এই কোভিড পরিস্থিতি আমাদের ভয়ঙ্কর জায়গায় নিয়ে গেছে। আমরা বুঝেছি যে 2 to 10% ছেলেকে ডিজিটালাইজ করতে পারিনি। টিচার্সদের প্রায় 80%, আপনি বলছিলেন 82%কে জুম ফ্রি দিয়ে টিচার্সরা দেখেছেন, আর আমরা উল্টোটা দেখছি, সুযোগ নেই, তারা they are not trained at all. And I'm not criticizing the government policy. 75% infrastructure development এর জন্য গভর্নমেন্ট ব্যয় করে, 25% ট্রেনিং এর জন্য। আমি গৌরবাবু আছেন, এটিআই দীর্ঘদিন ছিলেন, ট্রেনিং দিয়েছেন। আমাদের সকাল থেকে সন্ধে পর্যন্ত যার হিসেব রাখতে হয়, কোনো গার্জেন নেভার আস্ক, এনি গার্জেন নেভার আস্ক মি or any one of you present, the headmasters, headmistresses is present here, যে আমার বাচ্চাটার পড়া কোন স্টেজে আছে। দে আস্ক চালটা কবে দেবেন, দে আস্ক সাইকেলটা কবে পাওয়া যাবে, দে আস্ক আমার স্কলারশিপের টাকা ব্যাংকে ঢোকেনি কেন, সাচ এন্ড সাচ এন্ড সাচ। ও তো গেল, ওকে সহ্য করা যায়, যা সহ্য করা যায় না। কন্যাশ্রীর কাজটা আগামী কালের মধ্যে আপনি করবেন, আদারওয়াইজ যাদের পাবেন না তাদের বাড়িতে গিয়ে তাকে ডেকে এনে কন্যাশ্রী করাবেন। রাইসের থলেটা আপনি সঙ্গে নিয়ে দেখা করতে আসবেন এবং তার হিসেব দেবেন। অল নন একাডেমিক অ্যাক্টিভিটিস আর গোয়িং অন। একাডেমিক অ্যাক্টিভিটিস যাদের দেখার কথা ছিল, ইউনিভার্সিটির ডিগ্রি নিয়ে, whenever we went to school having 10 years experience and 50% marks in master degree, at least qualification required. And what we are doing there, just a ration dealer. এবং এই জায়গা থেকে আমরা কি করে বেরোবো? আমরা ওই আলোকোজ্জ্বল আমরা যাত্রীদের কথা যাদের শুনছিলাম, আমি একটা উদাহরণ দেবো আপনাকে। I can cite an example. He is present here. He begged for starting a school at Digha. A reporter, a renowned reporter, Telegraph family নিয়ে দীঘাতে এনজয় করতে গিয়েছিলেন। When he saw that young man begging, বলছে তুমি কাজ করে খেতে পারো না? আবার বলছে যদি কিছু দেন আমি গরিব বাচ্চাগুলোকে খাওয়াতে, আমার ছেলে মেয়েগুলোকে খাওয়াতে পারি। বলছে আরে তুমি ভাই, তুমি যা যুবক, 25 বছরের যুবক, তুমি খেটে খেতে পারো। তখন বারে বারে যখন বলছেন যে আমার কিছু বাচ্চা আছে যাদেরকে আমি খাওয়াই এবং ভিক্ষে করলে আমি মানে যা পরিশ্রম করে 100 দিনের কাজে যা পাই তার চেয়ে বেশি টাকা পাই। ইন্টারেস্টিং লাগলো, কথা বললেন এবং তার বাড়িতে গেলেন, গিয়ে দেখলেন একটা খড়ের এবং পাশে ওই তাল পাতা টাতা ইত্যাদি দিয়ে ঘেরা একটা ছাউনির মধ্যে কতগুলো বাচ্চাকে তিনি মানুষ করছেন, অনাথ বাচ্চা। এবং পরবর্তী পর্যায়ে এটা টেলিগ্রাফ লিখলো যে অবস্থা একজন যদি কাজ করে গভর্নমেন্ট সাপোর্ট করা উচিত, এরকম একটা এনকারেজ করছেন। একজন জার্মানি বেসড, মানে আমাদের ইন্ডিয়ান বেসড একজন জার্মানিতে ছিলেন ইঞ্জিনিয়ার, হি কেম টু লার্ন ইট। এবং তাকে যখন কলকাতায় এলেন তার বাবার স্মৃতির উদ্দেশ্যে তিনি কিছু টাকা দিতে চান, তো ওই ভদ্রলোককে ডেকে পাঠালেন, খবর নিলেন, ভদ্রলোক এলেন। ভদ্রলোক আসার পর তাকে কোয়ারি করছেন সলিড কিনা। তো যখন বলছেন যে তুমি জানো তুমি এই যে খাওয়াচ্ছ রাখছো অনাথ বাচ্চাদের নিয়ে এসে মানুষ করছো, সরকারি অনুমোদন আছে? হি সেড নো। তাহলে তুমি এমন কাজ করছো কেন, তোমাকে পুলিশে দেওয়া উচিত, ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি করে। তো ভয়ে পালাতে পারলে বাঁচে। সরলেকে বসে এরকম কথা বলছেন, এরকম দেখেননি তিনি, কলকাতায় প্রথম প্রায় এলেন। ছেড়ে দেওয়া কেঁদে বাঁচি অবস্থা। যখন এই অবস্থা থেকে ভদ্রলোক বেরিয়ে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করছেন, তাকে বসালেন, একটা ঝুড়ি আনলেন, ঝুড়িতে বললেন যে তুমি একবার বাড়িতে গিয়ে দেখবে, আমি একটা গাড়ি করে দিচ্ছি, ওই গাড়িটা নিয়ে যাবে, কিন্তু রাস্তায় কোথাও খুলবে না, এই কন্ডিশন থাকছে। সেই সময়কালে হিউজ অ্যামাউন্ট একটা মানি তার মধ্যে দিয়ে পাঠিয়েছিলেন এবং তিনি সেটাকে নিয়ে তার বাবার নামে দুটো বিল্ডিং করলেন, স্কুল করলেন। এখন স্কুলটা দেশের মানে বহু জায়গা থেকে, দেশ বিদেশ থেকে দেখতে আসেন, দীঘার কাছাকাছি, রামনগরের ওখানে, ওই কাঁথির ওখানে। হিজ বলরাম করণ, হি ইজ প্রেজেন্ট হিয়ার, ইউ ক্যান সি হিম। এখন অনেক 500-700 বাচ্চা, কি বিশাল পরিবেশ, 20-30 বিঘে জায়গার উপর দারুণ ডেভেলপমেন্ট হয়েছে। দিস ইজ এন্টারপ্রেনারশিপ। আমরা আমি ওই টেকনো ইন্ডিয়া কিংবা ইমামি আরো অনেক গ্রুপ আছে, শিল্পপতিরা এলেন, টাকা আছে, তৈরি করলেন, ভালো ভালো বাচ্চারা পড়লেন, আর ওই বাচ্চাগুলো যেগুলো আলোকজ্জ্বল কামরার বাইরে যে যাত্রীগুলো আছে, হুইল থিঙ্ক ফর দেম, আমাদের সেই জায়গাটা ভাবিয়ে তুলে। আমি যেহেতু প্রফেসর চৌধুরী আমাকে সেরকম সময় দেবেন না, এই ওয়ার্ল্ড ক্লাস যে কারিকুলাম which promotes digital education, one of the eminent একটা সেক্টরস হচ্ছে ডিজিটাল, একটা পয়েন্টস হচ্ছে ডিজিটাল এডুকেশনের ক্ষেত্রে। আমরা যখন এদের ক্ষেত্রে দেখছি, এই শিলিগুড়িতে একটি ছেলে, কদিন আগে আপনারা দেখেছেন পেপারে, মা আই কুইট, ফিজিক্সে ক্লাস করছিল অনলাইন, কারণ সে তো যন্ত্রপাতি চেনে না, তাকে শেখাবে এটা কি? এই যন্ত্রগুলো যদি না ল্যাবরেটরিতে যায়, ই ক্যানট লার্ন থ্রু ডিজিটালি। কতগুলো ছবি দেখিয়ে তাকে বলা হলো ইউ লার্ন, এবং তার কম্পিটেন্স ওয়ার্ল্ড লেভেল চলে গেল। আই ডোন্ট বিলিভ দ্যাট। সেখানে দাঁড়িয়ে তাকে ফিজিক্সের যখন সে হজম করতে পারছে না, ডাইজেস্ট করতে পারছে না, হি সেড দ্য লাস্ট ওয়ার্ড রিটেন বাই হিম, সেই নোটে, যে নোট খাতাটায় এন্ট্রি করছিল, টিচার যা বলছিলেন, মা আই কুইট ফ্রম মাই লাইফ, বলে হি কমিট সুসাইড। So many incidents are there in West Medipur and Purbo Medipur, in different places. একটা জায়গা কি গভর্নমেন্ট 10,000 তাদের দিয়েছে। আপনি জানেন, যখন আমরা তাদের ভাউচার চাইছি, you submit the vouchers, you purchased either you tab or smartphone or anything else. They said কি এটা আমার আমি টালি কিনেছি, বাবার দেনা ছিল সেটা মিটিয়েছি। কন্যাশ্রী টাকা নিয়ে কজন, মানে গরিব মানুষের কজন মেয়ের বিয়েটার জন্য তৈরি করে, এবং অনেকে সিঁদুর পরে এসে টাকার দাবি করে। ফলত আমরা যে প্রজেক্টস গুলো, যেগুলো শর্মিলা সেনগুপ্ত ফ্রম কলকাতা রাইটলি পয়েন্টেড আউট, যে এন্টাইটেলমেন্ট যাগুলো আমরা, মানে যাদের কারা এদের এন্টাইটেল হওয়া উচিত ছিল, কারো আরো বেশি করে দেখা উচিত ছিল, আমরা তাদের কাছে উই ক্যানট রিচ টু দেম। আমি যদি আরো সুন্দরবনে কাজ করি, আমার স্কুলটা সুন্দরবন, যেহেতু সবারই সব স্কুল, এখানে যারা হেড স্যার ম্যাডাম আছে, মূলত তাদের দুঃখ, যন্ত্রণা, ব্যথা, দ্য পেইন অ্যান্ড এগনি, they are suffering every day, and as I am representing them, I must say about them their agony and pain. কি হচ্ছে সেখানে? এটা 7 বাচ্চা মেয়ে 9 পড়া একটা ছেলেকে নিয়ে, ওই যে ড্রপড আউট হচ্ছে, আর্লি চাইল্ড ম্যারেজ হচ্ছে, তার একটা নমুনা চলে যায়। এরপর একটা বড় সাইক্লোন আছে, সাইক্লোনে ওই ছেলেটি মাছ ধরতে যাওয়ার যে নৌকায় গিয়েছিল, অ্যান্ড আলটিমেটলি হি ওয়াজ ড্রাউন্ড। নিয়ম আছে 7 ইয়ার্স ওর ডেথ সার্টিফিকেট পাওয়া যায় না, মানে ওখানকার কিছু ফিশারিজ এবং অন্যান্য যারা ফিশিং করে টরে, ওদের কিছু রুলস আছে। এবং ওখানে দাঁড়িয়ে যখন ওই বাচ্চা মেয়েটা উইডো ড্রেস পরে বনদেবীর পুজো করে সারা জীবনটা কাটাবে ভাবছে, I came to know and I went to her residence. I rescued her, sheltered her in my hostel. So many hostels are there, I built there. তাকে যখন রেখে পড়ানো শুরু করেছি, প্যান্ডেমিক সিচুয়েশন, I mean the pandemic, corona pandemic, lockdown began. Ultimately hostels remain closed. She went back, এবং তাকে তারপরে অন্যভাবে হাত ফিরে পুনে চলে গেল। সেখান থেকে তাকে রেস্কিউ করে আবার যখন ফিরিয়ে আনলাম, আবার তাকে তার বাপ অন্য জায়গায় সেল করলো, বিক্রি করে দিয়েছে। দিস ইজ ওয়ার্ল্ড ক্লাস সিলেবাস। কারিকুলামে কি পড়াচ্ছি আমরা, যে মাছ বিক্রি করতে এবং পরে পরে বিভিন্ন তলাবাজি করে ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি করে ওয়ার্ল্ড ক্লাস স্টেজে কারিকুলামে তাকে পড়াতে হচ্ছে আমাদের। সেই লেভেল থেকে কি করে বেরোবো? ওয়ার্ল্ড ক্লাসের ভাবনাটা, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ভাবনাটা, হাউ শুড ই বিগিন? I have 2 minutes left. আমি এখানে আরেকটা জিনিস বলবো, যেখানে এই যে একটা জায়গা, একটা ছোট্ট কথা বলি যে অ্যানিমাল বাচ্চারা ঠিক মতো পড়াশোনা করছে না, তাই তাদেরকে করা হলো কি, যেটা মিটিং ডাকা হলো অ্যানিমালসরা, একটা সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া এরকম খুব এটা চাউর হয়েছে যে বাচ্চাদের হাউ টু ক্লাইম্ব আপ দ্য ট্রি, সব বাচ্চাকে শেখানো হচ্ছে, সব বাচ্চাকে পড়ানো হচ্ছে। তো একমাত্র বাঁদরের বাচ্চা সাকসেসফুল হলো, আলটিমেটলি চারদিকে উঠে গেল, হাতির বাচ্চা পারলো না, এবং এতে বাঘের বাচ্চা, সিংহের বাচ্চা, বনের রাজার বাচ্চাও পারেনি। এই অবস্থায় দাঁড়িয়ে চারদিকে এমন অবস্থা উঠলো যে খুব খারাপ জায়গায় চলে যাচ্ছে। সেই জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে সঙ্গে সঙ্গে একটা এই বার্তা রুটে যাওয়ার পর আবার একটা মিটিং, রিভিউ মিটিং করা হচ্ছে যে কি করা যাবে এই অবস্থায়। তখন তারা আবার স্থির করলো যে না, খেক্সিয়াল বলল যে সাঁতার জানে যে ভালো, মাছের বাচ্চাটা ওকে সাঁতার স্কুলে দাও। আবার ঘোড়া প্রচন্ড দৌড়াতে পারে, ওই যে স্কুলে সবচেয়ে দৌড় প্রতিযোগিতা হয় ওই স্কুলে দাও, তাহলে ওই বাচ্চাটা খুব সাকসেসফুল হবে। আমরা সবগুলোকে করছি কি একটা গোয়ালের মধ্যে ঢুকিয়ে দিয়ে তার থেকেই চাইছি দ্য বেস্ট পারফরমেন্স ইউ হ্যাভ। ওয়ার্ল্ড ক্লাস কারিকুলাম ডাজ নট সাপোর্ট ইট, শুড নট সাপোর্ট ইট। সেখানে দাঁড়িয়ে যা আমি যা অঙ্ক পারি না, আমাকে জোর করে অঙ্ক শেখানো হবে। এখন কিন্তু সেই জায়গায় থাকবে না। আমি ওয়ার্ল্ড ক্লাস আরেকটা, আমার সময়টা কম, 2 minutes আর লেফট আই থিঙ্ক। সেখানে দাঁড়িয়ে আমাদের যে ন্যাশনাল কারিকুলাম এবং সেখান থেকে বেরিয়ে এসে 2020 ন্যাশনাল যে এডুকেশনাল পলিসি, তার থেকে যে পলিসিগুলোকে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে আমরা গ্রামের দিকে যখন যাই সেই পলিসি অনুযায়ী হাউ মেনি টিচার্স আর দেয়ার। আলতাব এসছে সাতজালিয়া, ওই গোসাবার কুমির বাড়ির ওই জায়গায়, only 4 teachers are there to teach 1400 students. How can it be managed? রাঙ্গাবেলিয়া স্কুল, যেখানে ওয়ার সায়েন্স মানে ভীষণ কৃতিত্বের সঙ্গে পড়ানো হতো, রিমেন স্টপড, সায়েন্স বন্ধ করে দেওয়া হলো, ক্লোজড হয়ে গেল। এই জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে একটা জায়গায় মিশনারি কিছু স্কুলস এবং প্রাইভেট স্কুলস বেঁচে আছে, বাট 90% স্টুডেন্টস বিলং টু দোজ ক্যাটাগরিজ, এবং যেখানে দাঁড়িয়ে আমরা খুব হেল্পলেস সিচুয়েশনে আমরা রয়েছি। আমাদের আরো যেটা দরকার আছে, যে আমি শেষ করব পলিসি টাইমসকে, এবং আবারও থ্যাঙ্কস জানাবো আমাদের প্রিন্সিপাল সাহেব। আমি একটা উদাহরণ দিয়ে বলছি, সরসোনা কলেজের প্রিন্সিপাল আমার একজন বন্ধু, একসঙ্গে ছিলাম কিছুদিন একটা হস্টেলে। তো শুভঙ্কর ত্রিপাঠী, প্রফেসর ত্রিপাঠী বলছে যে 90% ছেলেমেয়েরা চাইছে না আর ফিজিক্যাল মোডে ক্লাসটা হোক, কিংবা পরীক্ষা হোক অ্যাটলিস্ট। কেন না, ওতে হলে খুব খারাপ, অনলাইন মোডে পরীক্ষাটা, মানে ডিজিটাল মোডে হলে সেটা নাকি খুব ভালো। এই নিয়ে গার্জেনরা তার কাছে অভিযোগ জানিয়েছে যে অনলাইনে যাতে হয়, তিনি যাতে উপরের দিকে বলতে পারেন। হোয়াটস দিস? এটা কি সত্যি কি অনলাইন ডিজিটাল মোডে নিয়ে যাওয়ার জন্য এই কাজটা হয়েছে? ওটা তা না, হচ্ছে ওখান থেকে প্রচুর নাম্বার, 80% 90% এমন নাম্বার পাচ্ছে, জাস্ট দে আর গেটিং সাম ডিগ্রিজ, অ্যাজ দ্য স্পিকার আর্লিয়ার স্পিকার সেড, যে ডিগ্রিজের জন্য সবাই দৌড়াচ্ছে, এবং সেখানে মার্কসের এত চড়াচড়ি। কম্পিটেন্স যেটা দরকার, যেটা সে শিখবে, জানবে, চিনবে না, গত 2 বছরে এই প্রবণতাটা বেড়ে গেছে। এবং আমাদের পশ্চিমবঙ্গ মধ্য শিক্ষা পর্ষদ এবং উচ্চ মাধ্যমিক শিক্ষা সংসদ শিক্ষা দপ্তরের মাধ্যমে একটা চাওয়া হয়েছিল যে এই পরীক্ষাটা দিতে চাও কি দিতে চাও না, তাতে নাকি 37,000 মেল হয়েছে, তারা পরীক্ষায় বসতে চায় না, এবং অ্যাকর্ডিংলি গভর্নমেন্ট ডিসাইডেড যে নট টু হোল্ড সাচ এক্সামস। সো আমাদের যে ক্রিটিক্যাল সিচুয়েশনটা, হুইল টেল ইট, অ্যাটলিস্ট এই প্ল্যাটফর্মটা আমরা পেয়েছিলাম, যেখান থেকে এই কথাটা বলার সুযোগটা পেয়েছি। অ্যান্ড ইউ পিপল হু আর লিসেনিং টু আস, তারা যেন যে জায়গাটায় আছেন, আমাদের দুঃখ যন্ত্রণার কথাটা ইউ ক্যান শেয়ার। আদারওয়াইজ কি হবে, টোটাল ম্যাটারটা এমন একটা জায়গায় যাবে, একটা দেখা ওই আলোকোজ্জ্বল ছোট্ট একটি গল্প। সেটি হচ্ছে যে একটা নোবেল লরিয়েট, আমেরিকান নোবেল লরিয়েট, তিনি সায়েন্টিস্ট হাঁটছেন সি বিচে, সেখানে একজন ওই কিছু মাছ যেগুলো সমুদ্রের তীরে আটকে যাচ্ছিল বালিতে, এবং সে সেগুলোকে কালেক্ট করছিল, হাওয়া দিয়ে বাঁচানোর চেষ্টা করছে, জলে দূরে দূরে ছুড়ে দিচ্ছে। এবং সেই ছুড়ে দিচ্ছে, আবার ছুড়ে দিচ্ছে। এই অবস্থা দেখে নোবেল লরিয়েটের কৌতূহলী জিজ্ঞাসা যে হোয়াট ইউ আর ডুইং, কত জানো তুমি যে এ ধরনের কত মাছ কত প্রাণী সমুদ্রে জন্মায় আর মরে, তুমি যে কোনো সময় বিপদগ্রস্ত হতে পারো, কাঁটা থাকতে পারে, পয়জন থাকতে পারে, ইউ ডোন্ট ডু ইট। তো ও ভ্যাগাবন্ড তার কাজ করে যাচ্ছে। এই অবস্থায় এমন বিরক্ত হলো, বারবার জিজ্ঞাসা করতেছে, উত্তর দিয়েছিল লাস্টে, ইউ আস্ক দ্যাট ফিশ, তার কাছে আমি কতটা জরুরি ছিলাম। আমাদের কাজটা ওই যে বাচ্চাগুলোর কথা আমি বলার ততটা সুযোগ পাবো না আমি জানি, সেই তার কাছে পলিসি টাইমস যে কাজটা নিয়ে এসছে, and you the HMs who are doing their level best to manage the situation, তাদের কাছে ওই ভ্যাগাবন্ডের দায়িত্বটা বেশি করে পড়ছে এবং আমাদের কাজটা আরো বেশি করে করতে হবে। সবাই ভালো থাকবেন, সুস্থ থাকবেন। আমি শুধু একজন সোলজার পোয়েটের লাস্ট 4 যে লাইন্সটা আছে আমি বলবো, এক কমান্ডারকে উদ্দেশ্য করে যুদ্ধক্ষেত্রে একজন সৈনিক লিখছে যে এনি টাইম আই মে ডাই, কিন্তু তুমি আমার এই চিঠিটা আমার মার কাছে পৌঁছে দিও। লিখছেন কমান্ডারকে উদ্দেশ্য করে, ইফ আই ডাই ইন দ্য কম্বাট জোন, বক্স মি অ্যান্ড সেন্ড মি হোম, pin all my medals all over my chest and tell my mom I did the best. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Undoubtedly, when doctors were saving the world, teachers were shaping the world, in spite of all the challenges that he has mentioned so eloquently. আমাদের সময় কম, আমি এখনো 3 জন স্পিকার বাকি, আমি সরাসরি নেক্সট স্পিকারে চলে যাচ্ছি। আমাদের মধ্যে আছেন মিস্টার খাদিমুল ইসলাম, হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, Mr. Khadimul Islam, Founder General Secretary, BES An-Noor Model School. Over to you, sir.
তাগিদে কিছু কথা বলছি। আসলে আমরা প্রত্যন্ত গ্রামে কাজ করি, এখানে এসে যে শিক্ষা অর্জন করলাম, শিক্ষা কোন দিকে যাচ্ছে আমার মনে হয় ভাবনাগুলো সব উপরের, নিচের দিকে ভাবনা ভেবে ভাবে না, আমার এটা ধারণা মনে হয়েছে। না হলে প্রাইমারিতে ছাত্র নেই, শিক্ষক নিয়োগ এখনো চলছে। হয়তো 20 বছরের আগের প্রজেক্ট ছিল যে শিক্ষক লাগবে প্রাইমারি, তাই আজও চলছে। এটা খুব দুঃখজনক এবং ভাবার বিষয়। শিক্ষার হাল হকিয়ত এমন খারাপ হয়ে গেছে, আমাকে ভাবায় যখন লকডাউন হলো কোনো শিক্ষক বা শিক্ষক নেতা বা আন্দোলন করলো না যে স্কুলগুলো চলুক একটা সিস্টেমে। আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে, আমি আমার জেলা থেকে বলছি, উত্তরবঙ্গ থেকে বলছি, আমাকে বলতে দিন, একটু বলতে দিন, বিতর্ক হবে নিশ্চয়ই, বিতর্ক অংশগ্রহণ করব আমরা। আচ্ছা, বেশিরভাগ শিক্ষক তারা কিন্তু সেই জায়গাটা আমরা মুভমেন্ট করতে পারিনি, এটা আমাদের দুর্ভাগ্য। আমরা যারা আধা সরকারি, বিশেষ করে প্রত্যন্ত গ্রামে যারা কাজ করি, তাদের পরিস্থিতি ভয়াবহ। শিক্ষার হাল হকিয়ত এমন চলছে, আমি 20টা হাই স্কুলে সার্ভে করেছিলাম, কন্যাশ্রী দিলেও অপরাধ। এক মাস্টারমশাই আমাকে বলছে যে কন্যাশ্রীটা আমার মেয়ে কবে পাবে, যেদিন টাকাটা নিয়ে বেরিয়ে অন্য ছেলের সঙ্গে যাবো, কন্যাশ্রীটা আটক করুন আগে, তাহলে ওই মেয়েটা বন্ধ হবে। এইরকম তো ফলে 35টা দপ্তর একটা হেডমাস্টারকে সামলাতে হয়। আর আমার একটা সার্ভে বলছে 35,000 টাকা করে পার ইয়ার প্রত্যেক ছাত্রের পিছনে খরচা করছে গভর্নমেন্ট, কিন্তু শিক্ষার হালটা ভয়াবহ জায়গায় গেছে আমি বিশ্বাস করি। এইটুকু কথা বলে আপনাদের শ্রদ্ধা জানিয়ে আমি কথা শেষ করলাম।
Thank you for a brief but important point raised. Sheikh Jashimuddin Mondal, MD, Stanford Academy.
মঞ্চে উপবিষ্ট মহামান্য অতিথিবৃন্দ এবং যারা পার্টিসিপেন্ট আছেন, সকলকে আমার তরফ থেকে আন্তরিক শুভেচ্ছা, প্রণাম এবং শ্রদ্ধা জানাই। আমি এখানে এসেছি কিছু শিখতে, কিছু জানতে। অনেক বড় বড় বক্তা রয়েছেন এখানে, মহামান্য ব্যক্তিরা রয়েছেন। আমি জানবো বলেই এসেছি। আমি খাদেমুল তার কথা ধরেই বলছি, আমিও সেরকম বক্তা নই। তবে আমি যেটা মনে করি, আজকে যে বিষয় নিয়ে আজকের যে আলোচনা, স্কিল ডেভেলপমেন্ট, কম্পিটেন্ট করে তোলা ছাত্রছাত্রীদের, তাদেরকে আগামী দিনের আন্তর্জাতিক মানের গড়ে তোলা, এগুলো নিয়ে আমরা অনেক আলোচনা করি, অনেক কাজও হচ্ছে, বিভিন্ন জায়গায় কাজ করছি। কিন্তু আমি মনে করি যে এটার জন্য আমাদের কিছু মডেল তৈরি করা দরকার। যেমন আমরা ভেবেছি, আমরা কিছু সমাজসেবামূলক কাজও করে থাকি। আমাদের স্ট্যানফোর্ড একাডেমি আমাদের একটা পার্ট। মেনলি আমি সফটওয়্যার ইঞ্জিনিয়ার, একটা কোম্পানিতে চাকরি করতাম। চাকরি ছেড়ে দিয়ে এন্টারপ্রেনারশিপ পেজ চলে গেছি, বিজনেসে। তারপরে আমাদের একটা এডুকেশন ইনস্টিটিউট আমরা চালাই, স্ট্যানফোর্ড একাডেমি। সেখানে নিট, জয়েন্ট এন্ট্রান্স এবং ডব্লিউবিসিএস এর আগামী দিনে আমাদের সিবিএসই ইংলিশ মিডিয়াম স্কুল আসছে। তো আমরা যেটা মনে করি যে শুধুমাত্র গ্রাম বা শহরের কয়েকটা ছেলেকে আমরা তুলে নিলাম, মেধাবী স্টুডেন্টদের তুলে নিয়ে এসে আমরা দেখেছি বিভিন্ন মিশন আজকে চালু হয়েছে বিভিন্ন স্কুলগুলোতে। অনেক গরিব মানুষের ছেলে, খুব ভালো যারা পড়াশোনায়, তাদেরকে নিয়ে এসে অনেক ক্ষেত্রে বিনা পয়সায় পড়ানো হয়। যেমন এর আগের বক্তা ছিলেন খাদেমুল্লাহ, তো ওনার প্রায় 3-4টে মিশন আছে যেখানে খুব গরিব গরিব ছেলে মেয়েদের নিয়ে এসে তাদেরকে কিন্তু ডাক্তার, ইঞ্জিনিয়ার, ডব্লিউবিসিএস, আইএস এইসব সেখান থেকে অনেক বেরিয়েছে বা বেরোচ্ছে। কিন্তু আলটিমেটলি কি আমাদের সমাজ এতে পরিবর্তিত হয়েছে? কতটা পরিবর্তিত হয়েছে? সেখানে আমাদের অনেকটা সন্দেহ আছে। এই কারণ যে ছেলেটাকে, একটা গরিবের ছেলে, তাকে তুলে নিয়ে এসে মানুষ করলো, টাকা পয়সা খরচা করে তৈরি করলো, সে কিন্তু তার গ্রামে থেকে সেখানে চিকিৎসা করা বা তার গ্রামের আশেপাশের যে পরিবেশটাকে আরো সুন্দর তৈরি করা, এটার কথা কিন্তু ভুলে যাচ্ছে, ভাবছে না। অনেক ক্ষেত্রেই দেখা যাচ্ছে এটা। তারা হচ্ছে কি শহরে আসছে, শহরে এসে তারা হয় বড় হসপিটালে কাজ করছে বা শহরের মানুষদের পরিষেবা দিচ্ছে, বা একটা এমন জায়গায় তারা থাকছে, সেখানে উপকৃত হচ্ছে যারা অ্যাকচুয়ালি সব সমাজের অবস্থানের মানুষরা। তো আমরা যদি শুধুমাত্র এই বিক্ষিপ্তভাবে তুলে না নিয়ে এসে আমরা একটা মডেল তৈরি করতে পারি, যে আমরা একটা এই যে সমাজ সেবামূলক প্রতিষ্ঠানগুলো রয়েছে খাদিমুল্লাহদের মতো, যে একটা গ্রামকে যদি মডেল করি, একটা গ্রাম বা একটা বস্তি, একটা কোনো ছোট জায়গাকে আমরা পুরো জায়গাটাকে সার্ভে করে যে সেখানে কতগুলো বেকার ছেলে আছে, সেখানে কতগুলো স্টুডেন্ট আছে যারা পড়াশোনা করতে পারছে না, বা কতগুলো মেধাবী স্টুডেন্ট আছে, সেখানে কত মহিলা আছেন, কত শিশু আছে, সেগুলোকে যদি সার্ভে করে আমরা যেসব স্টুডেন্টরা পড়াশোনার সুযোগ পাচ্ছেন না তাদেরকে পড়াশোনার সুযোগ করে দিতে পারি। যেসব ছেলেগুলো বেকার আছে, পড়াশোনা করে তারা চাকরি বাকরি পাচ্ছে না, তাদেরকে যদি একটা ক্লাস্টার তৈরি করে একটা ছোট বিজনেসের, যেমন আমি নিজে বলছি আমাদের এক্সপোর্টের বিজনেস আছে, আমি একটা জায়গায় একটা 10-12 জন ছেলেকে নিয়ে একটা কোঅপারেটিভ তৈরি করেছি। সেই কোঅপারেটিভ কি করে, যে বিভিন্ন জায়গা থেকে ভেজিটেবল, আমাদের ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলে যা ভেজিটেবল উৎপাদন হয় তার 40% নষ্ট হয়ে যায়, আমাদের স্ট্যাটিস্টিক্স বলছে, আমাদের ইকোনমিক্স তাই বলছে। তো সেখান থেকে আমরা যদি এই জিনিসটাকে এক্সপোর্ট করতে পারি, তাহলে আমাদের কিন্তু অনেকটা বিদেশি মুদ্রা অর্জন হতে পারে, এবং আমাদের যে বেকার ছেলেগুলো তারা কাজ পাবে, তারা কিন্তু কেরিয়ার তৈরি করতে পারবে, তাদের জীবন জীবিকা নির্বাহ করতে পারবে। তো এইভাবে পুরো একটা ক্লাস্টারকে ধরে ধরে যে বেকার গুলো বসে আছে তাদেরকে একটা ছোট ফ্যাক্টরি তৈরি করে দেওয়া, বা ছোট একটা তেলের কল যদি আমরা করে দিই, ধরুন সেই তেলের কল থেকে যে তেল উৎপাদন হবে, আমরা বিগ বাজার, বাজার বাংলা বা স্পেন্সার এই ধরনের বিভিন্ন সংস্থার সঙ্গে তাদের যোগাযোগ করে দিয়ে তাদেরকে যদি একটা রোজগারের পথ তৈরি করে দিই, তাহলে কি হবে, আমাদের কিন্তু ওই জায়গার যে ইকোনমিটা একটা সুন্দরভাবে তৈরি হবে। তার ফলে তাদের যে ছেলেমেয়েরা, তাদের যে পরবর্তী প্রজন্মরা, তারা কিন্তু এডুকেশনের দিকে ঝুঁকবে, তারা তাদের স্কিল আরো বাড়িয়ে আন্তর্জাতিক মানের জায়গায় নিয়ে যেতে পারবে, তাদের যদি পেছু টানটা থাকে, সেই পেছু টানের ফলে কিন্তু তারা এগিয়ে যেতে পারে না। আমার পেটে যদি খিদে থাকে, আমি কিন্তু আগে চেষ্টা করব যে আমার কিভাবে খাবো, তারপরে আমি চেষ্টা করব যে পড়াশোনা করব বা তারপরে অন্যান্য কিছুর কথা ভাববো। তো আমার বক্তব্য এটাই যে সবার কাছে আবেদন এটাই যে শুধুমাত্র বিক্ষিপ্তভাবে নয়, একটা সার্বিকভাবে যদি উন্নয়ন করা যায়, সেই পরিকল্পনা নিয়ে যদি আমরা এগোতে পারি, তাহলে দেখবেন আপনি যে একটা যা ছোট জায়গায় করছেন, আপনার দেখা দেখি বা আপনার দ্বারা ইন্সপায়ার্ড হয়ে অন্যান্যরাও কিন্তু দেখবেন আরো আরো এটাকে এক্সপেন্ড করবেন। তাহলে কি হবে, আমাদের সার্বিক একটা ডেভেলপমেন্ট হতে পারে। থ্যাংক ইউ। এই বলি আমি আমার বক্তব্য শেষ করছি। নমস্কার।
খুব পজিটিভ চিন্তা ভাবনা। কি করে মানে কোনো নেগেটিভিটির মধ্যে বা ফ্রাস্ট্রেশনের মধ্যে না থেকে লোকালাইজড ওয়েতে এডুকেশন দিয়ে, লোকালাইজড ওয়েতে স্কিল বিল্ডিং করে, লোকালাইজড ওয়েতে মাইক্রো এন্টারপ্রেনারশিপ, লঘু ব্যবসার মধ্য দিয়ে একটা ইকোনমিকে দাঁড় করানো যায়। খুব ভালো সাজেশনস, থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। We have come to the last speaker, obviously last but not the least. I have with me Professor Gajala Yasmin, who is the head of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication of this university, Alia University. I have known her for quite some time. She's a very bold educationist who have made a lot of contributions within the classroom and very importantly beyond the classroom. ছাত্রদের ইস্যুতে হোক, বিভিন্ন রকম, আমি সবকটা রেফারেন্সে যাচ্ছি না, গার্ল চাইল্ড এডুকেশন নিয়ে হোক, বিভিন্ন কন্ট্রোভার্সিয়াল ইস্যুস যেমন সিএ বা এই ধরনের সমস্ত ক্ষেত্রে ওনার একটা অত্যন্ত কনস্ট্রাকটিভ এবং বোল্ড রোল রয়েছে এখানে। এবং বিশেষ করে মাইনরিটি ফ্যামিলিজের মেয়েদের শিক্ষার ক্ষেত্রে ওনার একটা বিরাট ভালো ভূমিকা এনকারেজ করার অর্থে রয়েছে। তো আমি রিকোয়েস্ট করছেন, প্রথমত সরি দ্যাট ইউ হ্যাভ টু ওয়েট ফর লং, বাট দেন as you can see, people were there from as far as US, from US to Delhi to here. In this program, we had to take some time. So, Madam Gajala Yasmin, your thoughts on revamping of education, curriculum, assessment. I know very short time, but still your thoughts that you would like to share.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Respected chair of the session, Professor Ujjwal Onu Chaudhary. What can be a better example of, I would not say world-class education, but quality education that a mentor and a mentee is sharing the days today. Professor Ujjwal Chaudhary happens to be my guru who has taught me during my postgraduate years quite many years back. And today I'm so humbled and honored to be sharing this panel with him. And I feel that is what each of you who are sitting here aspire for. With our limited resources, with our limited opportunities, we can dream for a vision where we can bring Indian education system at par with the global rankings, the global standards. Like my co-panelist said, that we need to just reminisce and go back to the times when India was a global leader when it came to imparting education, development of science and research. Somewhere we lost track and we are here today, but I still believe that we still have the potential, we have the talent, we have the resources, and if we can kind of gel them all together, we can dream of a beautiful vision and a future for our students. Now, when we talk about world-class curriculum, what do we mean? Of course, we mean the best of research and development in terms of higher education. I'm sorry, but I'll try to speak from the perspective of higher education as I belong to those territories. So quality education, academic standards which can match with global universities and global university rankings. But most importantly, the ability to build a kind of capacity to upskill our students to be able to match the employability standards of this globalized world order, the new world order. As we all know, as Marshall McLuhan, the famous communication scientist, said that this entire world is a global village. So while all of us are trotting along the globe where communication has become so much easy, where sitting here we can listen to professors and academicians from across the globe, the time has come that we need to prepare our students to match the requirements of the global quarters in terms of employability. I feel that is a very, very important sector. Now, when we talk about academic institutions, of course, they both operate within the national, within the local and the global context. The world-class idea falls into the global sphere, and it is about competing with the best academic institutions.
However, we must not forget, as some of my panelists also pointed out, the kind of harsh realities that we face as teachers when we need to deal with the limitations that we are kind of subjected to. However, I'll try to keep myself brief and just kind of, with my limited knowledge, try to give out some pointers, or rather food for thought. A lot has been discussed since morning, and I'm sure you all are tired. We talked about experiential learning. We talked about the audiovisual aid, its importance in learning. Well, very importantly, I feel that we need to, when we're talking about a worldwide academic curriculum, we need to concentrate on building an intercultural competency. And what do I mean by intercultural competency? Well, a school-wide focus on developing cultural intelligence to build functional interpretational attachments that can be about conflict resolution, that can be about social awareness, that can be about democracy and democratic principles, that can even be about friendship and love, as simple as that. So to be able to build that cultural competence, we need to develop a 21st century learning community which is open to the positive views, to the positive stories of cultures across the globe, pan-globally. International studies can be a very, very important part of our curriculum. Language immersion, of course, mother tongue and local languages need to be paid attention, but we cannot kind of underestimate the importance of other languages, which are very strategically required to be able to negotiate and communicate with the rest of the countries, to develop our diplomacy, to be able to create India as a strategic political force in the Southeast Asian geopolitics. And of course, a lot has been talked about critical thinking, to be able to develop analytical abilities in our students. The question paper said by one of the IITs during the pandemic became very, very viral, where how to ask a question was the question which was given to students. So I think it's time for us to be able to, ponder upon and kind of introspect and create spaces where copy pasting, despite an open book exam system, is not just a solution, but where students are kind of instilled with a vision and a mission to be able to create new knowledge forays and new interventions into domains of knowledge. With that, I end my summation. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Madam had already spoken with respect to higher education, that's our focus area. যেহেতু 4:50 হয়ে গেছে, আমাদের শেষ করার কথা ছিল 4টের সময়, প্রায় 50 মিনিট লেট। আমি আর আলোচনার জন্য আর না বাড়িয়ে 3 মিনিটে এটা শেষ করতে যাচ্ছি। এটা সবসময় এই আলোচনাটা আসে যে একটা শ্রেণী বিভক্ত সমাজে, শ্রেণী বিভক্ত দেশে বিভিন্ন ধরনের শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা থাকবে, এটাই স্বাভাবিক। এমন শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা থাকবে যেখানে বাড়িতে 500 টাকার ইনকাম নেই মাসে, 1 টাকাও দিতে পারবে না ফিস। আবার এমন শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থাও কিছু লোকের জন্য থাকবে যেখানে বাড়িতে খুব সহজেই 20-25 লাখ টাকা ইনকাম হয়, ব্যবসা হোক বা বিভিন্ন জায়গা থেকে। সব ক্ষেত্রেই পরিবর্তনের প্রয়োজন আছে। যেমন যেই শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থায় ফিস বাৎসরিক, আমি একটা বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ে ছিলাম যেখানে বাৎসরিক ফিস হচ্ছে 5 লাখ টাকা বছরে, সেখানে যেমন সেই 5 লাখ টাকার রেঞ্জে কি দেওয়া হচ্ছে, তার মধ্যে কি ডেভেলপ করা যায় সেটাও যেমন ইম্পর্টেন্ট ভাবতে হবে। আবার যেই গ্রামে বা ছেলে মেয়েদের পড়াশোনার জন্য 1 টাকা দেওয়ার ক্ষমতা নেই, বা ধরুন 50 টাকা দেওয়ার ক্ষমতা নেই বাবা মাদের, সেখানে কি করে করতে হবে সেটাও ভাবতে হবে। সব জায়গায় এক ফর্মুলা চলে না, আর এক ফর্মুলা কেউ আশা করি বলবেও না বা ভাববেও না, মডেলস গুলো আলাদা। আমি উদাহরণ দিই। আমার মার মৃত্যুর পর আমি প্রথম হাফে বলেছিলাম যে 2020 নভেম্বরে মার মৃত্যু হয়েছিল কোভিডের কারণে, কোভিড পরবর্তীকালে। তারপর তার স্মৃতিতে আমি একটি স্কুল টেক ওভার করি পশ্চিম বাংলার দক্ষিণ 24 পরগনার কুলতলি পুলিশ স্টেশনের আন্ডারে জামতলা ব্লকের সানকিজান গ্রাম, যে সুন্দরবনের মাতলা নদীর এপারে, মানে সুন্দরবন ওইদিকে কৈখালির খুব কাছে। সেখানে 148টা বাচ্চা আছে এখন। স্কুলটা 2 বছর ধরে বন্ধ। স্কুলের শিক্ষকদের কোনো পয়সা, কোনো ইনকাম নেই, কারণ কি এটা কোনো গভর্নমেন্ট এইডের মধ্যেও নেই এবং জনসাধারণ কন্ট্রিবিউটও করতে পারছিল না এই সময় ডিউরিং কোভিড। যখন আমরা টেক ওভার করি, আমরা ওখানে আলোচনা করে বুঝতে পারি কতটা আমরা তুলতে পারি গ্রাম থেকে, সাধারণ লোকালিটি থেকে। প্রায় ৩-৩.৫ লাখ টাকা ওঠানো গেছে বিভিন্ন ওখানে যে মাছের ভেরি আছে বিভিন্ন জায়গা থেকে তোলা গেছে। আমি কিছু কন্ট্রিবিউট করে ওটাকে প্রায় 4.25 লাখ অব্দি নিয়ে আমরা বিল্ডিংটাকে রেনোভেট করে স্কুলটা আবার রিস্টার্ট করলাম। 148 জন বাচ্চা আসলো। এবার আমি প্রায় 100-3 বন্ধু বান্ধবদের মাথা পিছু $7,500 করে টাকা, যেটা যদি আমি ডলারে বলি মাত্র $100। $100 একটা ব্যক্তির 2-3 ঘন্টার ইনকাম হয় বিদেশে। $100 বা $7,500 এগেনস্টে সারা বছরের মিড ডে মিল, দুবার ড্রেস, বই খাতা আর টিচারদের মায়না, এতগুলো খরচা কভার হচ্ছে। আর গ্রামের লোক বললো বিল্ডিং এর যা কিছু এক্সপানশন যা কিছু হবে আমরা এই মাছের ভেরি আর বিভিন্ন রকম কন্ট্রিবিউশন ছোট দোকান টোকান থেকে আমরা দেবো। এইভাবে শুরু হলো। এখন অব্দি যদিও 60-65 জন ছেলে মেয়ের এগেনস্টে ডোনেশন পেয়েছি, বাকিটা চলছে। কেন এই গল্পটা বললাম? এখানে অবভিয়াসলি আমরা ডিজিটালের কথা বলবো না। এখানে প্রথম প্রয়োজনটা হচ্ছে ওই বিল্ডিংটাকে ঠিক করা। দ্বিতীয় প্রয়োজনটা হচ্ছে শিক্ষকগুলোর মায়নাগুলোকে রেগুলারাইজ করা, যারা 2 বছর ধরে কোনো মায়না পায়নি, জানুয়ারি থেকে মায়না দেওয়া শুরু হয়েছে। 3 নম্বরটা প্রয়োজন হচ্ছে বাচ্চাগুলো দিনে, যেটা একবার কেউ বলেছিলেন দিনে 2 বার খাওয়া হয় না, ওইরকম ধরনের বাচ্চা, ওই ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ডের বাচ্চা, দুপুরের খাওয়াটা স্টার্ট করা। একটা বই নেই আর 2 বছর ধরে 1 ফোঁটা পড়াশোনা হয়নি, সো প্রথমে বইগুলো জোগাড় করা। সো এইভাবে কতগুলো সেট অফ কাজ, আমি লম্বা না করে বলছি, কতগুলো সেট অফ কাজের মধ্যে দিয়ে স্টেপ 1টা হলো। এবার স্টেপ 1 হলো যেই গার্জেন, যেই ডোনাররা ওদের জন্য সাহায্য করছে, আমরা ওদেরকে সেকেন্ড প্যারেন্ট বা ফস্টার প্যারেন্ট বলছি, ডোনার বলছি না। এবং তাদের রিকোয়েস্ট করছি মাসে একবার অন্তত আপনারা আলোচনা করবেন বাচ্চাদের সাথে। তার জন্য ডিজিটাল কানেক্টিভিটি দরকার, সেই জন্য ওইখানে একজনকে অ্যাপয়েন্ট করা হলো, ল্যাপটপ কম্পিউটার সহ এবং ইন্টারনেট কানেকশন সহ। তার মধ্যে দিয়ে বাচ্চারা এসে তাদের যে সেকেন্ড প্যারেন্ট মানে ডোনার, যাদেরকে আমরা সেকেন্ড প্যারেন্ট বলছি, তাদের সাথে কথা বলছে। আমি উদাহরণটা স্কুলের দিচ্ছি না, আমি বোঝানোর পয়েন্টটা বোঝানোর চেষ্টা করছি যে স্টেপ বাই স্টেপ করে একটা করে আসে। এখানে ডিজিটালটা দরকার কিসের? এই ডিজিটালটা দরকার যাতে বাইরের জগতের সাথে এদের কানেক্ট করা যায়। কালকে যদি আরেকটা প্রাইমারি স্কুল, এখানে ক্লাস 6 অব্দি আছে, প্রাইমারি স্কুলের সাথে যদি আমরা যোগাযোগ করতে পারি আর ওর মধ্য দিয়ে একটা ওয়েল এস্টাবলিশ প্রাইমারি স্কুলের বাংলারই শুরু হোক, কেন কি ওরা বাংলা বোঝে, অন্য ভাষা এখন বোঝে না, তো বাংলারই একটা ভালো প্রাইমারি স্কুলের এডুকেশনকে যদি ওরা এই ডিজিটাল মধ্যে দিয়ে দেখানো হোক, তাহলে টেকনোলজিটা মানুষের স্বার্থে হলো। টেকনোলজি বিরোধিতা করে কোনো মানে হয় না, টেকনোলজিটাকে মানুষের স্বার্থে ইউজ করার প্রয়োজন আছে, সেটা নেক্সট স্টেপ হবে। তারপরে এইভাবে যদি আমরা এগোতে থাকি, কালকে যদি আমরা সত্যি সত্যি এদেরকে অনলাইন ক্লাসও করাতে পারি, একটু হায়ার ক্লাসে গেলে 8, 9, 10 গেলে, হায়ার ক্লাসে গেলে অনলাইন ক্লাস করাতে পারি, কেন আস্তে আস্তে সেটা হবেও। তারপর এটা যেমন একটা সত্য, আমি যে বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়, আমি এখানে অ্যাডামাস বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের প্রো ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর ছিলাম, এই মুহূর্তে ঢাকার ড্যাফোডিল ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ইউনিভার্সিটির স্ট্র্যাটেজিক অ্যাডভাইজার এন্ড প্রফেসর। ওইখানে ফিজ 1.5 লাখ থেকে নিয়ে 2.5 লাখ বছরে, দুটো ইউনিভার্সিটি নিলে 1.5 লাখ থেকে নিয়ে 2.5 লাখ। তাদের রিকোয়ারমেন্ট আবার আলাদা হবে, সেই রিকোয়ারমেন্টে আবার টেকনোলজির প্রয়োজন। সেখানে আমি অক্সফোর্ডের সাথে কানেক্ট করাচ্ছি, অক্সফোর্ড মানে ওখান থেকে একটা ক্লাস হচ্ছে, এখান থেকে ক্লাস হচ্ছে, ওখানে টিচার যা বলছে এটা শুনতে পাচ্ছে, এখানে টিচার যা বলছে ওখানে শুনতে পাচ্ছে, ওখান থেকে একটা কেস স্টাডি বলছে, এখান থেকে একটা কেস স্টাডি বলছে, এইভাবে জয়েন্ট ক্লাস হচ্ছে। এবং এটা কিন্তু ছিল না প্যান্ডেমিকের আগে, এই বড় মানে ওয়েল টু ডু স্কুল ইউনিভার্সিটির মধ্যেও ছিল না। তাহলে পয়েন্ট হচ্ছে আমাদেরকে কোনো শ্রেণীর সাথে কোনো শ্রেণীর মানে কোনো গ্রুপ অফ ছাত্রের সাথে আরেকটা গ্রুপের ছাত্রের কনফ্লিক্ট নয়, কিভাবে প্রতিটা স্তরকে নেক্সট লেভেলে নিয়ে যাওয়া যায় সেটা দেখার দরকার আছে। আজকে খুব জরুরি এই যে ফ্লিপ ক্লাসরুম আগে বলা হলো, একটা বিষয় নিয়ে পড়তে যায় বাচ্চারা, ক্লাসে আসে, কি যে আজকে আলোচনা হবে জানে না, জানে ইংলিশের ক্লাস, তারপর হিস্ট্রি, তারপর সিভিক্স, তারপর সায়েন্স, কিন্তু এটা জানে না যে কি আলোচনা হবে। সেটা যদি এখন যেটা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল সিস্টেমে যেটা এসছে না, গ্লোবাল বলতে এটাই, যেটা আরো বহু লোক করে তার বেনিফিট পেয়েছে, ওটা শেখা, জানা আর আমাদের ক্ষমতার মধ্যে সেটা ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করা। কি ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করা? যেই বিষয়টা আমি ফটোসিনথেসিস পড়াবো, আগামী বুধবার ফটোসিনথেসিস পড়াবো, তো এই বুধবার মানে ওই হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে পাঠিয়ে দেওয়া, আর এছাড়া এগুলো এখন মানে ইন্টারনেট কানেকশন থাকলে এগুলো সম্ভব, সেজন্য ডিজিটাল ডিভাইস দরকার আছে। তো ডিপেন্ডিং অন অডিও বা কোনো ধরনের টেক্সট এগুলো আগে পাঠিয়ে দেওয়া, বা কিছু বইয়ের চ্যাপ্টারটা বলে দেওয়া, যাতে বাচ্চারা নিজেরা কিছু পড়ে দেখে এবং শুনে আসে, অডিও শুনবে, ভিডিও বোঝাতে পারলো না, শিক্ষক অ্যাড করবে। তো এই যে শিক্ষকের রোল ভাষণবাজির থেকে বেরিয়ে এসে ফেসিলিটেটর রোল, যেটা বারবার এখানে বলা হয়েছে, ফেসিলিটেটর রোল, মেন্টর রোল, এই প্রয়োজনটা আছে। এখন সেটা অবভিয়াসলি যেই স্কুল, যেই সমাজ, যেই অর্থনৈতিক ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ড থেকে স্টুডেন্টরা এসছে তাদের মতো করেই করতে হবে। আর আজকে মোটামুটি আগে 24 মাস আগে যেখানে কানেক্টিভিটির অবস্থা বা ইন্টারনেট কানেকশনের অবস্থা বা হাতে মোবাইল থাকা যে জায়গায় ছিল, তুলনামূলকভাবে প্রায় অনেকটাই এগিয়েছে, নো ডাউট। সেই স্টাডি অলরেডি ইউনেস্কো করেছে। আমি আগে বললাম 54% 2020-তে পড়াশোনার বাইরে ছিল, সেটা এখন নেমে 32-33-এর মধ্যে এসছে। তো বেশ কিছু প্রায় 20-25% বেড়েছে, নো ডাউট। কিন্তু অনেক দূর যাওয়া বাকি। কিন্তু এই দূর যাওয়ার উত্তরটা কে দেবে? মুষ্টিমেয় কিছু শিক্ষক বা শিক্ষা প্রতিষ্ঠান চালায় যারা, তারা দেবে না। এই পুরো সিস্টেমটার মধ্যে তার মধ্যে গভর্নমেন্টের একটা বিরাট ভূমিকা। আমি এটা আগেই বলেছি, নিউ এডুকেশন পলিসি অনেক ভালো ভালো কথা বলা আছে, কিন্তু সাথে এটাও বলা আছে এই এডুকেশন পলিসিকে ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করতে গেলে 6% অফ দ্য বাজেট এডুকেশনে থাকতে হবে, কিন্তু এখন অব্দি 3% ক্রস করেনি, 2.8-এ আছে। তো ওটা একটা বড় জরুরি। সিএসআর এর 2% প্রফিট দেওয়ার জরুরি। তাহলে এই সমস্তগুলোর মধ্য দিয়ে যদি সমস্ত শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থাকে, জনসাধারণকে, ছেলে মেয়েদের যারা এই অন্ধকার জায়গাটায় আছে তাদেরকে যদি কানেক্ট করা যায়, তাহলে ওটা হবে। অন্ধকারের দুঃখ করে লাভ নেই, অন্ধকার ঘোচানোর জন্য যে আপনারা লড়াইটা লড়ছেন সেটা বিরাট বড়, মানে স্যালিউটেবল, দ্যাটস এ ম্যাটার অফ স্যালিউট, দ্যাট ওই লড়াইটা আপনারা লড়ছেন। কিন্তু সাথে সাথে ওইটাকে নেক্সট স্টেপে নিয়ে যেতে হবে। সেই জন্য আমরা যারা মেন্টর, আমরা আমাদের লেভেলে কিভাবে ইভলভ করতে পারি, যেটা একবার কথা হয়েছিল, নন গুগলেবল প্রশ্ন করা যায়, যদি না করতে পারি তাহলে অনলাইন পরীক্ষা নেওয়ার কোনো মানে নেই, তাহলে কোনো মানে নেই। তাহলে প্রক্টরড অনলাইন পরীক্ষা হতে পারে, আর না হলে ফেস টু ফেস পরীক্ষা হবে। আর অ্যাক্টিভিটি বেসড, খান সাহেব বলেছিলেন অ্যাক্টিভিটি বেসড পরীক্ষা হওয়ার দরকার আছে। আমি একটা উদাহরণের জন্য, সময় আজকে অত্যন্ত কম, উদাহরণের জন্য বলি, শেক্সপিয়ার গ্রাজুয়েশনের একটা কলেজের কথা বলছি, সে ইংলিশ অনার্সে শেক্সপিয়ারের লিটারেচার একটা পেপার, সবাই কি করে 7-8টা নভেল প্লে পড়ানো হয়, তার উপর প্রশ্ন হয়, প্রশ্নগুলোর উত্তর লেখে, এবং বেশিরভাগই মুখস্থ করা প্রশ্ন উত্তর লেখে, তার উপর হয়। কিন্তু এখন অন্য একটা টিচার অন্য একটা স্ট্র্যাটেজি করলো। কি স্ট্র্যাটেজি করলো? ক্লাসে 20 জন, শেক্সপিয়ার লিটারেচার উপর 20টা টপিক বের করলো। এক্স নাম্বার, একটা স্টুডেন্টের নাম এক্স, এক্স কে বলা হলো শেক্সপিয়ারিয়ান ফ্যাশন, যতগুলো তার লিটারেচার যে ফ্যাশন গুলো করা হয়েছে তার উপর তুমি একটা পোস্টার তৈরি করবে। আরেকজনকে বলা হলো শেক্সপিয়ারিয়ান পলিটিক্যাল ফিলোসফি, মানে যেই শেক্সপিয়ারিয়ান লিটারেচারের পলিটিক্যাল ফিলোসফি তার উপর পোস্টার বানাবে। কাউকে বলা হলো প্রেমের সম্পর্ক কিভাবে শেক্সপিয়ারিয়ান লিটারেচারে এসছে, আরেকজনকে বলা হলো বাৎসল্য কিভাবে এসছে, আরেকজনকে বলা হলো রাজতন্ত্রকে কিভাবে দেখানো হয়েছে। আমি আর উদাহরণে যাচ্ছি না। খাদ্য, কুইজিন, ফুড কিভাবে এসছে শেক্সপিয়ারিয়ান লিটারেচারে। 20টা অ্যাঙ্গেল থেকে শেক্সপিয়ারিয়ান লিটারেচার, হিউমারের ইউজ কি করে হয়েছে, ব্ল্যাক কমেডির ইউজ কি করে হয়েছে, প্রতিহিংসার ইউজ কি করে হয়েছে, এই নিয়ে তোমরা পোস্টার্স বানাবে আর একটু করে 5 মিনিট করে বলবে। তারপরে একজন টেলিগ্রাফের একটা বিখ্যাত রাইটারকে আর একজন ইংলিশ লিটারেচারের একটা ইউনিভার্সিটি হেডকে নিয়ে আসা হলো, যে আপনারা এবার এই 20 জন 20টা রুমে আছে, প্রতিটা রুমে যাবেন, পোস্টার দেখবেন, ওর আলোচনাটা শুনবেন, ওকে ইভ্যালুয়েট করবেন। এটা 100 নম্বরের, একটা প্রাইভেট ইউনিভার্সিটির চেষ্টা করেছিল, 100 নম্বরের ইভ্যালুয়েশন, লিখিত আর হবে না, এইভাবে একটা করুন। একটা এক্সপেরিমেন্ট করেছিল, ফ্যাবুলাস এক্সপিরিয়েন্স। স্টুডেন্টরা বলেছে এত, তখন স্টুডেন্টরা ডিমান্ড করেছে আমরা আমাদের ক্লাসকে প্রেজেন্টেশনটা করব। ওই ইভ্যালুয়েশনের পর একটা হলে বসিয়ে প্রত্যেকজন তারপর ক্লাসকে প্রেজেন্টেশন করেছে 6-7 মিনিট করে এক একটা টপিকের উপর। তার মানে এটা কি হলো? অ্যাক্টিভিটি বেসড, এক্সপেরিয়েন্সিয়াল, এই ওয়ার্ডগুলো বারবার এসছে, সেগুলো আমি একটা উদাহরণ দিয়ে বললাম। এক্সপেরিয়েন্সিয়াল, অ্যাক্টিভিটি বেসড, লার্নিং বাই ডুইং, এই শব্দগুলো এসছে। It is one small example in a traditional subject like English literature and Shakespearean literature. তো আর এটা যদি আমি বিজ্ঞানের ক্ষেত্রে আনি, সমাজ বিজ্ঞানের ক্ষেত্রে আনি, আরো সহজ। যেমন আমি একটা জায়গায় জানি 26 জানুয়ারি 26 নভেম্বর আমাদের কনস্টিটিউশনটা, রিপাবলিক 26 জানুয়ারিতে হয়েছে, কিন্তু কনস্টিটিউশন অ্যাকসেপ্টেশন 26 নভেম্বরে হয়েছিল। পুরো কনস্টিটিউশন 100টা ল স্টুডেন্ট, এটা ল কলেজ, 100টা ল স্টুডেন্ট প্রতিটা সংবিধানের 100টা এরিয়া ভাগ করেছে, যেমন সেন্টার স্টেট রিলেশন, যেমন ডিভিশন অফ পাওয়ার, যেমন ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্স অফ জুডিশিয়ারি, এইভাবে 100টা পয়েন্ট, ফান্ডামেন্টাল ডিউটিস, ফান্ডামেন্টাল রাইটস, এইভাবে 100টা পয়েন্টকে নিয়ে এক একজন এক একটা পোস্টার, কেউ আবার কিছু মডেল আর আলোচনা, এক্সপ্রেশন এই করেছে। এবং সেটা সবার সামনে হয়েছে, কেন কি কোনো দুজনের একটা টপিক নেই, প্রত্যেকের এক্সট্রা টপিক। তখন সবাই দেখতে পেরেছে যে এক্স্যাক্টলি কে ভালোভাবে বলছে, কে কি উদাহরণ নিচ্ছে, কি And it was such a very open-ended evaluation. 4 জন jurist বসেছিলেন, retired judge, current lawyer, এরকম 4 জন বসেছিলেন যারা evaluate করলেন. So we need to move to those experimental ways of judging. এই মুখস্থ বিদ্যার উপর যে শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা সেটা বেশি দিন চলতে পারে না, এখন আর চলবে না। এবং এই এক্সপেরিমেন্টাল করতে গিয়ে অনেক ছেলে মেয়েগুলো বিভিন্ন দেশের আইনের জিনিসগুলো অনলাইনে দেখেছে, পড়েছে, আমাদের ইন্টারপ্রিটেশন যেটা বিভিন্ন কোর্টে হয়েছে সেগুলো দেখেছে। সো ইট ইজ গুড তারা বইও দেখেছে, নিজের মধ্যে আলোচনা করেছে, পিয়ার লার্নিং, বই দেখেছে, ফিজিক্যাল লার্নিং, টিচার থেকে শিখেছে, মেন্টাল লার্নিং, অনলাইনে শিখেছে, ডিজিটাল লার্নিং। ফাইনালি কোনটা থেকে শিখেছে সেটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট নয়, শিখেছে এটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট। ব্লেন্ডেড লার্নিং লিডিং টু ইন্টারনালাইজেশন অফ দ্য নলেজ, অভ্যন্তরে শিক্ষা যাওয়া, এটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট। এটা যদি হতে পারে তাহলে এই কথাগুলো কোনো মানে থাকবে না ডিজিটাল কি নন ডিজিটাল। প্রশ্ন হচ্ছে শিক্ষা হচ্ছে কিনা, শিখতে পেরেছে কিনা, ইন্টারনালাইজেশন হয়েছে কিনা। আজকে যদি এই স্পিরিটটা এখান থেকে নিয়ে যান, যে একেবারে যেই আমি শানকিজান গ্রামের দুস্থ ছেলে মেয়েদের শিক্ষার কথা বললাম, যাদের বাবা মা 50 টাকা দিতে পারে না মাসে, সেই শিক্ষা হোক কি 6 লক্ষ টাকা বছরে যে পার্ল একাডেমি আর সিম্বায়োসিস ইউনিভার্সিটি চার্জ করে, তার এগেনস্টে তাকে তা ভ্যালু দিতে হয়, না দিলে ছেলে মেয়ের ভর্তি হবে না, মার্কেটই তাকে রেগুলেট করে দেবে। তো সেটা যে দেয়, মাঝখানে অনেক রকম আছে। এই প্রতিটা ক্ষেত্রেই ডেলিভারি হ্যাজ টু বি মোর দেন হোয়াট ইজ এক্সপেক্টেড। আমার একজন এখানে প্রফেসর ছিল জিন্দালের, উনি বলছিলেন ডেলিভারি হ্যাজ টু বি মোর দেন দ্য প্রমিস, দ্যাট উইল লিড টু ওয়াও ফ্যাক্টর, ডিলাইট ফ্যাক্টর, and education that can ensure a delight factor will be long term. আজকে যদি ওই শানকিজানের বাচ্চাগুলোর মা বাবা যখন দেখে যে আমরা 10 টাকাও দেই না, কিন্তু এরা রোজ দুপুরে খাওয়ায়, এদের ইউনিফর্ম দেয়, পড়াশোনা করে, আবার বলেও দিয়েছে যদি এরকম মিনিমাম স্ট্যান্ডার্ডে গ্রো না করতে পারে তাহলে কিন্তু পড়ানো কন্টিনিউ করবে না। তার মানে ওই তাগিদটা থাকবে না, আমাকে পড়াতেই হবে। তার জন্য আমাদের যতটুকু যা করার, তারা খুব একটা শিক্ষিত নয়, ডাজন্ট ম্যাটার, একটা কন্ডিউসিভ অ্যাটমসফিয়ার দেওয়া বাড়িতে, দ্যাটস অল। বাকিটা তো ওখানে আমার টিচাররা করবে। এটা করতে গিয়ে 8 জন, এখন বোধহয় 11 জনের চাকরিও হয়ে গেল, সেটা যারা 2 বছর ধরে কোনো মাইনাও পাচ্ছিল না। তার পয়েন্ট ওই লেভেল থেকে নিয়ে 8 লক্ষ টাকা 7 লক্ষ টাকা বছরের ফিস, সেই লেভেল অব্দি প্রত্যেক লেভেলেই লার্নিং ক্যান বি ব্লেন্ডেড, লার্নিং ক্যান বি এক্সপেরিয়েন্সিয়াল, লার্নিং ক্যান বি শেয়ার্ড, and learning has to be less by the teacher, and there should not be a teacher, it should be mentor, and more by the learner. স্বতঃপ্রণোদিত হয়ে এনগেজড, এই কথাগুলো এসছে না আগে, এনগেজড লার্নার, ইনভলভড লার্নার, সেই দিকে যেতে হবে। ইন্ডিয়ান এডুকেশন সিস্টেম সত্যি যদি এগোতে হয় তাহলে এনগেজড লার্নিং প্র্যাকটিসেস অ্যান্ড সাপোর্টিং from Haq.
Thank you so much, Chairman. It's always a blessings to hear you live, and I have been very fortunate to have your blessings and always advice, mentorship, guidance to lead the Policy Times to where we are today. Without your help and Khana sir's help and people. Okay, so sir wants to speak something.
আমি আজকে সারাদিন তো এখানে থাকলাম আমার নিজের আনন্দের জন্য। তো এখানে আমার একটা প্রপোজাল হচ্ছে, পলিসি টাইমস নেক্সট যে সেমিনারটা করবেন সেটা এমন হতে পারে এখানেই, মানে কলকাতাতেই, যে জয়ফুল লার্নিং অ্যান্ড অ্যাক্টিভিটিস বেসড লার্নিং, ইটস এসেনশিয়াল। এটা অ্যাক্টে বলা আছে, কিন্তু গভর্নমেন্টের তরফ থেকে এক চুলো নড়েনি। আমার এখানে যখন ক্ষমতায় ছিলাম কিন্তু সেটা করা সম্ভব হয়নি, কিন্তু বাইরে এসে আমি এটা দেখাতে চাই যেটা করা যাবে, এবং পলিসি টাইমস যদি সেটা উদ্যোগ নেয় গোটা ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলকে এই আলোটা দেখানো যেতে পারে।
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার। আপনার
জয়ফুল লার্নিং উইথ অ্যাক্টিভিটিস বেসড, জয়ফুল লার্নিং ইনক্লুডিং অ্যাক্টিভিটিস বেসড।
তো আমি
দিল্লি সরকার আজকে যেটা ড্রপ আউট বা ইত্যাদি হচ্ছে, এবং স্ট্যান্ডার্ড অফ এডুকেশন, ডেফিনেটলি দি কোয়ালিটি অফ এডুকেশন দিয়ে আমি শুরু করেছিলাম। আমি সেই কথাটাই বলবো যে কোয়ালিটি অফ এডুকেশনটা একেবারে এসেনশিয়াল। এটা ছাড়া এডুকেশনকে বাঁচানো যাবে না।
স্যার এটা দেখার জন্য একদম আমাদের কাছে ডকুমেন্টই আছে, মানে সরি মডেলই আছে। দিল্লি সরকার কম্পালসারিলি ক্লাস প্রাইমারি ক্লাস থেকে 10 পর্যন্ত একটা লেকচার হ্যাপিনেস ক্লাস করেছে। এই মুহূর্তে হ্যাপিনেস ক্লাস কম্পালসারি ইন দিল্লি, আর তার কোনো সিলেবাস নেই। তার ইভ্যালুয়েশনটা হলো পিকুলিয়ার, ভেরি মানে অ্যাজ ইট ইভলভস। ফিনল্যান্ড, যেটা পৃথিবীর সবথেকে শ্রেষ্ঠ স্কুল শিক্ষা, সেখানে হ্যাপিনেস কারিকুলাম তৈরি করা হয়েছে। এবং শুধু তাই নয়, তার সাথে যেটা বলা যে এখন বিদেশের কয়েকটা জায়গায় হ্যাপিনেস কোশেন্টের উপর রিসার্চ হয়, ম্যাক্সিমাইজেশন অফ হ্যাপিনেস কোশেন্ট। এমনকি একটা দেশ তার জিডিপি ক্যালকুলেট করে না, গ্রস ন্যাশনাল হ্যাপিনেস ক্যালকুলেট করে, গ্রস ডোমেস্টিক প্রোডাক্ট ক্যালকুলেট করে না, ভুটান। So the happiness is a portion, is an important point, and learning must be happy, not under pressure. Very well said.
One thing more I want to add, আমার একটি পত্রিকা রয়েছে পান্থজন, যেটাতে এডুকেশনের উপরে অলরেডি আমি কিছু সংখ্যা করেছি, কারেন্ট ইস্যু রামমোহন। এরপরে আমি অ্যাক্টিভিটিস বেসড লার্নিং এর উপরে ওই সংখ্যাটাকে নিবেদিত করতে চাই, কারণ এখান থেকে আমরা যে এটা পাবো ওইটাকে ডকুমেন্টেশন করব। এবং সেখানে আমার মনে হয় মানে আমার যেটা আনন্দের বিষয়, মানে আমার আনন্দ যদি সব বাচ্চাগুলো এগুলো শেখে তাহলে নাথিং লাইক দ্যাট। ওকে, থ্যাঙ্কস।
আপনার আশীর্বাদে আমরা ওটা করবো স্যার। প্রফেসর চৌধুরী আছেন, ম্যাম আছেন, আমরা সবাই মিলে, চন্দন স্যার আছেন, চন্দন স্যারের হেল্প আর সাপোর্ট পেলে আমরা।
আমি আকরাম 1 মিনিট একটু কথা বলছি। আমি মিস্টার বেরা স্যার, খাড়া স্যার এবং প্রফেসর চৌধুরী, আপনারা কি মনে করেন না এই মুহূর্তে সবচেয়ে যেটা জরুরি, মোরাল ভ্যালুজটা সাংঘাতিক রকমের ডেটেরিয়েট করেছে, এবং সেটা ফেবলস, ফোকটেলস ইত্যাদি পড়তাম, এখন নেই। মানে বিয়ন্ড এক্সপেকটেশন, বিয়ন্ড ইমাজিনেশন আমরা যা দেখছি, মানে আমাদের যা ফিল্ডে মারাত্মক রকমের ডিটেরিয়েট করেছে। ওটাকে যদি বাঁচাতে না পারেন, জয়ফুল করুন আর যা করুন, হ্যাপি লার্নিং ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি যা যা করুন, অ্যাকচুয়ালি ভ্যালু এডুকেশনটা যদি অ্যাড না হয়, ওয়ার্ল্ড ক্লাস যে কথাটা বলা হচ্ছে ওর মধ্যে ভ্যালু এডুকেশন, আই মাস্ট অ্যাড্রেস ভ্যালু এডুকেশনটাকে নিয়ে যদি একদিন আলোচনা করেন, এটা নিয়ে কথা বলা যায় এবং ওটা যদি লেখালেখি দেন।
অফকোর্স
আরেকটা উনি দিল্লির কথা বলছিলেন। আমি রিসেন্ট এক একাডেমিক বছরে 3,70,000 প্রাইভেট স্কুল থেকে গভর্নমেন্ট স্কুলে চলে, আমাদের স্কুলগুলো সমস্ত উঠতে শুরু করেছে গভর্নমেন্ট স্কুল।
স্যার ব্যাটারি শেষ হয়ে গেল নাকি? আচ্ছা অনেক আচ্ছা, স্যার বলে দিন, তারে আমরা ন্যাশনাল অ্যানথেমটা করার জন্য রিকোয়েস্ট করব।
একবারে রেডি করে আমার বলা হয়ে গেছে।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, ধন্যবাদ স্যার। আই উইল রিকোয়েস্ট এভরিওয়ান কাইন্ডলি টু রাইজ এন্ড স্ট্যান্ড আপ ফর দ্য ন্যাশনাল অ্যানথেম।
जय हे जन गण मन अधिनायक, जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा, द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक, जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you so much, those joining online and those physically here. I cannot express my gratitude and thanks to each of you for joining us in this important program.
Thank you, Akram sir.
Chai and coffee আছে,
চা কফি আছে, তার আগে আমাদের
I request
যাবেন না, 5-10 মিনিটের আমাদের নিজস্ব একটু প্রোগ্রাম আছে।
আচ্ছা 5-10
একটু ফটো সেশন আছে, একটু সময়